Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the 2023 New South Wales CHS Swimming Championships, day 2, sorry. Now we've had a couple of events which I believe have been live streamed with no sound, and that's fine. So I would very quickly go through the results of Heat 1 of the girls 12 to 14 years 400 metres freestyle. In first place was Riley Robinson from Grafton. In second place, Annalise Nkotra from East Hills Girls. And in third place, Sienna Bevan from Williama. In the second heat, Heat 2 of 3, first place went to Keely Sutton from Maxwell High School. Second place, Taylor Weir from Glen Innes. And third place, Lila O'Connell from Albury. And the event you are currently watching is the third heat, and the swimmers are going into the finish. And that'll be a win to Bridget Bass in a time of 4:39.92. Second place to Sienna Tui in a time of 4:40.04. And third place to Lara Morgan in a time of 4:50.02. The minor placings were Alice Spaderi, Ella Dixon, Kate McCarthy, Hannah Mounter, Canberra Yamasaki, Imogen Walsh and Piper Phillips. So that completes the girls 12 to 14 years 400 metres freestyle. Remembering these are timed finals, and the top 3 swimmers, regardless of heat, will be determined and awarded the gold, silver and bronze medals.
That brings us to the event 50, which is the boys 12 by 14 400 metre freestyle. And we have three races in this time final. In race 1, we have Oliver Walsh from Broken Hill, West Darling. Lane 4, and he's in lane 3. Lane 4 is Owen Stevens from Tormina, North Coast. Lane 5 is Jack Millard from Williama, West Darling, and lane 6 is Hunter Smith from Narrabri. The record for this event was set in 2011 by Ryan Leonard, who swam a time of 4:19.27, and he went to Toronto High School. And turning in the first is Oliver Walsh from Broken Hill, Williama. Broken Hill, West Darling.
So we have a very good representation from the western regions of New South Wales and North Coast. Broken Hill obviously is West Darling sub-region. Williama is West Darling sub-region. Tormina North Coast and Narrabri North West.
And as they come down to the 150 mark, it must be the... Well, as they approach the wall, it's Oliver Walsh still holding a commanding lead. He's gone round the 150 in 1:47.65. He's showing a clean pair of heels to his fellow competitors, but there's a good tussle for second place at present.
So the results of the girls 12 to 14 years 400 metres freestyle have now been posted, and congratulations are extended to Bridget Bass from Endeavour Sports High School, who was the gold medal recipient, and she won in a time of 4:39.92. The second place silver medal was Sienna Tui from Albury High School in a time of 4:40.04, and in third place was Lara Morgan from Whitebridge High School in a time of 4:50.02. So congratulations and well done to those girls in the 12 to 14 years, 400 metres freestyle.
Currently we still have Oliver Walsh in front from Broken Hill, but he's been starting to be challenged now by Jack Millard in lane 5, who's narrowly ahead of Owen Stevens of the North Coast. Oliver Walsh looks like he's lifted his rating slightly as he pulled away a bit from the rest of the field. So as he goes through 300 in 3:46.79, the others have the job in front of them to catch him. This is the first heat of the boys 12 to 14 years, 400 metres freestyle. These are time finals. So they're swimming, as much as they're swimming against each other, they're also swimming against the clock to post a time that may put them in medal positions. And Oliver Walsh, who's led from start to finish, or start, and he's on his way to the finish, has swum a very well judged race. And he's going to post a time in the low 5 minute mark, I'd suggest. As he comes into touch in 5:05.74. Being followed in into second place by the swimmer in lane 6, and that is Hunter Smith. No, Jack Millard, sorry, Jack Millard in lane 5 it was. And then Owen Stevens from Tormina, and in lane 6 it'll be Hunter Smith from Narrabri. He's making his way up the pool as we speak. From your screen you can see the crowd here today at the moment is fairly sparse, but of course we've started with the 400s. The other swimmers will be arriving throughout the day, and you'll slowly see those stands filling up. So that's a good swim from young Hunter Smith. He's kept up his pace.
And a good finish too, Neil.
Yeah. Well done, Hunter.
Right, moving on to Heat 2 of the boys 12 to 14 years, 400 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Sam Mamweri from Murrumburra. Lane 1, Jimmy Boswell from Canopolis Rural Technology High School. Lane 2, Patrick Richards from Menai. Lane 3, Lachlan Lee from Lucas Heights. Lane 4, Jaden Ship from Holsworthy. Lane 5, Zui Zarachacha from Carringbar. And in lane 6, Connor Watt from Albion Park. There is no lane 7, I believe, although...
No, that's correct. Oh, no,
we are showing a lane 7, so we'll move on anyway. Chase Burke in lane 8 from McLean, and in lane 9, Andrew Schutromp from Blackslump.
And Lee Lachlan has gone around in first place, 31.16, but he's closely followed by Andrew Schutromp out in lane 9. And I think this race will be a much closer event than the last one. Although Lachlan Lee is, he's got a 2 body length lead at the present as he goes through the first 100. So at the moment we have Lachlan Lee and Andrew Schufrom in first and second, and Sui Radizak in third.
So just an update on the swimmers. In lane 7 we have Hayden White from McLean, and in lane 8 Chase Burke is not swimming. So if you'd just like to make a note of that, Hayden White swimming in lane 7 from McLean High School.
And Lachlan Lee has maintained his pace and the lead, and he's turned to go down for the 250 mark. In second place, Sui Radishak has moved into second, and Jaden Ship into third. Now, from yesterday's performances, both Lachlan and Sui were featured in a number of races. So it looks like they're going to be competing one-on-one again, although there might be a couple of other swimmers in this event that might challenge them also. And that's been a very good leg by Shui, as Lachlan has come back to the field a little bit, and Shui goes round, Lachlan goes round with Jaden and Shui. So Jaden has slipped in between both the two that I had nominated as they approach the 300 metre mark.
Good morning everyone. Our first level presentation is about to take place.
Lachlan's maintained his pace. He looks like he's lifting a little bit, Grant, as he turns in for the 300 metres. And he's gone through in 3:32.85 from Jaden and Shui, from Hayden White, Connor Watt, making up the minor placing at this point in time. But I think Jaden has again lifted, so he's going to start to challenge in the last 100 metres.
So at the moment it's a race in 2 with the swimmer in lane 3, Lee Lachlan, just in front of the swimmer in lane 4, Jaden Ship. So this turn will be very important. And Jaden.
Lachlan has maintained his lead.
Good
So
turn
it's down
by
to
Jaden.
it's down to the last 50 metres. And I think it's going to be very tight at the finish. Although Lachlan's lifted again.
So great pictures here from Sydney Olympic Park. And this the finish of heat 2 of the boys 12 to 14 years 400 metres freestyle.
And it is Lachlan Lee who's gone from start to finish and finished in a time of 4:43.43 from Jaden Ship, Shui Radajak, Hayden White in 4th place, Connor Watt finished in 5th place. We'll just wait for the remainder field. Sam Manwaring in lane 0 from Patrick Richards, Andrew Schumfont, Schufrom. That's a good race by all of those boys in the time of 4:44.43, was it, Grant? Yes, 4:3.
So moving on now to heat 3 of the boys 12 to 14 years 400 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Jacob DeMartin from Ashfield Boys. Lane 1, Kobe Sims from Warilla. Lane 2, Omar Kaliki from Rouse Hill. Lane 3, Kostaninos Sianis from Lambton. Lane 4, Lincoln Catchpole from Merriweather. Lane 5, Jacob Witten from the Ponds. Lane 6, Liam Jordan from Balgala Boys. Lane 7, Naoto Nakamura from Randwick Boys. Lane 8, Maddox Burke from Warilla. And in lane 9, Jacob Fennick from East Hills Boys High School.
The fastest qualifying time we have for this event is 4:31.63, and that was swum by Lincoln Catchpole at Merriweather High School in the Hunter. So head down for the first 50. Looks like Lincoln Catchpole might turn in first place. It's Lincoln in 29.33 from Kobe Sims from the South Coast, and Jacob Winton in third place. I'd say for a number of these boys, this will be the first race of many today. We have seen the swimming, some of them swim yesterday. I think we've had a change in the minor placings at the moment. We've got Lincoln Catchpole and Jacob Winton has jumped above Kobe Sims in the first 100. But Lincoln is maintaining his pace and maintaining his lead. He goes down in lane 4. Good turn from the first two swimmers. We still have our swimmer out in lane 1, who is Kobe Sims, maintaining his pace. But it looks like lanes 4, 5 and 6 are currently swimming at the front of the other swimmers. As Lincoln goes around, start the business end of the swim, the last 200 metres. Let's see how he's paced himself. He seems to be increasing that lead, Grant. He's gone out to a body length now, or just under a body length.
A good swim by Lincoln, but certainly being challenged by the swimmer in lane 6.
Yeah, lane 6 is...
that's Liam Jordan from Balgala Boys.
He's moved comfortably into second now, Liam Jordan.
And Bally Boys is a very strong swimming and water polo school situated just up the road from the Spit Bridge. So Liam Jordan is currently challenging Lincoln for that first place position. A lot of these boys had big swims yesterday, so they're backing up very well today in a fairly compact program.
And Lincoln Catchpole, goes around for the 300 metres, still in front, but only marginally from Liam Jordan and Jacob Winton.
Now Lincoln's had a look, Neil,
yeah,
and he's decided he'll try and extend himself, which he has done. The other two boys are hanging on. That's Liam
and Jacob
Winton.
In the last 50 metres, Lincoln's gone round and he's in front and done a split of 33, 30, 55, 88. Liam Jordan in second and Jacob Winton in third. I think Lincoln may have done enough to put the challenger to bed as he starts to pull away in the last 20 metres.
So Merriweather High School in the Hunter, also a very strong swimming and water polo school, and Lincoln's been a very worthy representative of that school.
And he's finished in 4:28.61. 4:28.61 from Liam Jordan in 4:31.56, Jacob Whitten in 4:33.37, and they're followed in by KB Sims, Constantinos Zeus in fifth, Jacob Fennick in sixth, Maddox Burke in seventh, Jacob De Martin in eighth.
We'll move on now to heat 1 of the girls 15 to 16 years 400 metres freestyle. In lane 2, Montana Archibald from Mullumbimby. Lane 3, Dakota Kerr from Glen Innes. Lane 4, Isabel Irwin from Inverell. Lane 5, Chloe Seagrott from McIntyre. And in lane 6, Molly Sultana from Willie Army. And we seem to only have 4 swimmers in there.
Yes, we're missing.
Looks like it could be Montana Archibald from Mullumbimby. We don't seem to have a swimmer in lane 2. So just confirming the other 3 lanes. In lane 3, Dakota Kerr. Lane 4, Isabel Irwin. Lane 5, Chloe Seagrott. And in lane 6, Molly Sultana.
Chloe Seagrott went round in 35.31, ahead of Molly Sultana and Isabel Irwin. But they're all 4 swimmers are very close. The record for this event is held by Jessica Madden from Port Hacking High School. It was set in 2018 and a time of 4:24.33. As they settle into their rhythm, I think Chloe Seagrott is going to be still in the lead. No, I've got it wrong again. Isabel Irwin's in the lead now, and Chloe Seagrott in lane 5 is in second place. Dakota Kerr has moved up to third, and Molly Sultana is currently sitting in fourth. But there's not a lot between these swimmers. So at this point in time, I think it's still anyone's race.
With the swimmer in lane 4, Isabel Irwin. Isabel is pacing herself very well here. And another Northwest swimmer from Inverell, so well done to Isabel. At the moment leading this, the first heat of the girls, 15 to 16 years, 400 metres freestyle.
We've got Chloe still sitting in second, but it looks like Isabel is opening up a bit of a lead here. She's now almost 2 body lengths in front of the other competitors and has maintained a nice rate, a nice steady style.
So all these swimmers are swimmers from the western regions of New South Wales, and including the swimmer in lane 6, Molly Sultana, and Molly's from Williama, which is the West Darling sub-region. That's the schools around the Broken Hills area.
They turn with 150 to go. Isabel Irwin has created a very handsome lead as she moves into the up towards 300 metres.
And now we have the results of the boys 12 to 14 years 400 metres freestyle. Remembering these are timed finals. The top 3 times are the medal winners. So in the boys 12 to 14 years 400 metres freestyle, first place and gold medalist Lincoln Catchpole from Merriweather in a time of 4:28.61. Second place, Liam Jordan from Balgala Boys in a time of 4:31.56. And in third place, Jacob Witten from the Ponds in a time of 4:33.37. So congratulations and well done to those boys in the 12 to 14 years 400 metres freestyle.
As we go into the last 50, Isabel Irwin has maintained the lead. She's gone out in 4:40.22. She's followed then by, in second place, the swimmer in lane 5, which is Chloe Seagrott. Lane 3, Dakota Kerr, and lane 6, Molly Sultana. And that's a good swim from Isabel Irwin from start to finish. She's gone through and touched in 5:19.53, which is 3 seconds faster than the qualifying time, so she has made an improvement on her qualifying time.
Hopefully she's done a PB there now.
Yeah,
Should be terrific.
Which would be great. We move now to our second heat of the time finals in the girls 15 to 16 400 metres freestyle. In lane 0 we have Hayley Green from Henry Kendall, Sydney North. Lane 1, Violet Henson, Denison College, Western. Lane 2, Amelia Chen from Manly, Sydney North. Lane 3, Isabel Ray from Albury, Riverina. Lane 4, Kaylin Tweedy, Seven Hills, Sydney West. Lane 5, Jocelyn Donald, Cheltenham Girls, Sydney North. Lane 6, Indiana Aikman from Albion Park, South Coast. Lane 7, Andrea Thompson, South Grafton, North Coast. Lane 8, Abby Urell, Evans River, K to 12, North Coast. And lane 9, Tully Piddock from Dubbo College, Western.
So as we come up to the first 50, it'll be Kaylin Tweedy in first. So she's turning first, followed by Abby Urell and Indiana Aikman. But pretty close contest, this one. All swimmers with a chance at this particular point in time.
So we've got a vacant lane, have we, Grant, in lane 2?
Yes,
Melly Chen from Manly may have withdrawn. She may have other events today, I'd suggest. As Kaylin goes round in 100 in 107.02, and the swimmer in lane 8, Abby Urell, is moved up and is comfortably in second position.
So Kaylin Tweedy will turn first, Isabel Ray second, Abby Urell third, Hayley Green fourth, Jocelyn Donald in fifth. So they're the top 5 place getters. Heading down to the completion of the 200 metres in this a 400 metres freestyle event.
Abby Urell in lane 3 has a very smooth and relaxed stroke, and she's made inroads on the leader. But Kaylin has maintained that lead, and Isabel Ray is the swimmer I was talking about. But again, Abby from over in lane 9 has lifted her rate.
So at the moment it's a race in 3 with lane 3 Isabel Ray, lane 4 Kaylin Tweedy, and lane 8 Abby Urell. So those girls, and also we've got lane 0 has come up now.
In lane
That's Hayley Green from Henry Kendall.
Kaylin maintained her lead, but Isabel has cut that difference right down now. In fact, I think Abby may be pulling ahead as they move back up the pool, approaching 300 metres. So she's timed her race very well to come at the business end of the event to put pressure on. She's done more than that. She's actually taken the lead. It's a very well judged swim from Isabel, who's now turned in first place, but Kaylin's still there, so it's coming down to the last 100 metres, and as is Abby Ural. It might come down to a 50-metre sprint. Oh no, Abby's now lifted her rating.
So the positions 3 and 4 are going to be tight now.
Yeah.
Harley Green is certainly putting in some big strokes in lane 0 and challenging Abby Ural in lane 8.
So Isabel Ray, has gone round in 4:15.91 as she comes up to the last 50 metres. And Kaylin Tweedy, remembering these are time finals, so the girls are swimming to get the best times possible that may put them in medal contention. Lane 0 over this side of the ground has made big inroads too. She, I think, has moved into 3rd place.
That's Harley
and
Green from Henry Kendall.
And challenging for 2nd. And Isabel has come in at 4:52.79. Who's it?
Right, Isabel, just confirming those placings in the girls. 400 metres, Isabel Ray in 1st, Kaylin Tweedy in 2nd, Abby Ural in 3rd, remembering that the final placings will be determined by the fastest 3 swimmers in the 3 heats. Moving on to heat 3. In lane 0, Minaz Kalungo from Kaliki from Rouse Hill. Lane 1, Michaela Dobbs from Kirrawee. Lane 2, Madison Jones from Woonona. Lane 3, Ellie Childs from Leichhardt. Lane 4, Jade Main from Glenwood. Lane 5, Tilly Fickers from Smiths Hill. Lane 6, Charlotte Bowmer from Cronulla. Lane 7, Keely Lay from Bosley Park. Lane 8, Ella Mounter from Lambton. And in lane 9, Georgia Zanino from Camden.
And ladies and gentlemen and listeners, yesterday we had the pleasure of interviewing Chelsea Jones, who was a past competitor at these games. Her sister, who she spoke of yesterday, is in this heat, or this event. Swimming out of lane 2, that's Madison Jones from Woonona. So Chelsea, who is now at university and studying to be a PE teacher, is spending some time up here watching her sister compete. As we come into the first term, we've got 3 very close girls. Healy Childs in 30.64, Jade Main in lane 4, and Tilly Vickers in lane 5, all going around in 30, 36, 34. While the event is on, we've been very fortunate to be joined by one of Australia's most highly regarded divers, Melissa Wu.
Hi, how are you?
I'm Neil, Melissa. Pleasure to meet you.
Thanks for
Well, I
having me.
met you a few years ago. You spoke at a dinner I was at.
Oh, well, there you go.
And we've got a number of questions for you, but you can give us any information you like. I think you went to Coverdale Christian Schools in primary?
Yeah, I did. I don't know if it's still called that anymore. It might have changed the name to, I think it's maybe Norwest Christian College now. But
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
And what high school?
I actually then moved to Brisbane and I went to high school in Brisbane.
So you became a Queenslander.
I know, I came back though. So
Well, just as well. Okay. What age did you start your diving?
I started around the age of 10, I think. Yeah, started here actually at Sydney Olympic Park.
And who was your coach back then?
My coach was Sue Milford from Parramatta Diving Club. She actually is here today. She still does a lot of the school diving and helps
We
coordinate all of that.
we call Sue Milford Mrs. Diving throughout the schools in Australia. She is a magnificent lady and it's tremendously committed to the sport. What attracted you to it?
So my older sister was actually a swimmer, so we spent a lot of time at the pool, at this pool, every pool,
Yeah.
watching her race, especially weekends. It was, a whole family thing. And I did a bit of swimming, but I wasn't really very good at it and didn't like it that much. I was always liked kind of flipping around the house and was always interested in gymnastics and that kind of thing. So one time when I was watching her race here, I saw diving down the other end, and I think probably at the time, I think they were quite high level divers. They were diving off 10 metre, and I was just amazed, and it looked like so much fun, and something that I don't know, when I saw it, I just knew that I wanted to try it, and part of me knew I'd be good at it, even though I was terrible when I started there.
No, I can't imagine you would have been. So that early introduction, was that the motivation to continue and become a professional sports person?
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, growing up in a big family, and especially having an older sister who was very sporty, she was good at swimming, but she was good at everything she did, and I just didn't have that. I was sort of just the struggling sister after her.
That's
and I
got a little
wasn't
bit of jealousy, is it, Melissa?
No, not jealousy. It was more just that I didn't really, until I found diving, I felt like I was sort of in my sister's shadow a bit, and I always lacked a little bit of self-confidence in that respect. So I always really looked up to my sister, and I think that was a part of it too. I had her as a role model. I saw her work ethic, and I definitely wasn't jealous, but I actually wanted to be like her. And I think then that combination of seeing how hard she worked and then finding the things that I knew was for me that I loved, I think that combination together is what then sparked my love for the sport and my drive to then want to do well and compete at a high level.
This is off script. This is not one of the questions. You obviously have no fear of heights.
I don't know, actually. I started diving from 10 metre when I was about 12, I think, and at that age, I think you're definitely a lot more fearless as you get older. So I'm comfortable in 10 metre, but I've been up a bit higher a few times. Like I've been up on the high diving towers, about 20 and 30 metres high. That definitely terrified me.
Yeah.
I was not comfortable up there, so I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm just comfortable at 10 metres. Maybe I'm actually scared of heights if I go any higher than that.
One of the things in diving is, that I've always pictured is that there seems to be intense pressure. Not only as you're competing, but just psyching yourself up to go up for that next dive and remembering what dive it is actually. How did you cope with that during competition? How did you calm yourself?
Actually, that's something that I definitely have struggled with a lot throughout my career, and it's something that I've had to really work hard at, and I keep having to work hard at. And it's just, I always think about it like your physical training. You turn up to training, and just because you've done a certain amount when you're younger doesn't mean that you're just amazing forever. You've got to keep putting in that work. And for me, mindset is the same. And I have always, I think just as a person, just always had a bit of that lack of self-confidence and belief. And even though I got really good at diving, every time I would perform, I would really buckle under that pressure, especially when I was younger. And so I had a lot of synchro success as a young athlete, but it took me a long time to figure out individual. And part of that was just that pressure of standing up on the platform, and it's that silence right before you go, and you feel like all the eyes are on you. And so I think it's taken me a long time to figure out what works for me and what doesn't work. And part of that is a bit around mindset and preparation and preparing my mindset, being in that positive space, being able to use, I guess, like the right positive affirmations and things like that in competition, learning how to block out all the things outside that you can't control. So that's, the pressure from family or coach or the crowd. And I think just learning to go a little bit slower in that moment instead of rushing because I felt like I was stressed off the platform. I learned to just take my time, breathe, and then just try and have that self-belief in that moment.
Well, that's an amazing, not story, but a strategy for people to take into the pressure situation.
Yeah.
It must be also difficult too, because sometimes you can have a hard day. You're just having a bad day, and you've still got to compete, and you've still got to compete at that level with expectation that you set yourself.
Yeah.
So to be able to have strategies to cope, and I think that's one of the things we'd like all the students, all the people competing, to develop that resilience. And obviously that's a resilience you developed over your years and years of competing. So I'm still working on it myself personally. One of the things about diving is also it's an individual event. except for synchro. What importance would you place on being as a part of a team in your own competitive aspirations? So do you find the team atmosphere helpful?
Definitely, yeah. And I've been lucky enough to have been on the team for a long time, so I have experienced from a young age right through to now different team dynamics over that time. And when I was younger, I came into a team dynamic that wasn't very supportive. We didn't really feel like a team. We weren't that cohesive, and I think that definitely had an impact on not just performance but people's enjoyment of competitions, being able to travel, it's not only that you feel part of something, but just knowing that your teammates have your back, whether that's, when you're stuck in an airport trying to find the next flight, or things as simple as that. And over time, I think that's something we've really improved on as a team. We had a bunch of different athletes, different ages coming in, and then I came to be one of the more senior athletes, and I did struggle a little bit with some things when I was younger in terms of having such a big age gap with the older athletes, a bit of times when I experienced bullying and other things, so I try to, where I can, just look out for the young ones and make sure they're okay, and really try and encourage that kind of inclusive environment. And I think just I've really enjoyed trips a lot more being part of a team, and even though predominantly it's an individual sport, we still have synchro events, and even within synchro events, when people get injured, you quite often have to sort of sub somebody in. So the better you are as a team, when people are moving in and out of different synchro teams, you're likely to dive with, I've had probably over 10, like maybe 12 synchro partners, in the last how many years. So I've sort of ended up diving with everybody on the team at some point, male, female, everything now. So I think that just having that team dynamic really helps performance, because it makes you feel like it's not just you up there. Even when you're standing up there and it is just you, it doesn't feel that way, because your whole team's supporting you.
Yeah, well, that's great to know. I'd like to come back to the synchro part, because that fascinates me in certain aspects of it. You started your international career at a very early age. Correct me if I'm wrong, was it 16?
So
14?
I competed my first Com Games when I was 13. And then
13?
Yeah, first Olympics when I was 16. Yeah.
First Olympics when you were 16?
Yeah. So I was 13 turning 14 that year at Com Games.
Wow.
And then 2 years later was first
And you've had quite a deal of success with the Com Games and with gold medals.
In the first one I did, I won.
Any of the Com Games you've competed. How many Com Games you've been?
I've been to 5 now, I
5?
think. Yeah.
Well, 13. That still only makes you about 26.
Yeah. So it's been good. I've had a good run. Quite a few 5 Com Games and 4 Olympics.
Wow, that's special. That's special. I know you bronze in synchronized diving, and was it Tokyo that you got the bronze in?
So I got a bronze in Tokyo, and that was for individual, and then at my first Olympics was for synchro silver. Yeah, and then it was a long time between medals, but I hung in there.
My research hasn't been that strong. I apologise.
It's all right. Can't
you've hung in for not a long time, because you're still very young. Going back to the synchro, how difficult it is to just coordinate that? That to me is fascinating. That you're virtually standing metres apart, but you're able to time the spring off the board, the actual whatever twist or somersault you're doing, and it looks like it's perfect.
It can be hard to synchronise. It's definitely so. Basically, once you actually leave the platform, there's nothing you can do in the air, because gravity just sort of takes over. So really, all the work that goes into synchro goes into getting the timing of that takeoff right, because that's everything. Because once you both leave the platform, that's it. You just got to hope for the best, pretty much. So basically, what you've got to do though is you've got to be able to work together. So no two people always have exactly the same technique or the way of doing things. So what I've found the best way throughout my career is for us to find like a middle ground. We're both going to give and take a little bit. If one person makes all the changes, generally, even if they're happy to do it, it's going to be like a bit too different to what they're used to, and that might impact the quality of their dives. So you've got to really communicate and work together as best as you can.
So with that communication, is one in charge of counting on top of the board, like do you count?
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
It's literally as simple as that. So 1, 2, 3, go.
1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah. And then usually, if there is somebody who's a bit more senior, generally they'll count, or if someone particularly wants to count, they'll count. I did most of my career as the non-counter.
Right.
And I liked that, because I could then, because I wasn't counting, if stuff was a little bit out of time, I was a bit better than at adapting. And if I had to make a sort of a last-minute change, I would do that. but when you're counting, there's a bit too much going on. So, and I feel bad when I count. I can feel my voice shaking sometimes in the comp. Like,
So you can hold your nerves back when you're not counting.
I'm
Yeah.
hiding my nerves very well.
What would you say has been some of the best or most challenging experiences you've had through diving internationally?
There's been a lot. There's definitely, particularly in the first half of my career, I felt like I had a lot more. Everyone talks about the ups and downs. I think I had a lot more sort of downs when I was younger, and I remember just feeling quite all the time challenged because I just felt a little bit disappointed all the time. I felt like I could dive to this really high standard in training, and then when I go to comp, I couldn't quite replicate it. And I could do it in synchro more compared to individual, but I really struggled, especially in the first half of my career. And then probably the back half of my career is definitely a lot more injured. So for that reason, and just getting older, more time in the sport, probably my quality of diving wasn't as amazing as when I was younger. But because I was then able to hold my nerve, that got better. So probably the things that were the most challenging for me were being able to get over the top of that, knowing that being able to perform to the level that I could, and that I was capable of winning medals, but then just believing that. I think because that was such a challenge for me, probably the best experiences I had then were probably there was Com Games on the Gold Coast where I won that in individual, and that was a challenging pool because we went there to try and prepare because it's it's on the water, it's outdoor, it's very windy there. The sort of wind that when you stand backwards on the platform, you can barely even stand with both your feet off the end. It's so windy. And every time we would go there and prepare, someone would end up hospitalised. Like there would be these crazy accidents happening there, like with diving and that kind of thing. So
That's one of the reasons I don't watch a lot of diving. Because
yeah. Most of the time it's okay, but that pool was particularly scary. So there was a few challenges going to that one, and I think for me that was in 2018 when I won that gold. That was a real sort of mental victory for me. Yeah. And then being only a few years out from what was supposed to be a couple of years, ended up being a few years with COVID out of Tokyo. That was, I think, a real mental step for me to then believe, okay, I think I can win this Olympic medal that I've been aiming for 12 years.
Yeah.
And then being able to do that was also amazing.
So, competing at Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games, each of those events would be different in their own way. Have you got any special memories of, other than the medals, because they're obviously great highlights, of being in Barcelona or being in I don't know if you were in Barcelona, but you were obviously.
Barcelona, no. Oh. I was born that year actually. In Barcelona that was 92, right? Olympics?
Barcelona.
92.
I'm sorry, Rio I was talking about.
Rio.
Sorry, born in Barcelona. Right. Well, that would have been something special.
If I went the year I was born, I know. That would have been
Sorry, Rio.
Yes, definitely. And I think that's I think that's why when you're young you dream of going to the Olympics, and why it's so special, because it's not just everybody talks about the medals, yes, but it's the experience, it's the honour of representing your country, and it's everything else that goes along with being at Olympic Games. And there's so many things that, like, definitely we talked about the team environment. I think that's the biggest difference that you notice being at a games event, especially diving is definitely one of the smaller sports. We're usually sort of just all in a tight-knit group travelling around the world, but you get to a games event and Australia has, this massive apartment block, and we take up the whole apartment. We've got different sports on different levels, and you're hanging around with the athletes, and it's this massive team vibe, and that for me is like one of the best things ever at Olympic Games. And I think that moment when you get your kit as well, and you feel like, okay, I've earned it, I've made it now, and it's
That to be very special.
Yeah, definitely. And they're so generous. You get multiple suitcases of clothes and shoes and all sorts of things, and it's like Christmas, and you open it all up, and I think though it's an amazing thing because it feels like Christmas, but Christmas you didn't earn it. Like this, you spent your whole life, for that moment. And then just even things like just seeing other athletes and always the people, the famous athletes, you get to sort of see them and you try and get a photo.
You're one of those.
No, definitely not. No, the real famous ones, that there's just swarms of athletes around them. That's really cool. Or just sitting down in the dining hall. It's this big sort of food tent. Just go and get whatever you want. And then the tables are just these really long tables set up. So basically, when it's full, quite often we'll sort of sit as a team, but you'll end up sitting next to people. And it could be, the Spanish water polo team or something. Yeah. And you get to just chat with people and ask them about their sport when you're competing. And, they might not, you meet halfway language-wise sometimes. Yeah. And That's just really cool. Just
Yeah,
that
it
sort
would
of
be.
thing.
It'd be that's fantastic.
Yeah, so it's all those things that I really love, and they're the memories that you really cherish. The medals are nice, like you said, but when I think about games events, especially, those are the memories that I really cherish.
Difference between competing in front of a home audience.
Yeah.
Is that
Definitely. So yeah, I haven't done an Olympics in a home crowd. I did hear Sydney was amazing, but I've done
again? You were too young.
Yeah,
Eight. What? You're not.
No, I wasn't
You're not eligible.
then, but I remember watching it though, and I watched a couple of sports live, not diving, but that also kind of made me. That was
inspired you.
Yeah, inspired me to want to go.
I think it inspired all of Australians.
Yeah,
even though I was far too old. But
yeah, but definitely Australia hosts the best games events. The 2 Com Games I've done here in Australia have by far been the best Commonwealth Games. Sure.
Okay, we've got to get into some nitty-gritty questions, Melissa. What life lessons have you learnt through sport?
I've learnt a lot. I think the biggest one, and you touched on it before, was that resilience.
Yeah.
I think more than anything, things in life, they don't go smoothly, but I also think that they're not supposed to, because the things that challenge us the most are also what become our biggest opportunities to improve or learn something, or just end up a bit out of our comfort zone and have to kind of deal with that. And I think that you encounter so much adversity as an athlete. From all those years ago, I said at the start of my career, I feel like I actually had more downs than ups, but I knew that it was important to me. I knew it was important to continue and not give up, and basically continuing to sort of try and not fail, I guess, but not hit the mark where I was aiming for. That just kind of drove me to keep going. And so in other areas of my life that things do get tough, I know I have that skill set to just keep
and
going.
that strength.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And then actually I did that TV show SAS a couple of years ago, and one thing they taught me.
What was it like?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was very, very crazy. It was definitely challenging, and probably the first time in my life that I was sort of encountering these challenges that I wasn't prepared for.
Right.
It was sort of, you could only do so much preparation, or you didn't know what it was until you got there. And so that was really different for me, whereas compared to diving, doesn't matter how nervous I got, I always knew
you had control.
You've got years of experience, you're in control, you've got this kind of thing. But one thing I learnt on there, and it was really interesting, just, what they do, their state of mind, they're risking their lives every single day, and they always just talk about resilience as like one step at a time, sort of, like just a little further, and it made me just think about, sometimes I have these big goals, or I have these things, or just, like you said before, sometimes you just have a tough day, you feel a bit overwhelmed, you just take it in little bits, and you could always push yourself a little further. Not always physically, maybe it's mentally, maybe it's something else, but you've always got that little bit more to give, and just dig a bit deeper and find that. And I think that really helped me. Sometimes, I get older, I feel like, things are a bit tough. And I'm like, no, you've got more to give. You've got experience, you've got, a lot of these life lessons. You can do better than this. And I always just try and dig a bit deeper now and find.
Well, I hope the students out there that may be joining us are taking that in, because I think that's extremely good advice. And there are times as a student, either in sport or just in academics, there are times you can just give a little bit more at times and go that step further. I was going to ask you about advice that you'd offer to young people, which you've already done. What does the future for you hold? You've got ambitions for Paris?
Yes, I'm currently training for Paris. I'm currently only focusing on synchro, actually. I've had a couple of injuries the last few years that kind of actually started from SAS that I've been trying to manage, which has been a bit frustrating. But my synchro partner she and I are both a bit injured at the moment, so we're taking this time now to just get over the top of those, and then we're going to hope to come in strong for next year. Our biggest challenge in terms of Paris is qualifying a spot for the country in synchro. In the Olympics, you only 8 synchro teams compete, and the host nation get one of those spots.
Automatically.
Yeah, so that means there's only 7 spots up for grabs in the whole world. So we've got to
Wow.
try and. Sorry.
Wow, that is.
Yeah.
That's tough.
It's tough. Yeah, when the last, I think 2 Olympics, or Tokyo was a bit different. It was hard because of COVID to get there. But in the last 2 games, we haven't had a spot for Australia in that event, in my synchro event. So we're hoping this time we can do that. So we've got to basically sights set on that. That's the big goal for us. First step is in the Olympic qualification process, and if that all goes to plan, then we can focus in on what that might look like preparing.
What's your training regime?
So at the moment, it's not as heavy as what it used to be. Part of that is due to injury, but part of that is also trying to manage, dual career. I'm a bit older now. I have to think about the fact that I don't know how long diving lasts for. So probably over the last 8 years or so, I've really focused harder on my career outside of sport. And in the last probably 2 years or more, I've really pushed that a little bit harder.
And that was going to be leading into that question, so it's a very good segue. What is there for you beyond a diving, competitive diving?
Yeah, so I actually own a strength and conditioning gym with my brother. My brother and my sister. They do weightlifting. So our gym is predominantly a weightlifting club. But then I also coach strength and conditioning. So I work with a lot of youth athletes, a lot of kids across different sports, swimming included. I think a couple of my athletes are competing.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so I work with them with S&C. I know like a lot of young athletes don't have access to the gym, or they don't have a coach, and they get to this level in sport where they maybe are starting to see a bit of niggles or some injuries, or they need a bit of help just to help them get to that next level. So just working on strength, conditioning, injury prevention, I do all that kind of thing, and do a bit of weightlifting coaching as well. And yeah, I'm really passionate about coaching. I used to do a little bit of diving coaching as well, so I love being in that space. I mentor and things like that. I love helping the next generation and seeing them come up and improve, and I think just knowing that I got so lucky to, as a young athlete, the path that I took in diving, it created so many opportunities for me. So I think just being able to help the next generation have the same opportunity is really important to me.
Well, congratulations on that aspect too, because I think that's one of the great things about a number of our elite sports people.
Yeah.
They are prepared to give back,
Yeah.
and almost pay it forward for what you've experienced.
Yeah.
And you share that. Melissa, it's been an absolute pleasure meeting you.
Thank you.
And I wish you all the very best for next year.
Thanks so much.
And you are one of the elite sports people in Australia, and you have represented our country with great distinction and great pride. So thank you for all of that and all your hard work. I have one final question. Outside of the SAS injuries, what was the worst injury you've had in diving?
It's hard to say. I've had a lot of like overuse injuries, which then just require rest. I'm lucky I haven't had to have surgery for anything, but probably my worst injury was actually when I was young, before I actually even got good at diving, and I broke my arm on a trampoline. It was at diving training, but I sort of snapped it right through.
I had Sue Milford wasn't your coach at that too.
She wasn't. But yeah, they pretty much at the time told me that diving probably I wouldn't be able to do it because I actually snapped my arm, and I had my coach in at the time. They're like, no, you've got to fix it. You've got to try, and they had to sort of keep aligning it and then put all the screws in, and they took an extra long time to do that. I think because my coach at the time was in there telling me she's going to be good one day, and I was lucky he had that faith in me, because I've been able to sustain a platform career from 10 metres high on that for many years, so very lucky there.
Well, thank you once again. An absolute delight, and as I said, I wish you all the very best, and I look forward to seeing you in Paris in 2024 winning that gold.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Melissa.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Melissa Wu, one of our very elite sports people who've represented at 5 Commonwealth Games and 4 Olympic Games. So what a tremendous career she has had, and the messages she was able to give us in regards to resilience. So we are very thankful. We're now in the I think it's heat 1 of 2 in the girls 17 to 19-year-old 400 metres freestyle. As we come into the 250 metre mark, we have Caitlin Jean, and Caitlin is sorry, I'm a bit flustered after having that opportunity. Caitlin Jean is from Hastings Senior College, Westport. And welcome back to Matt for the session, as we've got Caitlin Jean moving through and coming into the turn for the 300 metres, and she's gone through in 38.36.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. That was what a nice interview with
What a lovely.
Melissa Wu. You know, an opportunity to talk to someone who's operated at the top level, and what I mean, you know, when you start to, I mean, obviously you can have those lovely discussions about the details of her sporting career and coming up as a younger athlete, but then you know that, you know, how do you translate some of that into life experience? And when she mentioned that, you know, life ain't perfect,
Yeah.
and you got to be able to roll with it. I think if you're a young person, a young student sitting in a classroom, you're listening to that sort of advice, you hear it a lot from experienced people, and it's the truth. You know, it's not always perfect, and you've got to find a way through. So I'm really glad. Well, it was just great to hear how she spoke about those kind of things. Congratulations on a nice interview too.
Thank you.
Very well done.
She's a wonderful ambassador, and we've got Caitlin Jean coming through in a time of 4:54.06. 4:54.06. Caitlin Jean. These are time finals, so we'll need to wait on the following race to see how the medals will fall. And in second place we have Naomi Sainsbury in 5:14.33, followed by Matisse Silvestro in 5:16.14.
You know, I thought you had a really nice set of questions for Melissa, and I was almost ticking them off as the sort of things, if I had that opportunity, you know, what questions I would ask, and there was a beautiful set of questions. But you know, I wondered, if I was interviewing, I thought about, you know, cliff diving. Did she ever think, you know, did she ever consider it?
I was going to go there, but she gave me the impression when she told me that 20 metres was a little bit high for her.
So, you know, it's a bit left field, isn't it?
Yeah.
a different sort of sport. Yeah. Anyway, look, Neil, we're in the middle of a pretty significant set of events, 400 metres freestyle, because earlier today when Grant and yourself were starting the program, I had the opportunity to just look at a little bit of footage and a little bit of history, and who do I drag up for 400 metres freestyle at the Sydney Olympic pool? Well, yesterday we were chatting about the Sydney Olympics, were we not?
We were.
And there he is, Ian Thorpe's swim here on the first night of swimming at the Olympics, where he, I think he went in as the favourite.
I think he was. He was world
champion. In interviews with him, he talked about how he was incredibly nervous, and he got a massive reception from the crowd, and then he focused, and then he produced the world record, and then the rest is history, really, because he went on to amazing things. But he was an East Hills boy, was he not?
East Hills Boys Primary School, high school, and Milperra Primary School.
Yeah, coming up through club swimming, also with the CHS program of sports available to him and many others, and there he went. But you know, we were talking about famous Lane 4 yesterday, and there's that piece of water where he performed in 400 metres of freestyle many years ago. So it's an amazing event, 400 metres of freestyle. Goodness me, there's some effort that goes into that.
I don't know if you've seen the ad on TV where he speaks about when he first dived into the pool and felt that space around him. He knew that's what he was meant to do. Because as a young kid he had an allergy, slight allergy to chlorine and things like that.
Yeah.
And his mother was a teacher at Milperra, and I've known Margaret Thorpe for a great number of years, and the sister Christina.
Okay.
We now move into the second race in the 400 metre girls, 17 to 19-year-old 400 metres. And going down the start list in lane 0, Courtney Clark from Maxwell North Coast, Kira Hetherington, lane 1, Camden Haven, Samantha Thompson, lane 2, from Wellington Public School, Imogen Fickers from Smith Hill, and she'll feature, I'd say, in this race. She's a very good swimmer. Ava Jankovic from Merriweather Hunter in lane 4. Hannah Main from Glenwood, Sydney West, lane 6. Lily Taylor, Kirrawee. Lane 7, Emma MacArthur, Mount Allen, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Antoinette Hewish from Manly, Sydney North. And Lane 9, Taryn Elliott from Woonona.
All right, well, we've got some pretty impressive times posted in qualifying here, Neil,
Yeah.
and we're going to see how this unfolds as they head down the pool for the second time, coming up to 100 metres.
At the moment we've got Ava Yankovic from Imogene Fickers and Hannah Main in first, second and third. And Ava has gone around in first in the split of 105.67. Hannah Main 105.69 and Lily Taylor 105.98.
Got some familiar names up there on the screen again
Oh,
today, Neil. We've got Ava Jankovic, Hannah Main, Imogen Figgers. They're all there, and you know all of their colleagues around them who had a significant amount of swimming yesterday,
yeah.
and here we are again, back into it today. So I'm sure they're used to this kind of repetition in the competition, but you know, from the sort of swimming that has to be done on day one, I'm sure that there might have been a little bit of fatigue in the body this morning when they were getting ready
I
to
think
swim.
they would have all slept very well.
Yeah. Anyway, they're coming back down the pool now, and they will complete 200 metres. They have 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes elapsed. We're looking at qualifying times here that some of the girls have set of 4 minutes 25, 4 minutes 34, which will suggest that they're going to come in underneath that time from the first heat. We're looking at a timed final, are we not?
Yes, we are. I'd comment and make the comment that they seem to be swimming a very measured race at present.
Yeah, and it's that long, looks like long, slow action. It probably feels like they're working very hard, but they have to measure out that effort over the
400.
The distance.
And with 150 to go, Ava has maintained a lead, and Hannah Main has stayed with her, and Lily Taylor and Imogene Fickers are all there or thereabouts. But Ava is now increasing her lead slightly as she approaches 300 metres.
All right, Neil, we're fortunate to have some results coming through from some of the earlier timed finals today. And if you're sitting in classrooms or you're watching the live feed, you watched some of these events earlier, you might have been following the progress of athletes that you know. You may be a family member, you might be one of their schoolmates, could be a teacher of some of these students that swam this morning. Here's some results from the girls, 15 to 16 years, 400 metres freestyle. Our winner and gold medalist there is Tilly Fickers from Smiths Hill, and Tilly won that event in a time of 4:29.65. The silver medalist is Jade Main from Glenwood, time of 4:33.82, and Healy Childs from Leichhardt secured the bronze medal. She's from Leichhardt, and her time was 4:35.82. Congratulations to the medalists there from the girls, 15 to 16 years, 400 metres freestyle.
As we approach the last 20 metres, Ava Jankovic has opened up a handy lead over Hannah Main and Lily Taylor, and she's going to come in 4:37.87, 4:37.87 for Anna Jankovic, and I believe that is her fourth gold medal of the championship to date. And we had Hannah Main in second and Imogene Fickers in third. So for the Fickers family and the Main family, they're in the 400 metres. There's 2 sets of medals for them.
Yeah. Okay, clear a spot on the mantelpiece or in the trophy
Oh,
cabinet.
my apologies. It was Lily Taylor who came in third spot.
Well, she's probably got a couple of medals up her sleeve herself at home.
Yeah.
All right. That's a great swim. Congratulations to those girls there, and we need to await the official confirmation of those results. I've got some results, Neil, from the boys 15 to 16 years 400 metres freestyle as we prepare live for, we've got the senior boys, the start of the senior boys heats in the 400 free. They're underway. We'll announce those just in a moment. But let's go to the results from the 15 to 16 years 400 metres freestyle. Boys 15 to 16 years timed final, and the gold medalist, Kirana Ajung Anom from Lucas Heights. And Kirana is the gold medalist, and he swam the 400 metres in a time of 4 minutes 15.19. The silver medalist, Cameron Gawn from Toronto in the Hunter region, his time 4:18.74. And Edward Kang is the bronze medalist. He's from Epping Boys, and Edward completed 400 metres in a time of 4:21.57. Congratulations to those boys who were the medalists for the 400 metres freestyle.
Thank you. We've got Lachlan Street currently in the lead from Jack McKinty, who is then ahead of Jack Cox, and Jack Gale is the fourth swimmer in this race. We've had two withdrawals, and they've been Patrick Alsop and Zane Bowen at this point in time, although they may have been moved up into the second heat. So Lachlan is now coming down to turn at the 150 mark, and he goes round with a strong turn, and he's opened up quite a sizable lead now over Jack McKinty and Jack Cox. Yep. I'm afraid there are two types of swimmers. There's those that swim on the top of the water, and there's those like myself who sink. I'm known as a sinker. There it is. No. Yourself a flood. And young Lachlan has put on a very good performance here. He's taking home at quite a rapid rate. He touches 4:31.81, which is a very good swim. So we have a couple of swimmers to come in. Young Jack Gale is Jack Cox is heading towards the finish line, and Jack Gale will start his final 50 very shortly. So obviously Jack was a very popular name around this era. We've got 3 Jacks in the one event. Well, obviously there's never been a King Neil. We need to work on that. And as Jack, well, I might hand you over to Grant for the next battery of races, but we do still have the second heat of the boys 17 to 19 400 metres freestyle. But we've got some recurrent names in there, notably one Mitchell Skipworth. So I'll hand you over to Matt and Grant to take you through the next battery of races.
Nice work this morning, Neil. Got excellent commentary there of the events and a great interview with Melissa Wu. Well done. All right, we are going with heat 2 of 2 heats for the senior boys 400 metres freestyle. And our swimmers are in lane 0, Harry Bamford from Lambton in the Hunter region. Brody Peacock from Albury is swimming in lane 1. We don't have a swimmer in lane 2. Lane 3 is occupied and being held down and swum by Jensen Goodchild. He's from Asquith Boys. Lane 4, Daniel O'Donnell, Greystanes, Sydney West. Lane 5, Alexander Smith, Balgala Boys. Lane 6, Mitchell Skipworth, part of that very exciting action yesterday afternoon in some of the senior boys swimming in the afternoon session. Mitchell's from Picton. In lane 7, Kynan Burke, Warilla. Jack Leeson is swimming in lane 8 from Grafton, and from Elizabeth MacArthur School, Matthew Allen is swimming in lane 9. I think we may have Kynan Burke absent from this. Sorry, we may have Jack Leeson absent from this. I'll just confirm this for you. We've got no swimmer in lane.
I think it's lane 7.
Lane 7, Kynan Burke.
Kynan Burke from Warilla.
Thanks, Grant. Welcome back, Grant. There's been some great swimming this morning, over 400 metres, one of those iconic events in Australian swimming, and here they are. A pretty demanding start to day 2 at the CHS Championships.
We do have some results, Matt, from earlier this morning. Results of the girls 17 years to 19 years 400 metres freestyle. In first place and gold medalist, Ava Jankovic from Merriweather High School in the Hunter. Now, you might remember Ava was interviewed yesterday after winning the 800. So she's now won the 800, the 100 and the medley. So terrific meet for Ava. In second place, the silver medalist Hannah Main from Glenwood. And in third place, Lily Taylor from Kirrawee. And I'll just go through those times for you. Ava winning time was 4:37.87. Hannah's time in second place was 4:40.54. And Lily's time in third place was 4:41.54. So congratulations to those girls, our top pace getters in the girls 17 years to 19 years 400 metres freestyle.
Yeah, pretty heavy program for Ava and her fellow swimmers in the senior girls. A lot of swimming yesterday, and I'd say we'll be having more of that today. Congratulations to all of those medalists. Here we are in heat 2 of the boys 400 metres freestyle for the seniors, and we have, I think we've got Mitchell Skipworth and possibly, let's just check here. Mitchell's going around first here at the 350 mark. Daniel O'Donnell, Jensen Goodchild, they're within touch of each other. Daniel's pretty much just on Mitchell's toes there. So he's still in touch. Those two boys are still in touch with. We're going to come down now to the finish.
That looks like it'll be a good win here to Mitchell Skipworth of Picton. So well done to Mitchell.
He's gone in 4:17, timed final. All things being good, that would make Mitchell Skipworth the gold medalist. But that's just our observations on the screen. There's a lot of confirming results to be done by the officials there. Mitchell Skipworth, Daniel O'Donnell, Jensen Goodchild make up the top three unofficially. Alexander Smith, Brodie Peacock, Harry Bamford and Jack Leeson. Matthew Allen has now completed the swim.
So those three place getters, Matt, will better the time of the winner in the Heat 1, and that was a time of 4:31.81. So well done to those boys.
Well, we've got a bit of action coming up here, Grant, where the pace is going to change and the style of the stroke will change to something a little bit more vigorous. Once again, a stroke that's just beautiful to watch, the butterfly. We're going in with the girls 12 is 100 metre butterfly heats, and we'll be swimming finals this afternoon for these ones. So they're attempting to set a time here that will qualify for the final. In Heat 1, no swimmer in lane 0. Matilda Sanson from Lake Cargelico is swimming in lane 1. Chloe Ton from Cabramatta, lane 2. Elise Green is swimming in lane 3. She's from Balmain. Regan Edwards, lane 4. Wagga Wagga. Gemma Cashman in lane 5. Denison College. Angelina Dew Gosford is in lane 6. Molly Williams from Tormina is in lane 7. And from Tomaree in the Hunter region, Nirvana Goyne is swimming in lane 8 as they head back down the pool towards the finish. We've got Regan Edwards going round the first to turn, and she is leading them in this first heat. Looking strong.
And a good race for second and third between the swimmer in lane 3, Elise Green, and the swimmer in lane 5, Gemma Cashman. So it looks at the moment that Regan Edwards from Wagga Wagga will win this heat. Well done to Regan.
There she goes in and touches in a time of 1:16.54. That is faster than her qualifying team coming out of regional events, regional competition. So she's done very well. Possibly a PB, we're not quite sure, but it is faster than her qualifying time. Congratulations to Regan and the other girls in Heat 1. We're going into Heat 2. In Heat 2, we will have the following swimmers. Jessica Humphrey will swim in lane 0. She's from Bulli, down on the south coast. Jessica Pham Minkara will swim in lane 1. Jessie Pham is from Canley Vale. Kalani Chambers is in lane 2, also from Bulli. In lane 3, Natalie Chung, she's from Crestwood High School. Delinda Thompson is swimming in lane 4, Mitchell. Lane 5, Lily Richard, Kula. Susanna Boss, Riverside Girls, is swimming in lane 6. Natalie McDonald is in lane 7 from Narandra. And in lane 8, Morgan White, Bingara. The girls are away. They are chasing a time of 1:16 that was set in the first heat by Regan Edwards from Wagga Wagga. We'll keep an eye on Heat 2, just out of the screen at the moment, but we will see them reappear. We can tell you that Delinda Thompson has turned to the 50 metre mark in first place, and they make their way back down the course. Delinda Thompson continues to hold the lead, and she has the best part of 8 metres here. She comes down to the wall. And Delinda has touched in a time of 1:15.82. That will make her the fastest qualifier thus far for the girls 12 years 100 metres butterfly. You can see the results coming up there if you're following it back at your schools, or watching as a family member. You might be watching at home. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. And there are the results from Heat 2. We're going to go into Heat 3 now, the final heat for the girls 12 years. And Taylor Crisp will swim in lane 0. She's from Whitebridge, Hunter Ridge. Lillian Zao Wilson is from Merriweather, also up in the Hunter region. She's swimming in lane 1. In lane 2, Cicely Thun from Caraba, Southern Tablelands. Mika Harbour is swimming in lane 3, and Mika is from Randwick Girls. Catherine Jordan is from Sydney Girls, and she will swim out of lane 4. From Rouse Hill, Chand Dart is swimming in lane 5. Ciara Maguire from McKellar Girls is going in lane 6. Abigail Green Rice from Picnic Point in lane 7. And in lane 8, to complete the field, Heat 3, Sophia Hudson, Evans River, K-12 school. Good luck to all of the girls. And they are now chasing a time set by Delinda Thompson of 1:15.82 that Delinda set in the second heat. They're on their mark. And they are swimming in the butterfly in the third heat, the 12 years girls. They come up swimming, middle lanes, punching away there, and
With the swimmer in lane 4.
Yeah, Catherine Jordan. She's established a half a body length very early on. She looks strong to have got that sort of lead very, very quickly. And now the other swimmers that are flanking her will try and hold on. They're doing a very good job. This is by no means foregone conclusion. I think the second half of this event will be interesting. Catherine Jordan goes around 34.58. She's in good company. Chan Dart, Mika Harbour, and Ciara Maguire are very much interested and in the mix. We've got Chan Dart, I'd say, lane 5, starting to make inroads here and may have an arm's. She hasn't got an arm's length. The battle is well and truly on here. It's a great race, a great heat. Both girls going to come down to the wall, and it may come down to phase of the stroke. Catherine Jordan does it. She hangs on. A really good swim from both girls. 1:16.54. And the interesting thing there, Grant, is that the fastest qualifying time has been set in Heat 2 by Delinda Thompson. But I would imagine that there are going to, it's quite possible that we're going to have girls going through to the final from each of those heats. There wasn't that much difference between all three. The next event, you can see the boys preparing. Is the 12 years boys 100 metres butterfly. There will be 2 heats. No swimmer in lane 0 in heat 1. Marco Nadovsky from East Hills Boys, that school that we were talking about earlier. He will swim, Marco will swim in lane 1. The Inner Sydney School, a new school, correct? We were chatting about it yesterday.
Newly named school, yes.
Yep. Lorenzo Paernessa is representing Inner Sydney School. He's swimming in lane 2. Aidan Beisness, I hope that's correct, Farah Memorial Agricultural School, lane 3. Xavier Miles from Maruya is going in lane 4. Wyatt Stevens, Tormina, lane 5. Andy Porter, Newcastle, lane 6. Anthony Walzak is in lane 7 from Fort Street. And from Fig Tree High School in the Illawarra, Benjamin Agnew will swim out of lane 8. I believe we've got a swimmer in lane 9. And when we get that information, we will make it available to you. Swimmer in lane 9. I think I could be wrong. No, we do have a swimmer in lane 9. That'll. Thanks, Grant. You've just helped me there. I just a lapse of mind for me, knowing 10 lanes in this Olympic pool, and I got thrown because for a moment I forgot that, of course, we've got the 0 lane. So, Benjamin Agnew, Fig Tree High School, lane 8. They're coming back down the pool. We've got lane 4. Xavier Miles, Maruya, swam very well yesterday, and here he is this morning, producing more excellent swimming with his swimming mates and competitors from the 12 years age group. He's going to come in and touch. It is Xavier Miles to set the time of 1:18:37 as fastest qualifier so far. For 12 years boys 100 metres butterfly.
And you'll note, Matt, that to try and save a little bit of time in these events, the swimmers remain in the pool while the next race starts above them.
Yeah, that's I think that's called starting over the top.
Starting over the top, that's correct.
It is a time saver. And that relies on that swimmer that's just completed the previous race to remain very close to the wall, very still, and you can see them there, Grant. They're doing exactly that, and once these fellows start, those boys will make their way out of the pool. But we're away. In Heat 2, Nicholas Walton is swimming in lane 0 from Mawilumbar. Rishik Gulia is from Homebush Boys. He's in lane 1. Byron Gilbert, lane 2. Baron Joey. Harrison Stevens, Springwood High School in the Blue Mountains. He's in lane 3. Zui Ratazak, Caringbar, lane 4. Josh Gillette, Oak Flats, lane 5. Zed Lester is in lane 6. He is from Cronulla. From Trundle, Western Region, Thomas Sanderson is in lane 7. Matthew Foster from Mount Annan is in lane 8. They are making their way back down the pool, and I would have to say Zui Ratazak has opened up a commanding lead in this second heat. He's going to post a time I'm sure we're looking forward to see how quickly he can go here, because the time from Heat 1 was 1:18:37, and he appears to be well ahead of that at the moment. He's going to come in on a full stroke and touch 1:14, comfortably quicker than Heat 1, but that doesn't mean that Heat 1 swimmers will not contest the final. Time of 1:14:68. Zui Ratazak. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And he is our fastest qualifier from 12 years boys.
And our second fastest qualifier, Matt, unofficially will be Xavier Miles from Maruya in a time of 1:18:37.
Well, that's good, because he thoroughly deserved it. He led them out in that first heat. So a combination of swimmers, I'd say, Heat 1, Heat 2 going through to the final. Going into the 13 years girls events now for 100 metres butterfly, and we have 4 heats, so a lot of competition here. Heat 1 in lane 3 Mackenzie Victory, Williama, West Darling, sub-region. In lane 3, from Wagga Wagga in the Riverina, Molly Kendall will swim in lane 4. And as you can see on your screen, Mira Britton, she's from Mullumbimby on the north coast. Mira's going to swim out of lane 5. They are in the hands of the starter. And they are away.
This is the first masking of event 61 and 62. Girls and boys 15 years, 100 butterfly. First masking of event 61 and 62.
Got nice crowd in this morning. And look at that though. There are some vacant seats. If you'd like to come down and watch a little bit of swimming, there'll be some room for you. It's always great to watch elite sport. It's great to watch live sport anytime. If you'd like to have a look, you can come down, or you can watch it on the live feed. We hope you are enjoying the live feed. But tomorrow, I'm going to suggest that those vacant seats will be less obvious, because tomorrow, Grant, I believe we have the relays, and the stands tend to be very full to the point where they're heaving, and there are a lot of people in the house for relay day.
Yes, Matt, the Friday this year will be the relay day, and that's come about because the state rugby trials are on this week, and it'll give an opportunity for the boys who are playing in the rugby to swim for their schools in the relays tomorrow. So I'll just leave you with Matt while he completes this finish.
Yeah, they're going to come down here. It is Molly Kendall. She's going to set the time of 1:30 in heat 1. 1:30.07. Molly Kendall from Wagga Wagga. We hope that you are receiving the broadcast loud and clear, and nice pictures from the Olympic pool at Olympic Park near Homebush. It's a great opportunity to be able to watch this back in your schools. We certainly hope you are having the opportunity to do that, and thank you to the teachers that may be organising that, allowing their students to view some of the swimming that started for a lot of kids, a lot of students, way back in the first week of the year with their school swimming carnivals, and then made their way through zone, regional, and here they are. You may be watching the students that swam at your school swimming carnival, and here they are enjoying performing at the elite level at the Olympic venue. Heat 2 in the water now. Ellie Matthews, lane 0, Murrumbidgee. Alexia Nikotra, lane 1, East Hills Girls. Brooklyn Whalen, lane 2. Brooklyn Whalen, lane 2, Denison College. Scarlett Malloy, Williama is in lane 3. Ava Hepburn, Tuggerah Lakes College, lane 4. Lane 5, we don't have a swimmer there in lane 5. Freya Mead is swimming in lane 6 from McLean. Ruby McBain from Eden. Down on the south coast, lane 7. Ella McDonald from Lithgow. Over the mountains, western region, she's in lane 8 as they come down to the finish now, and it looks like it's going to be Ava Hepburn to take them through, and it is in 1:10.20. And Ava has gone significantly quicker, taken that field through significantly quicker than heat 1. We're going to line up in a moment for heat 3. There are 4 heats here for the 13 years girls, plenty of competition, and heat 3 will be as follows. Savannah Grace McElveen is in lane 0. She is from Tormina. In lane 1, Emily Williams from Picton. Lane 2, Felicity Wells, the Hills Sports High School. Hannah Mounter is in lane 3 from Lambton in the Hunter region. Emily Ruff is swimming middle of the field. Lane 4, Killarney Heights, Chloe McCormack. Lane 5, Endeavour Sports High School. Georgia Munro is in lane 6, also from Lambton. Maya Yan is from Sydney Girls, and she's swimming in lane 7. Ella Sue Shula, lane 8. And in lane 9 to complete heat 3, Sophie O'Connell, Armidale College. Girls are 40 metres into their 100 metres of butterfly. They are coming down to touch the wall, to make the turn, and Emily Ruff will take them around in a time of 32.33. She has
We've got the swimmer in lane 5.
yeah, Chloe McCormack. She's had a very good 40 to 60 metres there, and she appears to have the lead at the moment, Grant. She is flanked by Emily Ruff and Hannah, I think Hannah Mounter. She's going to hold them off here. It will be Chloe McCormack, who has had a very good second half to that heat, and she's gone through in 109.83. So the pace continues to go up as we work our way down through the heats. We're going into heat 4 with Chloe McCormack setting the pace to chase at the moment of 109. Heat 4, Alani Sims will swim in lane 0 from Warilla High School. In the Illawarra, Annalise Potter is going in lane 1. She's from Tenterfield. Annalise is from Tenterfield. Sophie Lavender, lane 2, Colo High School. Obi Carty, lane 3, Fort Street. Caitlin Keating, lane 4, Crestwood High School. Sophie Hamilton, lane 5, Warners Bay. Michaela Want, lane 6, from Corrimal. Jennifer Zikas, Endeavour Sports High School, lane 7. Lala O'Connell is in lane 8 from Albury. And Kalisha McCauley, lane 9, Orange. What a scattering of schools from throughout the state. We are heading down the pool for the first time. Caitlin Keating in lane 4, taking them down there to the wall. She will touch and turn for home. She goes through in 31.12. She's in good company. She has some girls with her. We'll get a look at the shot here, and we have Sophie Hamilton showing some keen interest here. She is on her shoulder in lane 5. Sophie Hamilton from Warners Bay and Caitlin Keating are contesting the lead for this 4th heat. The time, of course, is going to be interesting because Emily Ruff has set the 109 in the previous heat, and 108, Caitlin Keating takes them in 108.10. Just from Sophie Hamilton. So kind of no surprises, but some very hard work going in there because you've got Caitlin Keating in the 4th heat. If you look at those heats, the times gradually came down and down and down, and now it will be over to the officials to work the magic with the numbers and select that field for the final. I suggest it's going to be a pretty close affair in the final.
And we had a good time swum in heat 2, Matt. That was over Hepburn in a time of 1:10.20, so
yeah, you'd imagine she's going to figure.
Be a finals as well.
Yeah, and it's great, isn't it? You know, you see those, and it doesn't matter really which heat you swim in. The opportunity is there to contest the final if you can go quick enough. Boys. Boys, heat 1, 13 years, Joel Maven, Melville, he is in lane 1, Justin Wan-Guo is in lane 2, he's from Balcombe Hills. Lawson King is in lane 3, Lawson is from Byron Bay. Chase Burke is swimming in lane 4. Chase is from McLean. Hudson Hegarty is in lane 5. He's from Barrenjoey. Caleb Fitzgibbon from Rutherford, lane 6. Zach Barrett, lane 7. Williama Finn Island from Ulladulla is in lane 8. Charles Patton is swimming in lane 9. That is a slight adjustment to the original program, because what they've done is collapsed 3 heats, what was going to be 4 heats into 3. Hudson Hegarty is our fastest qualifier from heat 1. He swam in lane 5. He is from Barrenjoey, and he's posted the time of 1:08.46 for others to chase and a spot in the final. For heat 2, and we believe the collapsing of the original heat 1, some of those swimmers may have found their way down into the later heats. It looks like that may be the case. Ethan Foster is swimming in lane. No, sorry, that's the previous heat. I'll give you the heat 2 lineup in just a moment. Here it is now. Ryan Whiting from Molong is going to swim in lane 0. Nate Jewson, Weewar, lane 1. Zane Ward, he is from Kiama High School. He's going in lane 2 from Picnic Point. Thomas Velasquez, he's in lane 3. Jaden Bang from Epping Boys, lane 4. Charlie Potts, Maitland, going in lane 5. Aidan McClymont, Marrickville, lane 6. Kai Brotherton is in lane 7. Kai is from Narromine. Charlie Hindmarsh from Gundagai is in lane 8. In lane 9, Jesse McDonald. Jesse McDonald is from Hillston in the Riverina, and there are those boys that were originally scheduled to swim in what was a reduced field in heat 1. They have now been, they find themselves swimming in what is now one of 3 heats, which allows them to swim against the full field. That's really good.
So we've got lane 5, Charlie Potts. Madin currently leading out, and this is going to be a pretty close finish, and will be on the stroke, and
Charlie
Potts will get it.
Swimming in lane 5, 1:06.80. And he has brought that in under the time of heat 1.
And that was Hudson Hegarty.
It was.
Joey.
Yeah. Not to say that Hudson Hegarty and some of those swimmers from heat 1 will not contest the final. They're still within touch. But it will draw our interest to heat 3 and see what time they can post. Fastest qualifier there is Luke Chen from Manly. His qualifying time is 1:08.41. So to come in under 1:06, Luke Chen and his fellow competitors are going to have to lift, which swimming at the state championships can often do to them. Let's see how they go here. The lineup for heat 3 is as follows. Jed Reichel, Albury, is going in lane 0. Ronnie Hugh, James Agricultural High School, lane 1. Zane Pankhurst, Endeavour Sports, lane 2. Marcus Winning, Cronulla, lane 3. Luke Chen from Manly is in lane 4. Omar Kaliki, Rouse Hill, lane 5. Edward Wairia from Lambton, lane 6. Jaden Ship, Holsworthy, lane 7. Tommy Chiem, Bonnyrigg, lane 8. Jaya Kelly from Oxley is in lane 9. Luke Chen takes them round in 31:41. So he is stamping his authority on this third heat, and he needs to, because the second heat, Charlie Potts, has dragged that field through in a time of 1:06.80. Luke Chen brings them down to the finish and to the wall, finishing on the big stroke, 1:06.50. He hasn't let anybody down there in that field. He has dragged them through, so to speak, just ahead of 1:06.80. So I'd say we will have a selection of swimmers across 3 heats in that final.
Yeah, very closely winning times there, Matt. Unofficially, Luke Chen was the fastest, 106.50, but the winner of Heat 2 in 106.80 is very close, and Hudson Hegarty, winner of Heat 2 in 108.46. So
yeah, you've got some good swimmers
very
in
quick
each of
times.
those heats to, you know, if you're interested in almost having a pacemaker in your heat, well, you couldn't be let down by any of those fellows that finished first in Heat 1, 2 and 3. Right, are we going to go into the 14 years girls will be our next set of events. 3 heats. Butterfly is still our stroke. And Heat 1 of 3, Ava Smith is going to swim in lane 0 from Narrabri. Ivy White, lane 1, Picton. Josephina Turk, Ryde Secondary College, she's going in lane 2. April Malloy, Toronto, Hunter Region, lane 3. Iris Bochanek, Sydney Girls, lane 4. Valerie Bowl, Cherrybrook, lane 5. Kate McCarthy, lane 6 from Mount Annan. Taylor Williams from Tormina, lane 7. Zali Carmichael is lane 8. She is from McLean. Meg Skinner from Parks is swimming in lane 9. It's a complete lineup of swimmers all the way across the pool, and I think that's going to happen for all 3 heats for the 14 years girls. We're coming down here, and it is a swimmer in lane 6 to take them around, Kate McCarthy. And Kate from Mount Annan has taken them down to the wall for the first time in 32.48. Fastest qualifiers, Iris Bochanek and Valerie Bowl, but Kate McCarthy was having none of that in lane 6. Kate led them down into the first 50, and she continues to maintain the rage as she storms down to the finish and touches in 109.20. Kate McCarthy, lane 6. Iris and April posting times that are pretty well synonymous with their qualifying times, so they're most likely pretty happy with that. They've swum close to their best, and we are now going to go to Heat 2 for the 14 years girls. Butterfly over 100 metres. Nyla Lynch from Bulli, lane 0. Riley Robinson, lane 1. Grafton. Iris Cho, Seven Hills High School, lane 2. Sienna Tui is in lane 3, Albury in the Riverina. Susanna Kang, Cheltenham Girls, lane 4. Alice Spadari, Merriweather, Hunter Region. Lane 6, Mia Hampton, the Hills Sports High School. Sienna Marzik is in lane 7 from the Endeavour Sports High School. Chloe Muir, lane 8, Smiths Hill in Wollongong. And Marley Loader is swimming in lane 9 from the Henry Lawson School. They are set to go. There's the whistle. They are called to their blocks, and they will be in the hands of the starter. And we are away. The dive, the underwater glide, and they come up swimming. And lane 4 leading them out. It is Susanna Kang. She's the fastest qualifier here in this heat, of qualifying time of 1:12.50. But she has with her Sienna Tui from Albury just on her right shoulder. These girls will change pretty close to each other. It will be Susanna Kang to lead them through the first 50 metres, and Susanna comes up swimming with the lead. She has Sienna Tui right with her. It's going to be a very interesting second 25 metres here. A bit of fatigue be creeping in here. Technique's very important. They're going to come down to the wall with 5 metres to swim. There hasn't been a great deal of change to the positions. It is Susanna Kang. She was put under pressure and she responded. Susanna Kang, 1 minute 10.71. Now, the interesting thing there, Grant, is that Kate McCarthy in Heat 1 has gone a little quicker.
Yeah, so she's the fastest qualifier so far, Matt. It's Kate McCarthy from Mount Annan, and it's time of 1:09.20.
Nice swim from all the girls, particularly Sienna Tui, who took it up to Susanna Kang in that second heat. Sienna rewarded with a good time as well. Going for Heat 3. Polly Tuvey, lane 0, Armidale College. Sienna Wheeler from Young is swimming in lane 1. Lara Morgan from Whitebridge is in lane 2. Sophie McAnany from Dubbo College is swimming in lane 3. Bridget Bass is in lane 4, middle of the pool, Endeavour Sports High School. Ella Dixon from Crestwood High School is in lane 5. Madison Wood, Wollongong High School, lane 6. Lily Andrutsis, Oxley, lane 7. Marley Broughton, lane 8. East Hills Girls, Alina Halloran from Leeton, down in the Riverina. Nice little town down in the Riverina. Leeton, and Alina Halloran is representing them. She's in lane 9. Alina, as you look at the screen, lane 9 is at the top end of the pool, the far side of the pool. We've got some good swimming going on in some of the outside lanes here, to the point where Marley Broughton is going to take them around in lane 8. So she's having none of this fastest swimmers in the middle of the pool stuff. In lane 8, she is taking them out pretty quickly, and she stamped herself on this. So we'll have to catch her in this last 30 metres. It is Marley Broughton at the moment, and she's holding them. Marley's from East Hills Girls. Hopefully the girls are watching this morning. If you are, hi to everybody there, and we hope you're enjoying the broadcast with everybody else across the state. All right, well, Marley's swum well, but we're going to have Bridget Bass coming in first place there in that heat from Endeavour Sports. And Bridget set the time of 1:11.52. Interesting set of results. Kate McCarthy's got the quickest qualifying there unofficially, Grant, and she swam in Heat 1.
Yeah, good swim by Kate. An excellent time of 1:09.20. Sub 1:10, so excellent swim there to her.
Bridget Bass, she had some work to do there. Pressure was put on her by Marley Broughton in lane 8. It was a great swim by Marley and all of those girls. We're going into the 14 years boys 100 metres butterfly. Heat 1 of what we think is going to be 3 heats here. Harley Kerr, lane 0 from Glen Innes. Lincoln Stanislas is from Elizabeth MacArthur High School. He is in lane 1. Jovial Wang, Blakehurst, lane 2. Jacob Witten, The Ponds, lane 3. In lane 4, Marvin Wu, Carlingford. Billy Hall, lane 5, Warners Bay. Jackson Thor from the Janelli High School. Lane 6, Hayden White, McLean, he's in lane 7. And Sam Manwaring from Murrumburra, the Riverina, is swimming lane 8. They are away, and we have Marvin Wu in lane 4 leading them out. He is joined on his left shoulder by Billy Hall in lane 5. They are the boys that are dragging this field through the first 50 metres, and Marvin has put in a pretty impressive 40 to 50 metres there to establish a slight lead. Marvin Wu, it is with Marvin Wu at the moment in the 14 years boys 100 metres freestyle. Billy Hall is holding down second place at the moment.
Butterfly, mate.
We come down to the wall in the butterfly, and it is Marvin Wu who's going to touch first, and he sets the time of 1:07.00. see how the progression of these heats go, because the girls in the previous set of butterfly, the fastest time unofficially was set in the first heat. We're going to head into heat 2 here of the 100 metres butterfly for the boys 14 years. Nicholas Takuniu from Albury is swimming in lane 0. Lion Lee, Prairie Wood, lane 1. Joshua Park, Epping Boys, lane 2. Cooper Wade, lane 3. Eldersley. Riley Marcelino, James Roos Agricultural High School, middle of the pool, lane 4. Also joining him, middle of the pool, Terence Kang, lane 5, Fort Street. Ian Burgess, he's swimming in lane 6 from McLean. From Lambton, Konstantinos Siaousis. From Lambton, Hunter Region, lane 7. Bailey Esman, Woolgoolga on the north coast. Lovely little township there on the coast. Lane 8 for Bailey. And Mackay Davis, lane 9, Coonabarabran. Good morning to everyone in any of those schools that might be watching this morning, and all the schools that are hopefully tuned in to watch some New South Wales combined high schools swimming on day 2 in the morning session. It looks like Riley Marcelino has taken them through their grand, pretty impressive performance here in the butterfly. Bang, there it is, 102.21. And a very impressive time there in from Riley Marcelino that the Heat 3 boys are going to attempt to chase. But he'll be difficult to get in front of. He swam particularly well. And he's got some good potential qualifiers around him. Terence Kang, Cooper Wade, Ian Burgess. Good swim from all the boys. We've got Mackay Davis. He will complete his 100 metres in a moment. It's been a great swim from Mackay. He is from Coonabarabran. Big shout out and good morning to everyone from Coonabarabran this morning. If you're watching, your guy is going to come down to the wall right now. You must be very proud of him. Mackay Davis, he is going to touch. And he is finished in a time of 1:15.85. He receives the appreciation of the crowd. Heat 3, Harry Hancock will swim in lane 0 from Kula. Kane Smith, Dapto, the Illawarra schools. Kane Smith, lane 1. Cruz Hall from Warners Bay is going to swim in lane 2. Kobe Sims, Warilla, is in lane 3. Cohen Clavel, Williama. West Darling region, sub-region. Cohen Clavel, lane 4. Jake Boyle from Cronulla, lane 5. Paxton Anderson, Kanahooka, lane 6. Lane 7, I believe, is vacant for this final heat. But Darcy Ferguson from Albury will swim in lane 8, and beside him, Reese Bishkoff from West Wyalong is swimming in lane 9. Arrowhead formation forms up, traditional formation with the seatings, so it's holding true. And lane 4, Cohen Clavel, he's the fastest qualifier by a significant margin. He's from Williama. He's doing it nicely. He's going to take them through. Cohen Clavel in 28.84 is dragging Kobe Sims and Jake Boyle with him as he makes his way into the second 50 metres, and he's looking pretty confident and strong at this stage. So we had Riley Marcelino there posting a nice time, 1:02 in heat 2, and Cohen Clavel is going to try and match that, but it will be Riley Marcelino unofficially that will have swum the fastest qualifier there this morning. Cohen Clavel has posted a very healthy time of 1:03.02, but Riley Marcelino in heat 2 has just pipped him. All the swimmers in now. Harry Hancock from Kula completes his journey. And we have one more swimmer Reese Bishkov from West Wyalong. And Reese will come into the wall now, complete his journey. Well done, Reese, and all the boys there in heat 3.
So moving on to heat 1, the girls, 15 years, 100 metres butterfly. In lane 0, Molly Sultana from Williama. Lane 1, Dakota Kerr from Glen Innes. Lane 2, Julia Hall from Brisbane Waters College. Lane 3, Anastasia Dearden from Cherrybrook Technology High School. Lane 4, Renoa Lee from Greystanes. Lane 5, Kaylin Tweedy from Seven Hills. Lane 6, Elise Coates from McKellar Girls. Lane 7, Lina Farn from Prairie Wood. Lane 8, Ella Dudgeon from Woolgoolga. And in lane 9, Ruby Bell from Peak Hill Central.
And Runai Lee has led the field at the changeover, or the 50 metres. And she's holding a body length lead at the moment over lane 3, which is Anastasia Dearden.
So going into the finish, Renoa Lee has established about a body length lead, and Renoa will take this heat in a time of 1:10.05. Second place will be Anastasia Dearden in a time of 1:11.46, and third place will be Elise Coates in a time of 1:13.05.
The record in this event ground is held by Emily Jones from Glendale High School in the Hunter, and that was set in 2018 with a time of 1:02.53. 1:02.53 is the current record.
So moving on to heat 2 of the girls 15 years 100 metres butterfly. Lane 0, Grace Derrick from Cootamundra. Lane 1, Ella Johnson from Elderslie. Lane 2, Sophia Lee from Great Lakes College. Lane 3, Liana Deary from Yass. Lane 4, Tilly Fickers from Smiths Hill. Lane 5, Niam Higley from Rose Bay Secondary College. Lane 6, Andrea Thompson from South Grafton. Lane 7, Isabel Ray from Albury. Lane 8, Yolanda Hess from Armidale College. And in lane 9, Stephanie Sepping from Dubbo College. We're just awaiting the start. So good start, the reaction times are there.
And lane 4, I think, has come up in front, Grant. Lane 4 is Tilly Fickers.
We've seen Tilly swim a number of events at this meet, and she's had, I think, a very successful meet.
She has her sister Imogen, who's the age group, or 2 age groups older, I think. Tilly's gone round in 30.26, closely followed by Nam Higley in 31.36. So at the moment's the race in 2 as we move down to the 25 metre mark. With 10 metres to go, there's still Tilly Vickers leading the way. She's going to post a time of 1:06.15. 1:06.15. So that's the time at the moment.
In second place will be Niam Higley in a time of 1:07.27. And in third place, Liana Deary in a time of 1:11.02. Fourth place, Andrea Thompson, 1:14.54. Fifth, Sophia Lee in a time of 1:15.44. Then followed by Isabel Ray, Ella Johnson, Yolanda Hess and Grace Derrick. So well done to those ladies. in heat 2 of the 100 metres butterfly.
And we now move to heat 3, the 100 metres butterfly. In lane 0, Jasmine Manning from Armidale College, Northwest. Lane 1, Caitlin Williams Young, Riverina. Lane 2, Charlotte Bomer from Cronulla South and Sydney East. Lane 3, Bella Richardson, Port Hacking, Sydney East. Lane 4, Jade Main from Glenwood, Sydney West. Lane 5, Eva Keane from Great Lakes College Hunter. Lane 6, Grace O'Shaughnessy from Lambton Hunter. Lane 7, Indiana Aikman from Albion Park on the south coast. Lane 9, Talia Mameo from Macquarie Field, Sydney Southwest. And lane 9, Sarah Gibson, Benora Point, North Coast. Starters' hands. And they're away. Reaction times there are for you, and Jade Man had a good reaction, 0.55 of a second.
Okay, now I think we've got 2 swimmers missing in this.
Yes, we have.
It's a swimmer in lane 5, Niam Higley, and the swimmer in lane 7, Isabel Ray.
No, I think you're looking at the wrong heat there, Grant. Lane 5, we've got Eva Keane, and lane 7, Indiana Aikman. And Jade Main has gone round in 30.53. That's all right. Bella Richardson in 32.33. Grace O'Shaughnessy, 32.36. At the moment, Jade Main is leading the way with a 2 body length lead as she approaches the 20 metre mark. Coming into the last 5 metres. It's going to be a fairly useful time, I suggest. 106.18, so just a tad slower than the previous heat. And she's followed in by Bella Richardson with 109.87, Grace O'Shaughnessy 112.46, Charlotte Bomer 114.55, Caitlin Williams 119.52, Talia Mameo 123.69, Jasmine Manning 124.48, and Sarah Gibson.
We now move on to heat 1 of the boys 15 years 100 metres butterfly. In lane 0, Joseph Graham from Coringal. Lane 1, Phoenix Preston from Kingscliff. Lane 2, Cameron Waite from Cardiff. Lane 3, Zi Hao Fang from Kellyville. Lane 4, William Brownlee from Sydney Technical High School. Lane 5, Aidan Barnes from Elizabeth MacArthur. Lane 6, Jet Burke from Maclean. Lane 7, Aidan Miller from Picnic Point. And Lane 8, Brodie Cashman from Denison College.
In 2005, Lachlan Staples from Kincumber High School set a record of 58.48. That must have been some swim.
So going through the first 50, we have Jet Burke in the lead, followed closely by Zi Ao Feng and William Brownlee in 3rd place. So a good swim from the swimmer in lane 7, and that's Aidan Miller from Picnic Point. Sorry, that's lane 6, apologies.
Jet Burke.
That's Jet Burke.
Posted time of 102.98. 102.98.
So just confirming those placings. Second place, Aidan Barnes in a time of 1:05.69. Xiao Hei Feng in a time of 1:06.30, and William Brownlee in a time of 1:06.64. The other place getter, or the other finishers, are up on your screen.
And we have the start list for the next heat. Heat 2 in lane 0, Bosco Ning from West Wyalong, Western. Lane 1, Isaac Price, Hunter Sports. Lane 2, Nathan Ricketts, Endeavour Sports. Lane 3, Daniel London, Pennant Hills. Edward Bailey will swim out of lane 4, and he's from Wagga Wagga. Gavin Nicholas in lane 5 from Warners Bay. From Holsworthy, Cooper Peary in lane 6. Ewan Woods in lane 7, and he's from Blacksland. And in lane 8, Axel Faithful from Cobar. Must have been a fairly willing start, Grant, because we've got two very close. Daniel London in 29.49, Nicholas Gavin 29.85, Cooper Peary 31.04. Currently, only slightly ahead is lane 3.
Somewhere in lane 3 is slightly ahead. Neil, it's Daniel London from Pennant Hills, being challenged by the swimmer in lane 5, Nicholas Gavin from Warners Bay. That's going to be a good finish, this.
Nicholas Gavin in 103.95. So the first heat was a faster heat, but Bailey Edwards in 1.450 and Daniel London in 1.468 finishing out the first top 3 finishes in that event. So the top 10 or fastest 10 qualifying times will go through to the finals. We have heat 3 of the boys 15 years 100 metres butterfly. Lane 0, Mac Elliott from Marilla, South Coast. Lane 1, Braden Clark, Maxwell, North Coast. Lane 2, Ronan Lindsay, Model Farms, Sydney West. Lane 3, Kyan Knight, Tumont, Riverina. Lane 4, Lachlan Davies, Balgala Boys, Sydney North. In lane 5, Daniel Padiga is also our Balgala Boys High School swimmer. Ziggy Lester is in lane 6, and he's from Cronulla. Samuel Lewis in lane 7 from Kira. Christian Island from Ulladulla is in lane 8, and Oscar Shoebridge from Williama is in lane 9. And Daniel Patiga went round in 29.57 ahead of Kyan Knight. They move back up the pool. We obviously have one swimmer missing, Grant, have we, in lane?
Somewhere in lane 4. That's
Lachlan Davies.
This will be a good finish now. This will be finishing on the full stroke, and that'll be Ken Knight in lane 3.
Yeah, 103.68 from Ronan Lindsay and Braden Clark.
So moving on now to the girls 16 years 100 metres butterfly. In lane 0, Isabella Gordon from Caloundra. Lane 1, Georgia Zanino from Camden. Lane 2, Michaela Dobbs from Kirrawee. Lane 3, Zoe Brackenbridge, Winona. Lane 4, Ellen Mounter from Lambton. Lane 5, Daniela Gazzini from Fort Street. Lane 6, Asher Pickering from Penrith. Lane 7, Montana Archibald from Mullumbimby. And in lane 8, Xantha Johnson from the Henry Wilson High School.
And lane 4 has jumped out to a good lead. That's Ella Mounter from Lambton.
And we could be missing in lane 1, Georgia Zanino. But we will stay with the leader, and that will be the swimmer in lane 4,
Ella Mounter.
Ella's a number of events at the championship, and obviously has enjoyed her time here the last 2 days.
I think it's lane 1 we're actually missing, Grant. I'm not sure. Well, no, it might be lane 2. But Ella Mounter is now forging ahead as we approach the last 15 metres. She'll go in very shortly to touch the second race for third. It's pretty tight. So we've got Ella Mounter on 107.16, from Zoe Brackenridge on 110.33, and Aisha Pickering on 110.89.
So we move on now to heat 2. We're just awaiting our swimmer in lane 0 to finish, and that is Isabella Gordon from Canowra. So well done to Isabella. It's a pretty hard event, the 100 metres butterfly. But we'll move on to heat 2 now. And in lane 0, Chloe Mulligan from Peel. Lane 1, Abby Morgan from Fig Tree. Lane 2, Ginny Hempoon from Randwick Girls. Lane 3, Leah Pickvance from Maxville. Lane 4, Millie Edwards from Maxville. Lane 5, Tully Pittock from Dubbo College. Lane 6, Madison Jones from Renona. Lane 7, Kira Chatterton from Balmain. And in lane 8, Jasmine Lynch from Walker. Just waiting for the swimmers to commence their starts.
We have a vacancy in lane 2, Grant. So lane 2 was Ginny Hempoon from Randwick Girls. Lane 9 is also vacant, but that was always vacant. So present lane 4 is leading the way, and that's young Millie Edwards from Maxville. She'll go round in 29.83, followed by Leah Pickvance, also from Maxville High School.
So Millie Edwards has opened up quite a good lead here. This is the second heat of the girls 16 years 100 metres butterfly. Very close for the minor placings though, between lane 5, lane 6 and lane 3. So that'll be a win to Millie Edwards in a time of 1:04:05. Second, Leah Pickvance in a time of 1:08.92. And in third place, Madison Jones in a time of 1:09.23. The other placings were Tully Pittock, Abby Morgan, Kira Chatterton, Jasmine Lynch and Chloe Mulligan. So moving on now to the third heat of the girls 16 years 100 metres butterfly. In lane 0, Georgia McCormack from Araya Park. Lane 1, Michaela Marv from Blacktown Girls. Lane 2, Amelia Espert from Warners Bay. Lane 3, Daniela Stedena from Concord. Lane 4, Ebony Nix from Tomaree. Lane 5, Evie Bullock from Winmalee. Lane 6, Abby Hamilton from McKellar Girls. Lane 7, Alexis Whedon from Eldersley. Lane 8, Paige Sergi from Murrumbidgee. And in lane 9, Natasha Peters from Hillston.
Looks like lane 9 has withdrawn, Grant.
Okay, and
lane 3 is also vacant. So lane 3 was Daniela Studina, and lane 9 was Natasha Peters. But at the turn we have lane 4, and that's Ebony Nix from Tomaree, followed very closely by lane 5, which is Evie Bullock from Winmalee, and lane 6 is Abby Hamilton from McKellar Girls. So, and they come to the last 2 strokes. It's Ebony Nix in 1:07.82, ahead of Evie Bullock in 1:08.34, and Abby Hamilton in third in 1:10.41. So the second heat again proved to be the faster heat, Grant. I'm just having a look at the seedings. I wonder if they see Circle C through the 3 heats, because there's some fast qualifiers in some of the other heats. We now move to the boys 16 years 100 metres butterfly. And in heat 1 we have Thomas Bowker from Alstonville in lane 0. Lane 1, Henry Knight, Cobar, West. Lane 2, Ryan Murdoch, Colo. Lane 3, Jordan Galactley, Warners Bay. Lane 4, Hamish Taylor, Kincumber. Lane 5, Cameron Gorn, Toronto. Lane 6, Tyler McManus, Lithgow. Lane 7, Emilio Manuelian from Vincentia, South Coast. Lane 8, Archie Tui, Albury. And Hamish Taylor has an entry time of 1:00:44. It's gone around 27:63. Cameron Gorn and Jordan Jalak.
From Merriweather High School, Alice Spadaro, and from Maitland High
So
School.
it's a good race here for first between lane 4, technically speaking, the fastest qualifier, Hamish Taylor. In lane 3, Jordan Galactley. And in lane 5, Cameron Gorn. So we'll just wait for the official placings here now. And it'll be Hamish Taylor.
Yes, Hamish Taylor 1:00:01. That was a good swim. Moving to heat 2, we've got in lane 0, Kai Sleeman from Temora, Riverina. Lane 1, Aidan Arneson from Evans River K to 12, North Coast. Lane 2, Brody Moore, Heathcote, Sydney East. Lane 3, Anton Drovanik, Hoxton Park. Lane 4 is Malik Amin. Lane 5, Noah Price. Malik comes from Carlingwood. Noah Price from Woodline. Lane 6, Jazz Chihumi. Thomas Reddell. Lane 7, Lucas Saunders, Muirfield. And lane 8, Rory Husband, Glen Innes. With another couple of very fast qualifying times.
We are missing the swimmer in lane 1, and that's Aidan Arneson from Evans. So we're
Okay, to 12. We've got Alan Maddock, or Malik Amen from Carlingford turned in first place, but he's been hotly pursued by Anton Jovanovic from Hoxton Park. And they've gone through in 59:45. That's Malik Amen, 59:45. So that's a faster heat than the first one.
We'll move on now to heat 3 of the boys 16 years 100 metres butterfly. In lane 0, Odin Sakowitz from Hurlston Agricultural High School. Lane 1, Noah Johnson from Warilla. Lane 2, Elijah Witten from the Ponds. Lane 3, Xavier Jacks from Newtown High School of the Performing Arts. Lane 4, Karana Agung Enom from Lucas Heights. Lane 5, Daniel Lawrence from St Ives. Lane 6, Alexander Walker from Newcastle. Lane 7, Lachlan Treese from Alstonville. Lane 8, Evan Jarks from Denison College, and in lane 9, Cooper Gray, Kringle.
Looks like lane 0 has withdrawn. That's Odin Sakovic. And going around in 27:56 is Alexander Walker ahead of Daniel Lawrence and Karani Agjung Anom from Lucas Heights is in third.
We're coming up to the 15-metre mark. It's a battle between the swimmer in lane 5 and the swimmer in lane 6. So we'll just watch the board for the winner here, and that'll be
Alexander Walker in lane 6. 58, 52.
We'll move on now to the first heat of the girls 17 to 19 years 100 metres butterfly. In lane 0, Olivia Elphinston from Prairie Wood. Lane 1, Matilda Oliver from McIntyre. Lane 2, Emma Duggan from Gosford. Lane 3, Gemma King from the Hills Sports High School. Lane 4, Una Nagai from Blackwattle Bay. Lane 5, Kira Hetherington from Camden Haven. Lane 6, Chloe Yang from Hurlston Agricultural High School. Lane 7, Lana Mullican from Mitchell. And in lane 8, Piper Stewart from Murrumbidgee. Now we might have a vacant lane here. Possibly 2 vacant lanes, Neil. That's on lane 0, Olivia Elphinston, and lane 7, Lana Mulligan. At the turn of the 50, it'll be Kira Hetherington leading the way from Una Nagai, Gemma King, Chloe Ang and Emma Duggan, followed by Piper Stewart. So they're the top 6 place getters as we head to the finish. And moment, with about 15 metres to go, will be the swimmer in lane 6, Chloe Ang from Hurlston Agricultural High School, who will lead the way to the finish line. So that'll be a win to Kira Hetherington
from the North Coast.
Camden Haven in a time of 1:06.69. Second place, Una Nagai in a time of 1:09.56, and in third place, Gemma King in a time of 1:10.76.
We now move to heat 2 of the girls 17 to 19-year-old 100 metres butterfly, and in lane 0, Kira Copeland from Denison College swims out of lane 1 is Matisse Silvestro from Murrumbidgee. Lane 2, Bridie McCauley, Orange. Lane 3, Shannon Lewis, Engadine. Lane 4, Georgia Christian Milne from Cardiff. Lane 5, Kelsey Van Eldick from Merriweather. Lane 6, Avara Salter from Ulladulla. Lane 7, Emma McCarthy from Mount Annan. And lane 8, Mia Graham.
So heading towards the first 50 turn, that'll be the swimmer in lane 6. Just in front, and that's Kelsey
Van
Eldick.
Yeah. The record here grants 1:02.01 and was set in 2012 by Richard Fetz, who was a swimmer at Kiama High School.
So we have the swimmer in lane 5. My apologies, I mentioned lane 6. That's Kelsey Van Eldick, and she's currently leading with about 15 metres to go.
She's closely followed by Georgia Christian Milne from Cardiff.
So that'll be a win to Kelsey Van Eldick in a time of 1:07.84. Second place, Georgia Milne Christian in 1:09.36. Third place, Shannon Lewis, 1:11.06. Followed by Emma McCarthy, 1:12.04. And Avara Salter, 1:13.20. Remembering the fastest 10 times qualify for the final, so it's going to be pretty close in all of these heats for the final. So moving on to heat 3, our final heat in the girls 17 to 19 years 100 metres butterfly. Lane 0, Phoebe Say from the Ponds. Lane 1, Indigo Carney from Eden. Lane 2, Emma Reid from Asquith Girls. Lane 3, Imogen Figures from Smiths Hill. Lane 4, Ava Jankovic from Merriweather. Lane 5, Courtney Clark from Maxfield. Lane 6, Sophia Howison from Freshwater. Lane 7, Eve Porter from Mullumbimby. And in lane 8, Samantha Thompson from Wellington.
Going round in the first place is Ava Jankovic in 30.25, closely followed by Imogene Vickers in 31.07 and Courtney Clark in 31.94.
Well, this has been a big meet for Ava. She's
already pocketed 4 gold medals by my accounting, Grant, and she's doing extremely well in this butterfly also.
Yeah, so with 15 metres to go, she will lead the final heat of the girls 17 to 19 years 100 metres butterfly, and that'll be a win to Ava in a time of 1:04.90. Second, Courtney Clark in a time of 1:07.52. And third place to Imogen Figures in 1:08.46, followed by Sophie Howison, Eve Porter, Samantha Thompson, Emma Reid, Indigo Carney and Phoebe Say. So well done to those ladies. I'll now hand over to Matt for the next group of events.
Move now into the boys 100 metres 17 to 19-year-old butterfly. Again we have 3 heats, and starting off in lane 1 it will be Edward Dodds from Tumut. In lane 2, Maximilian Vandermeer from Tempe. In lane 3, Petar Karadov from Crestwood in lane 3. Kobe Bujak Upton in lane 4 from Barrenjoey. Lane 5, Arnie Chandra from Epping Boys. Lane 6, Ewan Kalmira from Heathcote. Lane 7, Matthew Heim from Mara. Lane 8, Jane James from Sefton. So move down the first 50. We have lane 4, Kobe Bujak Upton going around in 27.16. The record here in this event was set in 2010 by James Stack from Kirrawee High School with a time of 56.21. 56.21.
Hey Neil, nice to be back for a look at the action here with the 100 metres butterfly in the senior age groups, and that time of 56.21, a pretty healthy record. Fastest qualifier in this group, Neil, is around the 59.64s, so they'll be going to get that record of Jamin Stack, I'd say, set quite a while ago now.
Well, that was a good swim by Kobe, 58.23, but he's starting to his qualifying time by over a second. So
58.23, yeah, all right. So he's coming in. They're bringing in, coming in from their qualifying times. That's nice to see. They're lifting for the state championships.
looks like we're missing a few people from this heat. Lane 0 and lane 1 are empty. So we'll go in lane 2 with Lachlan Street, Kingswood. Lane 3, Kobe Hall, Thomas Bay, Hunter. Lane 4, Bailey Whitten, Camden Haven. Lane 5, Caleb Dakin, Coffs Harbour. Lane 6, Declan Courage, Cannahooka. Lane 7, Riley Gibbs, Yass. Lane 8, Jack McKinty, Murray. And it looks like we have Bailey Whitten going around in 27.11, followed by Kobe Hall.
Pretty snappy, quite handy. Let's see how they come down the approach to the finish. We say Bailey Whitten went round in a time of 27, was it? So if we can put that back to back, which is difficult in butterfly, pretty exacting stroke, very tiring stroke. They're going to come in here and it's a 57.85, so they are bringing it in.
7.85.
And that was Bailey Whitten from Camden Haven, posting that time 57.85.
We move now to heat 3 of the boys, 17 to 19, 100 metre butterfly. And in lane 0, Nicholas Waradi from Lithgow. Lane 1, Brodie Peacock, Albury. Lane 2, Felix Fyong from James Roos Agricultural High School. Lane 3, Jack Leeson from Grafton on the north coast. Lane 4, Isaac Rees, Lambton Hunter. Lane 5, Caleb Graham at the boys. Lane 6, Braden Lee, Great Lakes College Hunter. Lane 7, Matthew Allen, Elizabeth MacArthur High School, Sydney Southwest. And in lane 8, we have Leanne Moody from Parks.
Nice scattering from throughout the state. They're making their way down the pool, and they are being handsomely led here, very capably led by swimmers in lane 3, 4 and 6. That's in the hands of Felix Viong, Isaac Rees and Caleb Graham. Braden Lee as well is in the mix there in lane 6. It is Isaac Rees taking them down the pool for the final 20 metres. He has it in hand at the moment. Isaac Rees, the best others can do at the moment. Jack Gleeson is going to come in just second behind, 59.40.
That was a tad slower than the previous 2 heats.
Yeah.
However, there'll be some good racing in that final, I think, this afternoon.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're going to the we're going to girls 12 to 15 years. We're going to see some multi-class action here now, Neil. Now, I believe this might be our first multi-class event of the day, and it's always great to see. So we've got event 67, girls 12 to 15 years, 50 metres, butterfly multi-class. In the first heat, Claire Graham from Young will go in lane 3. Michaela Espy from Kingswood will go in lane 4. Georgie Duggan will be swimming in lane 5, and Holly Manning will be swimming in lane 6. Georgie is from Glenwood, Sydney West, and Holly Manning is from Armidale College, Northwest. Fastest qualifier here, time-wise, 58.98. Michaela Espy from Kingswood, but it's not all about time. We were discussing this yesterday, and it always comes up with the multi-class events that there is a formula that is used, and it is based on the time that the swimmer actually completes the course, completes the distance. Then that is calculated alongside their particular category in the multi-class, and then that is a comparison with the current world record for the stroke and the distance that they are performing, and that provides the result for each individual swimmer in the multi-class. That's how it's worked out. So you can see the face value, you can see them right now, swimming down the pool, and you look like you've got a first, second and third and fourth pretty much worked out there, but not necessarily so, because of the different categories of swimmers and the formulas that have to be applied. Multi-class, heat 1, girls 12 to 15 years, 50 metres, butterfly. They're going to come down and touch. It's going to be with lanes 4 and 5, and it is 5 and 4. Georgie Duggan from Glenwood, touching just in front at a time of 54.24.
That was a very good swim. In that previous race, Matt, we had four swimmers where there were 3 different classifications.
Yeah.
So that made it very interesting. So that was a very good swim from young Georgie Duggan from Glenwood.
Absolutely. We're going to go in the second heat here, Neil, for the multi-class, the girls and the butterfly. Radha Bumisri from Balmain. She will swim in lane 0. Emily Pratt, lane 1 from Hunter Sports. Sky Morrissey, Narromine, lane 2. Rosanna Herden, lane 3. Tormina. Summer Klein, Kincumber, lane 4. In lane 5, Gemma Selick, McKellar Girls. In lane 6, Lily Bright Taylor from Tormina. She's in lane 6. Elizabeth Cockburn will go in lane 7 from Young. Alyssa Gillespie from Narrabeen Sports is swimming in lane 8. Paige Dolby Evans River is our swimmer in lane 9. The girls are underway here and they are 15 metres into their 50-metre journey of butterfly. There's some very good examples of butterfly stroke in this event.
And considering the variation in some of the classifications, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, it's going to be, looks like Summer Klein coming down to the wall, and she touches with the quickest time of 37.61, and that will go through into the calculations to give her, along with all the other girls, their final results for 50 metres of butterfly. Summer Klein it is, who touches in front from Gemma Selick and Rosanna Hurden.
People are confused by the classifications of the period. The S stands for swimming. The numbers refer to different classifications, but you might notice, for example, some might have two numbers, where it's S10 in one and SB9. S10 is for freestyle, SB9 is for backstroke. SM is medley. So they have various classifications for the various strokes also. And that is because of some of their various disabilities.
We're going to go into the boys 12 to 15 years here, Neil, of 50 metres of butterfly multi-class. Lachlan Daly-Monk will swim in lane 0, and he's from Glenmore Park. From Concord, just down the road, Josh Seregna. He's in lane 1. Isaac Logan from Vincentia, down on the south coast. He's in lane 2. Bailey Thompson, Dunedoo, Western Region, lane 3. Jaden Van Stralen, Picton. They've come from everywhere for this event, Neil. Lane 4, Liam Toga, St Ives, lane 5. Jordan Hunya, Macquarie Fields, lane 6. Ronnie Tandy Bell, Wellington, Western Region, is in lane 7. Terran Shields is lane 8. He's coming in from Ballina, and Max Bott has come from Camden Haven, also on the north coast, lane 9. They have come from everywhere. Here we go. Jaden Van Stralen touches in at 37.9. It's a very, very nice example of the butterfly stroke there from Jaden Van Stralen from Picton.
He was only 0.5 outside the existing record that was set last year by Declan Budd.
Yeah.
Who swam a time of 30.25 last year, amassed 554 points.
Well, Declan Budd's one of our competitors in the older age groups now, and he had a couple of very good swims yesterday.
So that was a very good swim from Jaden Van Stralen. We move on now to the girls, the 16 to 19-year-old meters, 50-metre butterfly multi-class. And we have in lane 0, Millie Springer Kelly, Nina Sydney. Lane 2, we will have Amelia Moore, Cottala. Lane 3, Portia Jimison from Musselburgh. Lane 4, Nicole Taylor, who was also the record holder in this event, was set last year. Crystal Jesson, lane 5 from Balkan Hills. Lane 6, Savannah Marngau from North Lakes. Lane 7, McKinley Arneson, Evans River K to 12. Lane 8, Coffs Harbour. We have Sarah Boone.
All right, Neil, you mentioned that Nicole Taylor is in this event, and she's the current record holder. She holds the record at 31.78 seconds. Her qualifying time coming into this event is 33.03. So she may have the ability to lift, and if she's in a little bit of form running into this event, let's see how she goes in comparison to her record time from last year. She has the lead, and she comes down with 8 metres to swim. She's doing it very well, looks strong, full-ish stroke into the finish, 31.73, and unofficially we think we might have done it, yeah?
Yes, I think that's a
Well,
new
she
record.
did, and she did it with a great swim. 31.
Nicole's having a very good meet. She has actually swam a couple of the able-body events and was very competitive in all of those that she took on.
So if she secures the gold medal, and it looks like she will unofficially, on that presentation dais, she will receive her gold medal, and she will also receive a certificate to indicate that she is the new record holder in the butterfly multi-class 50 metres. But that's just us talking on the screen. Of course, all of this has to be confirmed with official people on pool deck and in the recording rooms, and then we will know.
We now move on to our boys 16 to 19 metres butterfly multi-class, and it appears we have 2 heats, which we do. In lane 3 we have Dylan Dan Stralen, who's Jaden's brother, from Picton. Lane 4, Christian Miller from Cootamundra, lane 4, and Ryan Shankshire from Taree in lane 5.
Record 27.81 set in 2017, 6 years ago. Aidan Urell from Evans River, 27.81. Absolutely. He's going to have, we've got a couple of those interesting guys we're chatting about, Declan Budd coming up.
And
Darren Sisman. They were going head to head yesterday. They've got a collection of other nice swimmers around them. And I did apologise. I hope it was noted for my mispronunciation. I got Darren Sisman correct in the morning session, announced him as Darren Seisman later on, and I had the pleasure to meet Darren Sisman later in the day, and he told me I was right the first time. I felt much better.
And Christian Miller's football there with a 39.56.
Yeah, lovely guy, Darren. He was happy to chat, and he didn't seem like he was pretty low key. He didn't seem too fussed that I'd messed his name up at some point during the day.
Right, heat 2 of the finals. We have a swimmer from Cromer and Sydney North in lane 1. We have Jack Carey, Asheville Boys, Sydney North, in lane 2. In lane 3, Lachlan Lau from Sylvania. Lane 4, Declan Budd, Davidson. Lane 5, Darren Sisman, Endeavour Sports. Lane 6, Blake Price from Parks, and in lane 7, Matty Price from Parks. And lane 8, we have Josh Graham from Young.
So we're looking at brothers there, possibly, I think, now, and you know, travel down together, stay together, swim together.
Yeah,
you know.
by the sounds of it.
Oh well, yeah, maybe they hang out a fair bit. Here we go. Guys are going to go. We've got the Bud Sisman combination in the middle of the pool, and that collection of other excellent multi-class swimmers in all of these other lanes. But here we go. It is Declan Budd taking it away here, really throwing it down. He does enjoy the butterfly, and I mean, to have that sort of lead over Darren, who's pretty good at it as well. He's smashing it down to the wall. Full 27.54.
I think we may.
We might be looking at another record there.
Yeah, maybe. We've got to wait for that confirmation. But that was a tremendous swim.
Gee, it was powerful, wasn't it?
It certainly was. It certainly was. It was interesting enough yesterday. I think Darren had the wood a bit on Declan.
Oh yeah, I think he did. He was enjoying some nice results, Darren, and we got Declan just came out there this morning and decided he was going to have a nice old punch out of with the butterfly, and he gave us a great example of that stroke there. Everything working.
Our next block of heats preliminaries, and it's going to be the backstroke that we are venturing into now. We have three heats of the girls, 12 years, 100 metres backstroke, and I'm sure we're going to have some very good swimmers here. We have a record of 1:10.21. Just having a quick 1:10.51. A quick scan of the entry times. They'll have to be swimming their very best to come near that today. In lane 0, Olivia Keary, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 1, Lily Richard, Coolar, Northwest. Lane 2, Charlotte Davis, Elderslie. Lane 3, Regan Edwards, Wagga Wagga. Lane 4, Gemma Cashman, Denison College Western. Lane 5, Tilly Cooper, Tempe. Lane 6, Sophia Hudson, Evans River Cable 12. Lane 7, Kalani Chambers, Bulli. Lane 8, Natalie McDonald, Narrandera.
This is our first look at the backstroke at the championships. Neil, if you take out the individual medleys that were swum, this is our first look at the backstroke program in its own right. And we've got young lady here, Gemma Cashman, coming down to make the turn, and she's doing the backstroke well.
She is doing extremely well. Gemma's having a very good first CHS championship too. She had quite a heavy program yesterday and had enjoyed some success.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's a good point. We have got just about everyone here in this young age group having their first swim at CHS.
And as we come to the last 5 metres, we have Gemma Cashman in a time of 1:16:36. 1:16:36.
Record here, Neil. Lucy Tabret, 2009 from Belmont High School, 1:10.51. Going into heat 2, will be coming up on the backstroke. Technical event that it is. And in heat 2, Natalie Sheehan, the Henry Lawson School, Western Region, going. Natalie will swim lane 0. Emily Martin, lane 1. Ningen. Sophia Neo, lane 2. Carabar. Caroline Yu, Caringbar, as opposed to Carabar. They're not near each other. Carolyn Yu in lane 3. Delinda Thompson, lane 4. Mitchell High School. Lane 5, Shand Dart, Rouse Hill. Angelina Dew is going to swim in lane 6 from Gosford. Blair Turkington, Swansea, Hunter Region, lane 7. Chloe Ton, Cabramatta. A little test for students there. Where is Caringbar compared to Carabar? A little discussion in the classrooms there. You might like to work out where Caringbar and Carabar are, but they're not near each other in New South Wales.
And that was an interesting start, Matt. I don't think I've seen that before in backstroke, where the previous heat swimmers moved down the lane ramp, hang on to the lane ramp so they can get the start. So
Yeah, that's the
pushing through the meet today.
absolutely. That's one of those time savers. It's crucial that the swimmer that remains in the water is against that lane rope and very, very still. You do see it at the occasional carnival, and to see it at this level, I think most of these swimmers have operated under those conditions at some point. They know what to do, and I don't think it's a disadvantage to anybody. It keeps the carnival moving, and yeah, it's not starting over the top, but it's starting beside, I guess.
Beside, yeah. And at present we've got Delinda Thompson from Mitchell in lane 4, just slightly ahead of lanes 3 and 5, but she's moving into the last 15 metres now as we.
Yeah, Delinda Mitchell, high school out near Blacktown, just on the beside part of the Blacktown region. Very proud sort of sporting history. They have a number of swimmers here, I think, over the championships. Mitchell High School.
1:20.55 was the time there, and that is quite a deal slower than heat 1. As we move into the next heat, we have in lane 0, Indira Bradley from Camden. Beside her in lane 1 from Smiths Hill, we'll have Samantha Mercado. In lane 2, Ella Triplett from Toronto. Lane 3, Susanna Boz from Riverside Girls. Lane 4, Mika Harbour from Randwick Girls. Lane 5, Talia Dewberry, Glenmore Park. Lane 6, Kiara Maguire, McKellar Girls. Lane 7, Lillian Zhao Wolfson, Merriweather. Lane 8, Molly Williams, Tormina. And lane 9, Bailey Stewart.
All the way from Tenterfield. And fastest qualifier here, Mika Harbour, 1:20.
So, lane 1, is it? That's, yeah, lane 1.
Yeah, well, occasionally the angle throws us a little bit. I think you're right, Neil. Lane 1, whichever way you look at it, she's doing very well. We might start to get a better look at this now. And she is competitive, that's for sure. Yep. Emily Martin, but she will go around.
Mika Harbour.
Mika.
Before Susanna Boss and.
Sorry, yeah. Samantha Mercado, yeah.
But lane 5 is now challenging and moved up right next to Mika, and lane 5 is Talia Dewberry.
Yeah, lane 5 just doing it very nicely there.
They looked to have exceptionally long arms.
A graceful stroke, but gee, there must be some work going in. And anyone that tries to backstroke, unless you lay your head back, you're going down in the water. That's a great finish.
Yeah,
Mika Harbour.
1:21:37. So that was the slowest heat of all. So
All right, well, that'll be an interesting calculation as to which girls make it through to the final.
Top 10 or top 10 fastest times make it through to the next to the final.
Yeah, we're going event 72 now, Neil, which is the 12 years boys 100 metres backstroke. We don't have a swimmer in lane 0, but we do have a swimmer in lane 1 of the first heat, Benjamin Agnew. He's from Fig Tree High School in the Wollongong area down there, Illawarra region. Fitu Lee from Castle Hill High School, Sydney West in lane 2, Jackson Miller. Cranebrook, Sydney West, lane 3, Kai Clinton, Warners Bay, Hunter region, lane 4, Josh Gillette, Oak Flats, South Coast. Rishik Gulia, Homebush Boys, lane 6. Liam Vickman is from Kingscliff on the north coast. Tully Hamer is from Blaney, Western region. Liam will swim in lane 7 and Tully will swim in lane 8.
Record is 107.99, and Ryan Lennon, who holds a number of CHS records from Toronto High School. And I think Ryan currently holds 4 records.
Right,
from the 2009-2010
start looking at 2009, you're looking at records that have stood the test of time, and they're often hard to beat. We're going to make our way down the first 50 metres, and we are coming up to 25 metres into this heat. Lane 4 is leading it. It is Kai Clinton from Warners Bay, and he's establishing a slight lead after 30 metres. He's going to come down to take 5 metres into the wall for the backstroke turn, quite a particular turn. Here he comes, stroking in, over he goes. Turns on his front, it looks like, in backstroke, doesn't it? There might be a rule there. And Kai Clinton it is in 37.42, takes them around and extends his lead. We're talking to Elka Whalen, and she was last at the primary schools championship. She was talking about the importance of the turn, particularly in things like medleys. But you know, if you can get a good turn done and get away, you can establish, actually gain ground in that turn. Here comes Kai Clinton. He's going to come down into the finish, and he does it on a partial stroke of 1:18.26. Gee, it's hard coming into the wall there backwards and trying to get your stroke right. I mean, they'd practice it coming under those 5 metre flags, but I've seen some swimmers coming in full steam and smashing their hands and arms on that on the end of the pool. They don't muck around. They tend to come in pretty hard. It can be a pretty rough landing there at times. We've got a time of 1:18.26 set by Kai Clinton. We're going into heat 2. Jacob McLaughlin, Wagga Wagga, Riverina. He's going to swim in lane 0. Monty Alexander, Murray, Riverina. He's in lane 1. Teo Bendinelli, Merriweather, in the Hunter region. He is in lane 2. Talon Forrest is from Aurora. He's going to swim in lane 3. In lane 4, Zui Ratazak, Caringbar, lane 4. Lorenzo Peonessa, Inner City School, lane 5. Fort Street has a representative here. Sydney North, Anthony Walzak, he's in lane 6. Anthony Cooper Manza, lane 7. Henry Kendall School, and Daniel Pye is swimming in lane 8, representing McIntyre High School. There is the lineup for the second heat of 100 metres backstroke for the 12 years boys. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. If you're watching a swimmer from your school perform this morning, maybe somebody's swimming now, or you might just have it on out of general interest to watch what happens at the elite level of school sport. Looks like Mr. Simon Warren down there on pool deck. He's the president, is he not, of the current president of the CHS?
And previous swimming committee.
Yes, yeah, he does enjoy coming down for the swimming.
Great number of years.
Yeah, so great to see him able to find a little bit of time away from his school to come down. Of course, all of the staff, you know, schools are pretty busy places, so for schools to be able to release them for a little bit of time, it's very, very valuable, and we do thank the schools and their principals. Zui Ratazak, and I hope Zui's happy with my pronunciation of that name and his family, but I'll just do my best there. Certainly swimming very, very well over the last couple of days. And
interestingly enough, the two first place times in the last two races have been identical.
Spot on, yeah, spot on. So it's setting up for a pretty interesting third heat with they're going to chase a time of 1:18.26 and a few other times around that to try and qualify for a final. James White is going to go in lane 0 in heat 3. He's from Finley. Matthew Fossa, Mount Annan, will swim in lane 1. Toby Steiner, Glenwood, lane 2. In lane 3, Andy Porter, Newcastle. Xavier Miles from Maruya had a few good swims yesterday. Young Xavier, no surprise, he's in heat 3 and he's occupying lane 4. Justin Sangren, Sydney Technical High School, lane 5. Marco Nadovsky, East Hills Boys, lane 6. Wyatt Stevens from Tormina is swimming in lane 7. William Van, Ambervale, lane 8. They make up the field for the backstroke in the third heat, and they are underway. And we've got lane 5 has come out steaming. Justin Sangren, and beside him Xavier Miles, as expected. Xavier Miles has established half a body length after 30 metres. So Xavier Miles' fastest qualifier here, Neil, of 1:14.94, and you would expect he's going to take some serious interest in those times of 1:18.26 from the first two heats, and he is the man most likely, along with some of these other guys in the third heat, that will go close or go under those times from the first two heats.
He's really quite a nice lead now. His strokes nice and even roll. And he is pulling away from Justin Sangren, who's also swung very well throughout the meet to date. But both of these boys are giving it their best, as they always would when they hit the water. And that's a much quicker swim of 1:11.49.
Yeah, he's brought that right in. As Xavier Miles and Justin Sangren as well.
We now move through to the girls' 13 years, 100 metres backstroke. And we have 4 heats in this. So we will take you through these very shortly. In our first heat event, we have 3 girls. In lane 3, we'll have Mackenzie Victory from Liliama School. In lane 4, Ella McDonald from Lithgow Western. In lane 5, Emma McIntyre from Glenelg Northwest. So representatives from 3 of our rural and further flung areas of New South Wales, with the exception of Lithgow, I suppose.
We've got a record here, Neil, that was set in 1999. Anna Campbell from Ballina, of 1:07.19, and our fastest qualifier is coming in lane 3. Sophie Hamilton, and Sophie's time in qualifying is 1:12.11. At face value, it looks like Anna Campbell's record is safe. I wonder what Sophie and the other girls here will have to say about that. They're away. Try and chase it down.
Sunday. Young Ella McDonald from Lithgow is leading the way at present.
Ella McDonald takes them round in 47.7.
Followed closely by Emma McIntyre from the northwest.
And there are our three girls, all now in picture for Heat 1 of the 13 years girls backstroke over 100 metres.
25 metres to go, or just under now. Ella McDonald has opened up a handy lead and will take the race into the wall.
Here she comes, and
with
she's
a touch
down,
of
reaches for the wall.
1:23.82. A good swim from young Ella and bettered her own entry time by 7 seconds. So maybe this is a fast book. Heat 2 of the girls 13 years, 100 metres backstroke. We'll see in lane 0 Kalisha McCauley from Orange Western. Lane 1 Kelsey Newen from Helston Agricultural High School. Lane 2 Michaela Want from Corrimal High School. Lane 3 Scarlett Malloy, Williama. Lane 4 Liana Spalding from Erina. Out of lane 5 we have Frankie Roberts from Callahan College from the Hunter. Lane 6 sees Ivy Lewis swimming on behalf of Engadine. In lane 7 Emma Huckle from Albury. Lane 8 from Fig Tree we have Sky Williams. And in lane 9 Annalise Potter from Tenterville.
Well, it is Leilani Spalding from Erina taking it out with Frankie Roberts in lane 5 from Callahan College. They are hauling the mail here in the first 50. They're going to touch simultaneously, very close to each other. And Frankie Roberts, lane 5, took them round, and she's established a slight lead as a result of that turn. It was very productive. Once again, living up to that little conversation we were having a while back about, you know, there is ground to be gained, or water to be gained, if you can turn efficiently. She's established now almost a body length over, when we're talking about Frankie Roberts here, over Leilani Spalding. Come into the wall and touching, and Frankie Roberts it is in 1:13.44, substantially quicker going in Heat 2.
Yes, it was. Heat 4, we've got Molly Kendall from Wagga Wagga, the Riverina, in lane 0. Savannah Grace McElveen in lane 1, and she's from Tormina. Caitlin Keating in lane 2 from Crestwood. In lane 3, Tiana Aramona from the Hill Sports High. Lane 4, Felicity Wells, the Hill Sports High. Lane 5, Lucy Nam, North Sydney Girls. Lane 6, Jennifer Zekas from Endeavour Sports High. Lane 7, Jara Onley from Coffs Harbour. Lane 8, Moana Sumama from Campbelltown Performing Arts. Lane 9, Jacinta Nguyen from Bonnyrigg.
Fastest qualifier in this one is from the Hill Sports High School in 1:14. Felicity Wells in lane 4. So let's see how the girls go here with the fastest time now in qualifying by Frankie Roberts, I think we said, was that correct? Of 1:13.44. And girls, if the girls lift here for their performance at the state level, they could come underneath that. Down to touch and turn at 50. Felicity Wells goes through in 35.18. She is in contention to go under 1:13 if she can maintain that effort in the second half of this butterfly. She's doing it nicely, lapping it away, you know, the arms ticking, and she's extending the lead just a touch. We've got Lucy Nam beside her. She's not a threat there at the moment.
It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be Felicity Wells down to the finish. She reaches 1:13.19, so she does go under the quickest time from Heat 2. That's set by Frankie Roberts. Going into Heat 4,
chasing the time of 1:13.19. Lila O'Connell from Albury swimming lane 0. Brooke Whalen from Denison College is in lane 1. Freya Mead, McLean, lane 2. Chloe McCormack, Endeavour Sports High School, lane 3. Sophie Hamilton, Warners Bay, Hunter, in lane 5. Aobi Carty, Fort Street, lane 6. Georgia Munro, Lambton. Ruby McBain is swimming in lane 7. She's from the far south coast School of Eden. From Inverell, another part of the state, Sophie Irwin is swimming in lane 8. And from the Sydney region, Sydney Southwest, East Hills Girls, Alexia Nikotra is swimming in lane 9. They are 30 metres into the event, and we have Sophie Hamilton leading them away.
She has come in with the fastest qualifying time in this event. She's gone through the turn in 33.49, which I think is also the fastest split so far.
Yeah, it suggests that she's going to push that 1:13 time, and she had a very strong first 50. She's not holding back, so she's going to post a time that's very close to fastest qualifying, if not the fastest. She's coming down to the wall now. Time 1:05. She's cruising in. Big reach, there it is, and 1:09. She has come in significantly under the other heats. Sophie Hamilton it is from Warners Bay in Hunter region. Aobi Carty, second place there in the heat. Chloe McCormack. Then you've got Georgia, Freya, Brooklyn, Ruby, Sophie, Lila, and Alexia all in.
Now we come to event 74, and so far this event has been amended 3 times. So we'll give you the starting list for the first of 4 heats, and this will involve 3 swimmers. And wait till we see them on the blocks, because we've got 2 sheets in front of us, but I'm positive I've got the correct one
We've
here.
actually got 3 sheets. We've got a few, haven't we? All right.
Lane, wait till they get behind the block. So we've got 3 of them up there. Yes, so we're on amendment number 2. I've got listed here. Lane 3, Ryan Whiting, Molong, Western. Lane 4, Joel Maven from Melbourne, North Coast. And lane 5, Fletcher Pascoe from Liama. And the record for this was set in 2012 from a swimmer from Camden Haven on the North Coast, Jacob Sanson. And he swam a time of 1:04.82. So we're waiting on the starters. We've got the boys in the water. We're doing our version of the over the top start with backstroke.
The girls are holding onto the lane ropes,
Tightly.
and the boys go past them.
So unfortunately we haven't got any guidance on the amended sheets of qualifying times. So we're in the hands of the swimmers themselves, which is the way it should be.
Yeah, they'll be quite capable of sorting it out, Neil, without worrying about all the qualifying times. So we're going to make our way down the pool for the first time. Ryan Whiting is in lane 3. Joel Maven is in lane 4, and Fletcher Pascoe is in lane 5. It will be Joel Maven to take them around in 42.46, as these fellows have the honour, I suppose. Heat 1, chance for them to put a time on the board and let others chase those times. Joel Maven is from Melville, North Coast. The arms are ticking quite nicely. I imagine there's a bit of fatigue though in the shoulders, and they will now come down to that final 20 metres, and that is a pretty tough 20 metres, I'd imagine, in backstroke when you've already swum a competitive and hard first 80 metres. They come in. Here he comes, Joel Maven, right down to the line, a nice stretch and touch, and it's 1:28.04 for Joel. Good swim. This.
So moving on to heat 2 of the boys 13 years 100 metres backstroke. In lane 0 we have Jesse McDonald from Hillston. In lane 1 Flynn Townsend from Coffs Harbour. Lane 2 Charlie Byrne from Rose Bay Secondary College. Lane 3 Omar Karliki from Rouse Hill. Lane 4 Mattia Cole from Pennant Hills. Lane 5 Jack Millard from Willie Armour. Lane 6 Jake McGregor from Merriweather. Lane 7 Aidan Reese from Liverpool Boys. And in lane 8 Luca Bithell from Farrer Memorial Agricultural High School.
All right, nice work, Grant. We've got a student there from Rouse Hill. I was chatting to Neil at the primary schools about Rouse Hill. There's a hell of a magpie lives out at Rouse Hill. I know he lives on the cycling track there. I hope he's not spending too much time around the high school. He's quite a vigorous piece of work. And here they go. They're coming down to the final 25 metres. And is that Matteo Cole in lane 4, Grant?
That's Matteo Cole in lane 4 from Pennant Hills High School. So he'll lead this heat to the finish.
Yeah, and he goes 1:12.08 to post time.
Followed by Jack Millard in 1:15.85 and Jake McGregor in 1:16.36.
Come in significantly under that first heat, haven't we? 1:28 there for that first one. So all right, we're going to go for heat 2, but I'll let Grant take you through that. He's got a better look at the updated version of. I think it will be heat 3 actually.
Heat 3, yes, it's heat 3, Matt. Yeah. So heat 3 of the boys 13 years 100 metres backstroke. In lane 0 Ethan Foster from Farrer Memorial Agricultural High School. In lane 1 Eamon Covell from Willie Armour. Lane 2 Lawson King from Byron Bay. Lane 3 Marcus Winning from Cronulla. Lane 4 Charlie Potts from Maitland. Lane 5 Jude Byrne from Hunters Hill. Lane 6 William Munro from Lambton. Lane 7 Joshua Bressler from Bulli. And in lane 8 Rocco Daniels from Camden.
Yeah, we're into this. We've got Charlie Potts, I believe, swimming in lane 4. And Charlie Potts posted fastest qualifier earlier in the day. He's an outstanding swimmer. He's going through in 33.50. He doesn't mind setting some fast times in qualifying, Charlie Potts. And no exception to the rule here for him. He comes down, he leads them into the final 25 metres, and he's doing it nicely. Just beautiful rhythm and power in his stroke. Charlie Potts, lane 4. Charlie's from Maitland in the Hunter region. He comes under the flags, the backstroke flags, and he reaches and gets the wall in 1:07.38.
So just confirming those times. In first place Charlie Potts in 1:038. Second place Marcus Winning in 1:12.51. Third place Jude Byrne in 1:11.98. Fourth place Lawson King in 1:15.12, followed by Eamon Clavel, Rocco Daniels, Joshua Bressel, and they were our place getters in the third heat. We go to the fourth heat now of the boys 100 metres backstroke for 13 years. In lane 0 Toby Rolfe from Tenterfield. Lane 1, Lucas O'Malley from Bowral. Lane 2, Justin Wan Go from Borkham Hills. Lane 3, Jake Rutagliano from Marrickville. Lane 4, Luke Chen from Manly. Lane 5, Jaden Ship from Holsworthy. Lane 6, Zane Ward from Kiama. Lane 7, Jed Reichel from Albury. Lane 8, Tyler Dargan from Condobolin. And in lane 9, William Green from Blaney.
Lane 5's taking them around. It looks like Jaden Ship, and it is. We've got a swimmer here from Bowral, interesting little part of the world, where their school swimming carnivals over many years have taken place in mist and drizzle and rain at the start of the day, and then if they're a little bit lucky, they get some sun shining through. But the kids there do like, they're quite proud to swim in the rain. They get a fair bit of it down Bowral way, and Lucas O'Malley is representing Bowral High School here in the 4th heat. They're coming down to the wall, and it will be Jaden Ship, 1:08.62. To make him... All right, well, we got one of those situations where the fastest qualifier has come not from the final heat, but one of the previous heats, 1:07.38, Charlie Potts. No stranger to setting the fast pace is Charlie Potts. All right.
Move on now to the first heat of the girls' 14 years 100 metres backstroke. In lane 0, Eleanor Halloran from Leeton. Lane 1, Mackenzie Kemp from Hastings Secondary College, Port Macquarie. Lane 2, Alice Spadari from Merriweather. Lane 3, Sylvia Fan from Ambervale. Lane 4, Mara Morgan from Whitebridge. Lane 5, Kaylee Blundell from Irrawang. Lane 6, Lacey Teal from Coffs Harbour. Lane 7, Talia Green from Westfield Sports. Lane 8, Michaela Smith from Dubbo College. And in lane 9, Scarlett Narwin from the Henry Lawson High School.
Grant, we've got a representative there from Westfield Sports High School, going back through a little bit of history of New South Wales CHS sport that you have a rich knowledge of. I believe Westfield Sports High School was the first sports high school established. Would that be correct?
That was correct,
Yep.
Matt. Yeah, established, first principal was Phil Tucker.
Okay.
And it's been a terrific sporting high school over many years in a variety of sports.
All right, the girls, they're making their way into the wall here, and they're being led by lane 4 and 5, as we like to say, the usual suspects in lane 4 and 5. Lara Morgan, Kaylee Blundell are taking them around 35 in the 35-second region, and they are heading back down the pool with 40 metres to swim. They're going to try and post a time that will qualify both themselves and maybe some of these other girls a position in the final, where there'll be 10 places available. But they're going to need to contest it against girls swimming in 2 more heats. So they'll need to post a fast time. Lara Morgan and Kaylee Blundell taking them down into the wall, 5 metres to swim under the backstroke flags, and a nice reach for the wall. It is Lara Morgan, 1:12.92.
In second place was Kaylee Blundell in 1:13.92. And in third place, Talia Green in 1:15.82.
Yeah.
Followed by Sylvia Fan, Macy Teal, Michaela Smith, Alice Spadari, Mackenzie Kemp, and Eleanor Halloran.
Yeah, very good.
And
Scarlett.
Nolan.
John Inshaw might have been a deputy there at one point too, and John was a PE guy that did a fair bit of work in the western suburbs of Sydney, so they were probably pretty well served there at Westfield Sports when it was established.
They have. I'll just move on now to heat 2 of the girls 100 metres backstroke. And in lane 1 is Hayley Leung from Castle Hill. Lane 2, Keely Sutton from Maxwell. Lane 3, Ella Dixon from Crestwood. Lane 4, Sahara O'Keefe from Tuggerah Lake Secondary College. Lane 5, Madison Wood from Wollongong. Lane 6, Kate McCarthy from Mount Annan. Lane 7, Sienna Tui from Albury. Lane 8, Lily and Dratusis from Oxley. And in lane 9, Eddie Horstman from Orange.
All right, girls coming down. Lane 4, Madison Wood. No, it is Sahara O'Keefe just ahead of Madison Wood that will make the turn and head for home. The record, Emily Jones from Glendale, 2017. Emily Jones set the record, and it's 1:06.41. Pretty snappy. And we have 25 metres to swim in this second heat. We have Sahara O'Keefe from Tuggerah Lakes College leading. She comes into the red section. Can she get the full finish? She does on a full stretch. Sahara O'Keefe, 1:12.15. Slightly quicker than heat 1.
So Madison Wood will finish in second in a time of 1:12.57, and Kate McCarthy in a time of 1:13.69. In fourth was Keely Sutton in a time of 1:14.33. And mentioning, I'll go on to the start list for heat 3, and that'll be Polly Tuvey in lane 0 from Armidale College. In lane 1, Elise Hines Salter from Jarrah Bombera in the South Coast.
Bombera. It's a beautiful name, isn't it?
In lane 2, Pearl Palais from Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 3, Valerie Boll from Cherrybrook Technology High School. Lane 4, Michaela Pedersen from Barrenjoey. Lane 5, Bridget Bass from Endeavour Sports. Lane 6, Hannah Saunders from Muirfield. Lane 7, Jamie Jeffrey from Port Hacking. Lane 8, Sienna Wu from Bega. And in lane 9, Mary Arundale from Glen Innes. And Matt mentioned Westfields. Big call out to Joanne Kenny, the sports director there. Joanne does a terrific job coordinating all the students in the talented athlete programs that Westfield Sports High School run. So we have a good lead here to the swimmer in lane 4, and that's Sahara O'Keefe from Tuggerah Lakes College.
At school, coordination of sport that most schools is pretty demanding. I imagine at Westfields it'd be just as and possibly more. So yeah, a shout out to a lot of sports organisers, and the way through to the CHS Championships is through your school sport. It's a credit to all of them in their schools.
That's a win there to Michaela Pedersen in a time of 1:11.15, followed by Bridget Bass in a time of 1:14.46. In third place, Valerie Boll in a time of 1:16.17, followed by Jamie Jeffrey, Hannah Saunders, Pearl Palais, Eloise Hines Salter. So they're your place getters in the girls' 14 years 100 backstroke.
Michaela hasn't let those girls down. She's dragged them through in the fastest heat in 1:11.15. We're going, Grant, to 14 years backstroke and 3 boys in the first heat. Harry Hancock from Coolah, Northwestern region. He's in lane 3 from the Henry Lawson School Western region. Dylan Ford, he's going to swim in lane 4. And Jock Paris from Farrer Memorial Agricultural School Northwest in Jock will swim in lane 5. 3 boys to go in this first of 4 heats.
So good representation here, Matt, from again the western regions of New South Wales.
Yeah, and here they are. They meet in Sydney and swim alongside each other. It's just a great thing to see, Grant. It must be a nice feeling for them to get in the water and swim at the elite level against other guys from regional areas. I'm sure they're conscious of that. They probably met each other. They may know each other from swimming competition, or they may have had a chance to meet in that beautiful little melting pot called the marshalling area, where you get to sit and maybe chat and get ready for your race with a number of other competitors from that are swimming your event. It's a nice place to meet people occasionally. Maybe the boys have had a chat. We've got Dylan Ford, I think, in lane 4. And Dylan is leading this out in lane 4. He's from the Henry Lawson School. And he's in the pink cap, the bright pink cap. He's pretty hard to miss. And then we've got, he's flanked by Harry Hancock and Jock Paris either side of him. From Coolah and Farrer Memorial Agricultural Schools respectively, it is Dylan Ford down into the wall at 1:20.28. The pink cap comes off and Dylan Ford has been the fastest qualifier. He sets the time in the 14 years boys 100 metres backstroke in heat 1. Heat 2, Oliver Walsh, Broken Hill, West Darling sub-region, Oliver Walsh, lane 0. From Albury, Levi Smith, lane 1. Lion Lee, Prairie Wood is in lane 2. Billy Hall, lane 3. Warners Bay, Terence Kang in lane 4. From Fort Street, Sydney North region, Joshua Park is lane 5. He's from Epping Boys. Jake McCready is from Wollongong High School, lane 6. Ian Burgess, McLean, North Coast. He's going to swim in lane 7. And Nick Tukunyu from Albury in the Riverina. Nick will swim in lane 8. They are off their marks and into the race, into the start. Up and stroking backstroke. Lane 3 and lane 6. Billy Hall, Jake McCready at the moment, with lanes 4 and 5 trying to, they're in that unusual position of having a little work to do here. So Jake McCready takes them round with Billy Hall, Terence Kang, Josh Park in hot pursuit in the middle of the pool. But it continues to be Jake McCready in lane 6. Jake McCready is from Wollongong High School. I think it sits right beside Kira High School, down there in Wollongong. And Jake McCready is maintaining his form and his lead in lane 6. See how he goes. He reaches under the water and he touches in 1:06.51, and he's posted a significantly quicker time than heat 1.
So second place will be Billy Hall in a time of 1:07.95, and in third place Terence Kang with a time of 1:08.09, followed by Joshua Park and Lion Lee. So well done to those boys.
Going in heat 3 now, Grant. Lachlan Simeonitis, Denison College, lane 0. Kalen Nigeu, Lambton Hunter is in lane 1. Rylan Burns, Bega from the South Coast, lane 2. Jovial Wang, Blakehurst, lane 3. Cohen Clavel, lane 4. Willie Armour is from West Darling Ridge sub-region. Riley Marcelino, James Rees Agricultural School, lane 5. Lachlan Lee, lane 6. Lucas Heights. Cooper Wade, Eldersley, lane 7. Bailey Pickvance, Maxville on the North Coast in lane 8. Jimmy Boswell, Canobolis Rural School in lane 9. They come down to 50 metres to swim. I think it's going to be lane 5. It is Riley Marcelino. He's been swimming well this morning. Tends to be a bit of a speed merchant, and he's also one of the pace setters. He does like to go out hard, and he set some good times this morning in some of his other events. So it is Riley Marcelino leading them into the final 20 metres, and he is comfortable here. He has 2 body lengths over anybody that's next to him or near him. Riley Marcelino, the big, long, straight arms as he goes like a steamer into the wall. The reach and touch, he had the luxury of being able to glide almost and reach for the wall. It is Riley Marcelino, 1:08.29. Lachlan Lee, second qualifier there in that heat. Jovial Wang, Cohen Clavel, Rylan Burns is there. Bailey Pickvance, Lachlan Simeonitis, Cooper Wade and Jimmy Boswell make up the field. It is Riley Marcelino. Aussie 1-0. Missed his time.
We'll move on to heat 4 of the 100 metres backstroke. In lane 0, Jaden Sue from Casula. Lane 1, Baxter Divine from Warilla. Lane 2, Constantinos Siasis from Lambton. Lane 3, Hayden White from McLean. Lane 4, Jake Boyle from Cronulla. Lane 5, Cameron Lawrence from St Ives. Lane 6, Jacob Witten from the Ponds. Lane 7, Sam Manwaring from Murrumburra. Lane 8, Andrew Schutprompf from Blaxland. And in lane 9, Harley Kerr from Glen Innes.
It is lane 4 here, Grant. Jake Boyle, who has taken them out, dragging them through this first 50. He will come in with 45, 50 metres to swim. He takes them around. Jake Boyle, 31.95. And he's taking Cameron Lawrence and Jacob Witten with him. And he has a lead of 2 body lengths with 30 metres to swim. He means business here. He's had a good time posted by Riley Marcelino in front of him, and he can't afford, it looks like, to believe that he can coast, so he is swimming it hard down into the wall, and he's looking beautifully strong here as he comes in on the full stroke. 1:05.63. Nice swim. Hayden White in, Cameron Lawrence, Jacob Witten, Constantinos Siusis, Baxter Divine, Sam Manwaring, Andrew Schutrumpf, Jaden Sue and Harley Kerr have all completed their heats.
We'll move on now to the first. Now I think there's been a collapsing of heats here, so I'll just go through these very slowly. In lane 0, Yuan Wang from, just bear with me while I just check Macquarie Fields. In lane 1, Isabel Irwin from Inverell. Just bear with me while I quickly check our new screen here. Okay, lane 2 will be Jess Gronadic from Newcastle. In lane 3, Nian Higley from Rose Bay Secondary College. Lane 4, Helly Childs from Leichhardt. Lane 5, Matilda Robinson from Mulwarry. Lane 6, Andrea Thompson from, sorry about that.
Andrea Thompson from South Grafton. Ella Johnson in lane 7 from Elderslie. Lane 8, Grace Derrick from Cootamundra. And lane 9, Millie Coffey from Trangie, Western. And at the moment we have lane 4, Healy Childs from Leichhardt leading the way. And she looks like she's going to come in and touch in 1:10.79. 1:10.79 for Hayley Childs. Niam Higley in second place in 1:12.71. Andrea Thompson, lane 6, 1:15.53. Lane 2, Jessica Groendyke from 1:16. Lane 7, Ella Johnson, 1:17.24. Lane 5, Matilda Robinson. Lane 0, Yuan Wang. Lane 1, Isabel Irwin. Lane 8, Grace Derrick. And lane 9, Millie Coffey. So they're the final places in 1:10.79. We'll move on to heat 2 of the girls 15 years 100 metres backstroke. And Libby Constable from Mudgee, it was lane 0. Lane 1 is Isabel Ray, Albury. Lane 2, Abby Clay,
Peakhurst, I think now.
Peakhurst is Gordon, Georges River College, is that correct?
Georges River Secondary College.
Thank you.
Peakhurst
In lane
campus.
3, Annie Tang from Willoughby Girls, Sydney North. Lane 4, Sian Spalding from Erina, Sydney North. Lane 5, Leanna Deary from Yass in South Coast. Lane 6, Indiana Aikman, Albion Park, South Coast. Lane 7, Jolanda Hess, Armidale College. Lane 8, Talia Suamamo, Mayo, Macquarie Fields. Elizabeth Healy, Ningen. And I apologise to Talia and her family for my mispronunciation. And as they go around, Xian Spalding in 34.02 was 2 body lengths ahead of the rest of the field. The record for this event was set by Alicia Olsen from Williama, and the record was set in 2010, and she swam in 106.25.
And our apologies on the mix-up with those initial main competitors. There has been some changes made, changes made.
And Sian Spalding has come through in 112.23 ahead of Liana Deary, Indiana Aikman, Isabel Ray, Clay Abbey, Yolanda Hess, Libby Constable, Talia Seal Mayo, Annie Tang and Elizabeth Healy. And a time of 112.23, so that wasn't quite as fast as the previous heat. So we move to heat 3 now, which will feature Chloe Seagrot from McIntyre in lane 0, Evie Way from Cheltenham Girls in lane 1, Bianca Grieve, Shoalhaven lane 2, Tara Stewart, Hunter School of Performing Arts. Lane 4 is Jade Main from Glenwood, Sydney West. Lane 5, Renoa Lee, Greystanes. Lane 6, Caitlin Williams Young. Lane 7, Molly Sultana from Williama. Lane 8, Ella Dudgeon from Woolgoolga. Lane 9, Macaida Lenful, Maxwell, North Coast. With the starter. As they move down the first lap of their 100-metre swim, we have in lane 4, Jade Main from Glenwood. And she will turn in first place in 34.36, closely followed by Renoa Lee, Bianca Grieve, Caitlin Williams, Tara Stewart. So she will move back up towards the 100 metres. Jade Main is maintaining her lead, but there's a good battle for second and even third in this one. So we'll see as they come into the last 10 metres. And Jade Main has maintained her form to come through in 1:10.90, and the minor places went to Renoa Lee and Bianca Grieve. Now the 10 fastest times will qualify for the final, which will be held in session 2 of day 3. We now move to the boys. They've been confirmed. We now move to the boys 15 years heat, and this has been.
These heats have also been collapsed, Neil. So I'll quickly go through the start list for heat 1 of the boys 100 metres backstroke, 15 years. In lane 0, Logan Fuller from Farrer Memorial Agricultural High School. In lane 1, Will Patterson from Swansea. Lane 2, Tristan Shee from Woolgoolga. Lane 3, Zaha Feng from Kellyville. Lane 4, Nicholas Gavin from Warners Bay. Lane 5, Joshua Hand,
Quakers Hill, Sydney West.
Lane 6, Kian Knight from Tumut. Lane 7, Bailey Edwards from Wagga Wagga. Lane 8, Elliot Mack from Warilla. And 9, Felix Lavia from Tenterfield. So that's the start list for heat 1, which originally was heat 2. And there will now be 3 heats of the boys 15 years, 100 metres.
And this is going to be a
backstroke.
very close race, I think, Grant. We have Gavin Nicholas in lane 4 and lane 5, Joshua Hand, going stroke for stroke. I think at this point Joshua is probably a fingertip in front. But I'll be proved wrong again because young Nicholas Gavin has put on a bit of a spurt. So it's going to be 1:52.32 to Gavin Nicholas, 1:05.32 to Nicholas. Joshua 1:05.47. So what a great race that was.
And in third place, Tristan Shee with a time of 1:08.47. The other placings, Kiam Knight, Zah Ho Fang, Will Patterson, Bailey Edwards, Logan Fuller, Mac Elliott and Felix Lavia. So moving on now to heat 2 of the boys 100 metres backstroke.
And we have in lane 0, Braden Clark, Maxville, Liam Griffiths, lane 1, Farrer Memorial Agricultural High School, lane 2, Rijbar Arcot, Westfield Sports, Sydney South West, lane 3, Brody Smith Picton, Sydney South West, lane 4, William Brownlee, Sydney Technical High School, lane 5, Cameron Waite, Cardiff Hunter, lane 6, Nicholas Santo, Balmain, lane 7, Bride of Peters, Cronulla, lane 8, Axel Faith, Fairfall, Cobar, in lane 9, I haven't got the name for
And
that
in
one.
lane 9 we have, I'm not sure what his first name is, but it's Oscar Shoebridge, thank you, from Williama High School,
Yep.
West Darling. So there your start list for heat 2. So moving after the turn at the 50, we have the swimmer in lane 4.
William Brownlee.
Williams also had a very good meet, competed in a lot of events, and William is from Sydney Technical High School.
As we approach the last 5 metres, it's William Brownlee who's going to come in and touch in 1:03.86. 1:03.86. And he was followed by Cameron Waite, Brody Smith, Nicholas Santo, Bride of Peters, Rishbab Arcot, Axel Fairhall, Bryden Clark, Liam Griffiths and Oscar Shoebridge. 1:03.86. That brings us to heat 3, the final heat. Heat 4 of.
So actually it's heat 3 because they collapsed.
Heat 3 of the boys 15 years 100 metres. Swimming out of lane 0 was Arwen Newton from Smith Sill. Lane 1, Brody Cashman, Denison College. Lane 2, Cooper Peary from Holsworthy, Sydney South West. Lane 3, Alex Fulton, Wadalba. Lane 4, Lachlan Davies, Balgowlah Boys. Lane 5, Angus Wilson, Cherrybrook. Lane 6, Blake Scanlon, Muirfield. Lane 7, Jet Burke, McLean. Lane 8, Samuel Lewis, Kira. Lane 9, Roy Dillon, Orange. The record was held by Daniel Arnamat.
Very, very good swimmer, Neil.
And he was a very good swimmer. He swam, set the record in 2004, 29.47.
He's from that very, very strong
Ashworth Boys.
region, Northwest Metropolitan, of which Asquith Boys is a member school. So the swimmer in lane 4 currently leads, and that's Lachlan Davies from Balgowlah Boys, and once again that's also a very strong swimming and water polo school, situated above the Spit Bridge, top of Manly.
And Lachlan has come in a time of 1:02.85. 1:02.85. He was followed by Angus Wilson, Samuel Lewis, Alex Fulton, Brody Cashman, Cooper Peary, Blake Scanlon, Jet Burke, Roy Dillon and Arwen Newton.
So moving on now to the event 79, the girls 16 years, 100 metres backstroke. In lane 0, Beth Arundel from Glen Innes. Lane 1, Alexis Whedon from Elderslie. Lane 2, Zoe Brackenridge from Winona. Lane 3, Evie Bullock from Winmalee. Lane 4, Ebony Nix from Tomaree. Lane 5, Ella Mounter from Lambton. Lane 6, Georgia Zanino from Camden. Lane 7, Keely May from Bossley Park. And in Lane 8, Amelia Matchin from Albury.
And lane 4 is leading the way, and that is Ebony Nix, Tomaree and Hunter.
And on the seedings, Neil, she was the fastest qualifier.
Yeah.
And that was why she was allocated lane 4. So going around, it's Ebony Nix, Georgia Zanino and Keely May, our first 3 swimmers at the turn.
And she's got a very nice rhythmic stroke when she leads into the last 20 metres. Swimmer in lane 6 has moved up. Lane 6 is Georgina Zanino from Camden, Sydney Southwest, and she has come all the way up. And that's a good time of 1:10.47 for Ebony Nix, 1:10.47, ahead of Georgia Zanino, Keely Lay, Ella Mounter, Zoa Brackenridge, Evie Bullock, Alexis Whedon, Amelia Macon, and Beth Arundel.
We'll move on now to heat 2 of the girls 100 metres backstroke. In lane 0, Paige Sergi from Murrumbidgee. Lane 1, Abby Ural from Evans River K-12 High School. Lane 2, Madison Jones from Winona. Lane 3, Lara Horvath from Whitebridge. Lane 4, Millie Edwards from Maxville. Lane 5, Jade Downs from Terrigal. Lane 6, Maya Bailey from St Mary's Senior College. Lane 7, Tully Piddock from Dubbo College. And in lane 8, Violet Henson from Denison College.
And lane 4 has cleared off to body length's lead, and that's young Millie Edwards from Maxwell. And she looks very comfortable and high in the water as she moves down to the turn and goes around in 32.37. A good turn has almost increased her length by her lead by body length. As she leads away from Jade Downs. But the race for 3rd place is going to be interesting.
Remember, in these heats, the top 10 times go through to the final. So all swimmers are striving for a personal best here.
It's a good swim of 1:8:30, 1:8:30, which was a minute under her qualifying time. So
You'll find that's a second under qualifying time now.
Second, yes, not a minute. That'd be a remarkable world record if it had been a minute under. So we had Millie Edwards, Jade Downs, Madison Jones, Maya Bailey, Abby Urell, Lara Horford, Tully Piddock, Violet Henson and Sir Paige Sergi.
So moving on now to heat 3 of the girls 16 years 100 metres backstroke. In lane 0, Lucy Hall from Wagga Wagga. Lane 1, Michaela Hughes from the Henry Lawson High School. Lane 2, Eve Payne from Port Hacking. Lane 3, Emily Simons from Pittwater. Lane 4, Bree Spalding from Erina. Lane 5, Felicity Shannon from Yass. Lane 6, Maya Lim from Sydney Girls High School. Lane 7, Asha Pickering from Penrith. Lane 8, Montana Archibald from Mullumbimby. And in lane 9, Sarah Morris from Moree. So it's a good start there to the swimmer in lane 4, and that's Bree Spalding from Erina. So Bree leads us out in this, the 3rd heat of the girls 100 metres 16 years backstroke.
And Bree's gone round in 31.89 and doing very well. Felicity Shannon is in lane 5, is chasing her, as is lane 3, Emily Simons from Pittwater, Sydney North. So it's a race in 3 for those, for this heat. And as we come down to the last 5 metres, Bree Spalding has done a marvellous job and finished in 1:06.77. 1:06.77. Not quite as fast as a qualifying time, but I'm sure she's saving a bit for this afternoon.
So that's the fastest win of the heat so far.
Yes.
By nearly 1.5 seconds. So congratulations to Bree. Second place was Felicity Shannon in a time of 1:10.62. And in third place was Emily Simons in a time of 1:12.56.
Our next event will be the boys, event 80, the boys 16-year-olds 100 metres backstroke. And in lane 0 we have Cooper Gray from Coringal. Lane 1 Tyler McManus, Lithgow. Lane 2 Archie Toohey, Albury. Lane 3 Elijah Witten, The Ponds. Lane 4 Cameron Gawn, Toronto. Lane 5 Rory Garnett, Whitebridge. Lane 6 Duke Garnsey, Cronulla. Lane 7 Braden Connell, East Hills. Lane 8 Daniel Smith, Narrabri. And they're away. The reaction times that you can see on the screen, and Braden Connell looks like he got the best reaction at 0.53 of a second. But lane 4, Cameron Gawn from Toronto has edged out to a half a body length lead. As I approach the turn, I'll go around in 30.8, so that's Cameron Gawn ahead of Rory Garnett and Elijah Witten.
It's a good lead there to
Cameron
Gawn. Very close for second and third. Swimmer in lane 6. Swimmer in lane 5. Possibly that'll be Rory Garnett in second, and in third place the swimmer in lane 3, Elijah Witten. So we'll stand by for those placings.
1:03.85 was Cameron Gawn ahead of Rory Garnett, Elijah Witten, Archie Toohey, Duke Garnsey, Braden Connell, Daniel Smith, Tyler McManus and Cooper Gray.
So moving on now to heat 2 of the boys 16 years 100 metres backstroke. In lane 0 Joshua Ball from Parks. Lane 1 Thomas Bowker from Alstonville. Lane 2 Melvin Gilbert from Port Hacking. Lane 3 Jazz Timmerma from Thomas Riddell. Lane 4 Edward Kang from Epping Boys. Lane 5 Jordan Galatly from Warners Bay. Lane 6 Hugo Pagella Guthrie from Newtown High School of the Performing Arts. Lane 7 Christian Bresler from Bulli. Lane 8 Wyland Hall from Kiama. And in lane 9 Riley Mills from Coona Barabran.
This is a much closer event at the moment, Grant, with the swimmers in lanes 3, 4 and 5 very close to each other, and I think the swimmer in lane 4 is just marginally ahead. Lane 3 is coming up. As they turn, it's lane 4, Edward Kang in 31.73 ahead of Jazz Juhima in lane 3 and Jordan Gulati in lane 5.
That's another good sim from Edward. He's had a terrific meet, a lot of events, and he's certainly doing Epping Boys High School very proud.
I think Epping Boys High School might be very proud of the Kang family, Grant. They've got a younger brother that's been competing also.
So we go into the finish, and that'll be a win to Edward Kang in a time of 1:04.84. Second, Jazz Tahima in a time of 1:05.30. And in third place, Jordan Galatly in a time of 1:05.66. followed by Hugo Pagello Guthrie, Thomas Boker, Christian Bresler, Melvin Gilbert make up our top 6 places in Heat 1.
We move now to Heat 3 of the preliminaries in the boys 100. Heat 3 in the preliminaries 16 years. And we have in lane 0, Henry Knight of Cobar, lane 1, Cooper Kegg Bowral, lane 2, Caleb Saberis from Quakers Hill in lane 2, Aidan Anderson, Evans River Cater 12, lane 3, Jacob Falcon of Brisbane Waters College, Sydney North, lane 5, James Brown, The Forest, lane 6, Lucas Saunders, Mulefield, lane 7, Troy Newen, East Hills Boys High School, lane 8, Caleb Miles, Maruya High School, and in lane 9, Harry Bartholomew from Barat Memorial Agricultural High School.
So moving up to the completion of the 50, and there could just be a slight lead here to the swimmer in lane 3, and that's Aidan Arneson from Evans River Cater 12 School. So Aidan goes through in first, Jacob Falconer in second.
That's a good split at 29.60, Grant.
And James Brown in third. So be very good here. The swimmer in lane 4, Jacob Falconer, however, is throwing out the gauntlet now to Aidan. So we'll just stand by for the finish when it comes into view.
Yep. Very good comeback from Jacob Falconer in 102.08. Aidan Anderson in 102.31, James Brown 105.09, Caleb Miles in 106.70, and they're followed by Lucas Saunders, Caleb Saberis, Troy Newen, Cooper Kegg, Henry Knight and Harry Bartholomew.
So moving on now to the first heat of the girls 17 years to 19 years 100 metres backstroke. This is event 81. In lane 0, Kira Copeland from Denison College. Lane 1, Mia Graham from Coringal. Lane 2, Imogen Cronshaw from Katoomba. Lane 3, Naomi Sainsbury from St Ives. Lane 4, Kira Hetherington from Camden Haven. Lane 6, Avara Salter from Ulladulla. Lane 6, Stella Marinovich Cake from Willoughby Girls. Lane 7, Variety Macaulay from Orange, and in lane 8, Jessica Newman from Fig Tree.
We have a vacant lane here, Grant, and lane 3 is out.
So lane 3, that's
Imogen Cronshaw.
That's lane 2.
Oh, sorry, lane 2.
We're numbering at first. Just for those that don't know the lane numbering at Sydney Olympic Park, the lane at the bottom of the screen is lane 0, and then it goes through to lane 9. So we don't have a lane 10, but we do have a lane 0. Sometimes confusing for spectators and for commentators alike.
In actual fact, I got the name correct of the girl that's not swimming, but the wrong lane. So it is Emma Jean Cronshaw in lane 2 that is not swimming. But at the moment, we have lane 4.
That's Kira Hetherington.
North Coast. Kira's having a very good meet also. She's gone through in 1:11.84.
So those placings in the first heat, Kira Hetherington with a time of 1:10.83, second Avara Salter in a time of 1:13.82, third place Stella Marinovich Cake in a time of 1:14.71.
We move to our next heat where we have 8 competitors, and we have Samantha Thompson from Wellington in lane 0, Lania Sumaimo from Campbelltown in lane 1, L. Jessen from Crestwood in lane 2, Alison Malone, Lucas Heights in the east, lane 3, Heidi Schneider from Newcastle, lane 4, Kelsey Van Eldick, Merriweather, lane 5, Shah Merchant, Tweed River, lane 6, Matisse Silvestro, Murrumbidgee, lane 7.
So now going into the first turn, the swimmer in lane 3, Alison Malone from Lucas Heights Community School is just got a narrow lead over the swimmer in lane 4, and that's Heidi Schneider from Newcastle.
Who's just come back, I think, may turn in front. No, Alison Malone maintained it from Heidi. Very close though,
And
for 100ths of a second.
And our third place swimmer is Kelsey Van Eldik. So well done to those 3 girls, but there's still a little way to go.
And it looks like lane 4 in Heidi Schneider has taken a handy lead from lane 5, Kelsey Van Eldik, and lane 3, Ellie Jessen.
So just,
Alison Malone, sorry.
so just confirming those placings. Heidi Schneider in a time of 1:10.88. Kelsey Van Eldik in second place in a time of 1:12.86. And Alison Malone in a time of 1:14.56.
As we move through to heat 3 of the 100 metres 17 to 19 year olds, we have Matilda Oliver from McIntyre in lane 0. Swimming out of lane 1, Emma McCarthy, Mount Annan. Chloe Ang from Helston Agricultural High School will compete in lane 2. Georgia Christian Milne in lane 3, and she's from Cardiff. Lily Taylor from Kirrawee in lane 4. Antoinette Hewish from Manly in lane 5. Lane 6 we have Clark Courtney, and she's from Maxwell. Lane 7 is Lana Malukan from Mitchell. Lane 8 is Rebecca Mardu from James Fallon.
So just going into the first turn, or the only turn actually, with 100 metres backstroke, and that's a swimmer in lane 4, Lily Taylor from Kirrawee. And Kirrawee is another excellent swimming and water polo school situated in the Sutherland Shire. So Lily's got quite a good lead here, but the swimmer in lane
2, is it?
no, could be
Lane
lane 1.
1.
And that is Emma McCarthy from Mount Annan. And a big shout out to the principal, Mr. Bates, who's obviously, being a great sportsman himself, is his philosophies emanating amongst the students at Mount Annan High School.
And in lane 4 we have Lily Taylor coming in with a time of 1:10.27. The record for that event was held by, or is held by, Fiona Connell from the Hill Sports High School. It was set in 2008 in a minute and 1:03.52.
So we'll move on now to the first heat of the boys, 17 to 19 years, 100 metres backstroke. In lane 0, Jacob Roth from Denison College. Lane 1, Kevin Park from James Roos Agricultural High School. In lane 2, Bailey Whitten from Camden Haven. Lane 3, Edward Dodds from Tumut. Lane 4, Silas Phillips from the Hills Sports High School. Lane 5, Noah Brown from Warners Bay. Lane 6, Jack Leeson from Grafton. Lane 7, Mackenzie Barnes from Woolaware. And in lane 8, Jai Bishop from West Wyalong. Now the record for the boys 17 years to 19 years, 100 metres backstroke, also held by that terrific swimmer Daniel Arminet from Asquith Boys High School. He set the record of 56.58 in 2007. So we've got the swimmer in lane 3 at the moment, and that is Edward Dodds from Tumut. So well done to Edward. He's led this 100 metres backstroke out. Followed by Noah Brown, Silas Phillips, Jack Leeson, Toby Oakley, Mackenzie Barnes, Kevin Park, Jai Bishop and Jacob Roth.
Swimmer in lane 5, Noah Brown is Oh no, sorry, swimmer in lane 4. Silas Phillips is making a move now. We come to the last 5 metres and he's timed his race to perfection by the looks of it. And he's coming in with 102.99, 102.99.
And that's a good swim from Silas. Second place was Noah Brown in 103.89. And third place was Edward Dodds in 103.91. Hill Sports High School, situated in Western Sydney, is certainly having a developing swimming program, and it's great to see the swimmers from Hills performing at the championships this year.
We move on to Heat 2. In lane 0, Alexander Myson from Narrabri, Northwest. Lane 1, Matthew Allen, Elizabeth MacArthur High School. Lane 3, Brody Peacock, Albury. Lane 2, Brody Peacock, Albury. Lane 3, Kobe Hall, Warners Bay. Lane 4, Jack Hendry, Mossman. Lane 5, Harry Bamford, Lambton. Lane 6, Maximilian Vandermeer from Tempe. Lane 7, Riley Gibbs from Yass.
And you might note that these swimmers in the previous heat sit back about 5 to 6 metres. This allows us to conduct the championship fairly quickly, rather than having to get the swimmers leave the water, which takes a little bit of time. So well done to the officials for that initiative. So you have the swimmer in lane 3. And that's Kobe Hall from Warners Bay. And Kobe's
leading the way, isn't he?
Looking pretty good here, but he certainly has his challenges from the swimmer in lane 5, Harry Bamford, and the swimmers in lane 4 and lane 6 being Jack Hendry and Maximilian Vandermeer. So they go to the wall to be Kobe Hall in first in a time of 103.39, Harry Bamford in second in a time of 103.93, in third, Maximilian Vandermeer in a time of 1:05:31, and in fourth place, Jack Hendry in a time of 1:05:77.
Well, I'd say Kobe would be rather chuffed with that result, Grant. He's bettered his qualifying time by 4 seconds. And we move now to Heat 3, the final heat of the boys 17 to 19-year-old. Lane 0, Jane Dang, Sefton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 1, Declan Courage, Kanahooka, South Coast. Lane 2, Ryan Rubaum, James Fallon. Lane 3, Caleb Dakin, Coffs Harbour. Lane 4, Alexander Foreman, Lizero. Lane 5, Arnie Chandra, Epping Boys. Lane 6, Matthew Hyam, Nowra. Lane 7, Drew Kelso, South Sydney. Lane 8, Aaron Casio, Rooty Hill. Lane 9, Paddy Williams, Trundle. Interesting to note, Grant, that young Alexander Foreman is coming with a qualifying time of 58.29. 28.45 up the first 50. And he's got a body length and a half, now 2 body lengths on his opponents. So I don't know if he'll challenge the record, but he's going to swim a good time.
He's got a very good lead now, and with 15 metres to go, he will miss the record, but he will post an excellent time.
58.69. 58.69. So hopefully someone in the final might be able to push him, and we might have a new record. We now move on to event 83, which is the girls 12 to 15 metres, 50 metres backstroke multi-class. So taking them down for the start, Alexander Foreman ahead of Arnie Chandra, Caleb Dakin, in 4th place Matthew Hyman, 5th Declan Courage. And we have our start list for the first heat of 2, and this is a time final. I remind you of the time final. We have lane 0, Holly Falstrom from Picnic Point. Lane 1, Olivia Nolan, Endeavour Sports. Lane 2, Georgie Duggan, Glenwood. Lane 3, Claire Graham, Young. Lane 4, Sky Morrison, Narromine. Lane 5, Michaela Espy from Kingswood. Lane 6, Shalaya Nixon from Great Lakes College, Foster. Lane 7, Holly Manning, Armidale College. And lane 8, Felicity Moller, Anson Street Special.
And just remembering, Neil, in the multi-class, all placings are provisional. The final determination of the placings is based on the swimmers' classification, their time and the comparison to the world record. So whilst you might think that a swimmer isn't swimming terrifically fast, depending on the level of disability, they in actual fact could be right ahead of themselves. So bear that in mind as we watch this, the first heat of the girls 12 to 15 years, 50 metres backstroke. And just to go through the disabilities, the S1 to S10, that's physical impairment. We'll just wait for the finish here while Neil
And
finishes.
that was at Sky Morrissey in 49.05 from Georgia Duggan, 51.23, and Holly Manning, 52.92, followed by Michaela Espy, Claire Graham, Shahayla Nixon, Olivia Nolan, and we're waiting, I believe, on Holly Falstrom in lane 1, who's coming into the picture as we speak.
And here she comes, she's doing a terrific job. Holly, and she'll finish and get a good round of applause, so well done, Holly.
Our next heat will see from the Ballina Coast High School, Charterley King Jones, lane 0, Elizabeth Coburn from Young in lane 1, Urada Bamisari from Balmain in lane 2, Lily Bright Taylor from Tormina in lane 3, Gemma Selick, lane 4 from the Keller Girls, Rose Anna Hurden, Tormina, lane 5, Alicia Gillespie, Narrabeen Sports, lane 6, Emily Pratt, Hunter Sports High School, lane 8, Summer Klein, Kincumber, lane 9 from the Evans River K to 12 campus, Paige Dolby.
So with the physical impairment, there are 10 different classes for athletes, and athletes with different impairments compete against each other because sport classes are allocated based on the impact the impairment has on swimming rather than on the impairment itself. So the physical impairments are S1 to S10. The vision impairment is S11 to S13, and the S14 is intellectual impairment. So that's just a brief synopsis of the multi-class swimming classifications.
And that's a good swim from young Lily Bright Taylor with 40.26, 40.26. The record is held by, sorry, I'm on the wrong page. The record is held by Jasmine Greenwood, I believe. If I can go back a page. Yes, Jasmine Greenwood was the record holder in that one. And she swam a time of 36.60 and amassed 776 points. Jasmine was an S9. We now start the boys.
And the first heat of the boys 12 to 15 years, 50 metres backstroke multi-class. In lane 1, Lincoln Bryant Waterhouse, and Lincoln from Bomaderry is an S14. Lane 2, Jacob David from Kingswood is an S9. Lane 3, Tyrone Shields from Ballina Coast is an S14. Lane 4, Max Bott from Camden Haven. Matt is an S8. Lane 5, Lachlan Daly Monk from Glenmore Park. Lachlan is an S14. Lane 6 is Noah Johnson from Ellerslie, he's an S19. Lane 7 is Dane Rose from Cromer. Dane is an S14. And in lane 8 is Daniel O'Brien from Carlo, he's an S5. Well, this is a terrific event here. The boys are certainly giving it their all. And remembering that the placings are only provisional and the final determination will be made via a calculation at the completion of the event. So that's going to be a win, a provisional win to Max Bott in a time of 55.66. Second will be Lachlan Daly Monk in a time of 1:00:29. And in third place, Noah Johnson in a time of 1:03:79. Followed by Tyrone Shields, Lincoln Bryant Waterhouse, Jacob David, and we have one swimmer and he's done well, and that's Dane Rose. So well done to those swimmers. And Daniel O'Brien, we must have missed him there, he didn't start.
No, he was
Did he not start?
no, he started, but he didn't touch it correctly, I think, at the end.
Oh, that's disappointing for Daniel then.
Here we have the start of the lineup for the second heat of the boys, 12 to 15 years, 50 metres backstroke. Remember, these are time finals. In lane 0, we have Ethan Hayes from Kingscliff. We have in lane 1, we have Jordan Hun from Macquarie Fields. In lane 2, Isaac Logan. Lane 3, we have Ronnie Tandy Bell. Lane 4, Jaden Van Stralen, who's having a magnificent meet. Lane 5, Leon Tuga. In lane 6, Seth Woodman. Lane 7, Malachi Sharp. And lane 8, Joshua Serene. And I think we have Jaden Van Stralen leading the way again. The record in this event is 33.24, set by Michael Allprince back in 2008. Michael went on to represent Australia at the Olympics in Paralympics in basketball, world shared basketball, and that was a time of 35.59 for Jaden Van Stralen, 35.59. So the calculations of the medalists will be made after the comparisons are made to their classification world record, and they will be posted shortly. I believe that brings us to the end of session 1 on day 3. Sorry, I think we've got 2 more events.
We've got the
2 more events.
the girls and boys 16 to 19 years
My
50
apologies.
backstroke now. So in the start list for Heat 1 of the girls 16 years to 19 years 50 metres backstroke, we have Sarah Bergen from Coffs Harbour, and Sarah is an S19. We have Shelby Rose Nugent from Anson Street Special School. Shelby Rose is an S14. In lane 4 we have Kelly Ryan from Warrawong, and Kelly is a S14. In lane 5 we have we have Tanya Famillo from Ulladulla, and she's an S8. And in lane 6 we have Aisha Turner from Katoomba, and she's an S14. Now we did mention S19, or we didn't mention S19 in our original listing of the classifications. S19 is high functioning autism, so that now gives an opportunity to those students to have a classification and swim in the multi-class event. So well done to those students who are now competing in the S19 category.
And lane 2, Sarah Bergen from Coffs Harbour has jumped out to a very strong lead. But remember, we do need to compare these to the classifications and the world record times. There's a wide range of disabilities in this event, and that's a good time from Sarah, 41.55. 41.55.
Yes,
The
the multi,
record- sorry.
the multi-class events now have really opened up the door for our swimmers with
Yes.
disabilities, and it gives them the opportunity to compete exactly the same as our able-bodied swimmers.
Now we have here Heat 2, and featuring in this event is the current record holder, Nicole Taylor, who's established that record last year in 2022. So she'll be trying to break her previous record, I believe. And we have Mai Petheridge from Chatswood in lane 0. Sarah Sparks, Tuggerah Lakes College, lane 1. Crystal Jessenson, Borkham Hills, lane 2. Lane 3, Savannah Marnia, North Lakes. Lane 4, Nicole Taylor from Murrumbidgee. Lane 5, Portia Jimison, Muswellbrook. Lane 6, Amelia Moore, Coffs Harbour. Lane 7 is McKinley Arneson, Evans River, K-12. Lane 8, Emma Flatley, the Hill Sports High School. And lane 9, Emily Weird. Starters' hands. They go into the water for their in-pool entry. They'll lift themselves out of their water for the start, and that's a good start. Swimmers up and racing. A good start from Nicole Taylor, also lane 2. Crystal Jensen is a good start. Lane 6. Lane 6 is Amelia Moore.
So going into the finish, the swimmer in lane 4 looks just to have a lead there, and that's Nicole Taylor. So well done to Nicole.
35.86.
Second place is Crystal Jesson in a time of 36.96, and third place Amelia Moore in a time of 37.36. Bearing in mind these are provisional placings. In fourth place McKinley Arneson, fifth place Sarah Sparks, sixth place Emma Flatley, and in seventh place Mia Petheridge. But those final determination of placings will be based on the multi-class classification system, and those results will be posted at a later date.
We move to now the 16 and 19-year-old boys 50 metres backstroke multi-class, and we have 2 heats. And our first heat will feature in lane 2 Callum Clark from Katoomba. Lane 3 Riley Ferrugia from Greystanes. Lane 4 Michael Richter from Jindabyne. Lane 5 Benjamin Tulloch from Nora Point. Lane 6 Mitchell Leifish, the Karoon School of Western. Lane 7 Darren Sisman from Endeavour Sports High School. And the record is held by Daniel Nabashuba. He said in 2004, and he was a Minerva Street student, and there's 14, and he amassed 867 points. And we have a couple of swimmers here at 54 or 56. We have one swimmer, Darren Seisman, who didn't record a time, so he may have sought entry into this for special dispensation. Darren swimming out of lane 7, and he's been having a very special meet today. So we'll see how they go. And he's up after a good start. At his own time as the other swimmers make their way up the pool, and Darren has come in 34.17. In second place we will have lane 5, and that is Benjamin Tulloch from Benora Point, followed by Mitchell Ryfish and Michael Ritter. A good swim here from lane 3.
That's Riley Ferrugia from Greystones. Well done, Riley.
And where Callum Clark will be the next to finish.
And Callum's just coming into your screen now. Well done, Callum. Got a nice stroke there. He's keeping his head very still with a good kick. Good on you.
Well done, Callum. Well done.
So we'll move on now to the final event of session 1 on day 2, and that is in lane 0, Josh Graham from Young. Josh is an S10. In lane 2, Christian Miller from Cootamundra. Christian is an S15. Lane 3, Lachlan Lau from Sylvania. Lachlan is a S14. Lane 4, Declan Budd from Davidson. He's an S14. Lane 5, Jack Carey from Ashfield Boys. Jack's an S15. Lane 6, Blake Price from Parks, and he's an S19. Lane 7, Matty Price from Parks, also he's an S14. Lane 8, Ryan Shakeshaft from Taree, he's an S14. And in lane 9, Dylan Van Stralen from Picton, and he's an S14.
As they ready themselves on their blocks, our swimmers will lift before the start, and there they go. And it's a big push off the wall. We have Declan Budd showing a clean pair of heels. He's had a magnificent meet so far. He's bottom of his age group at 16, but he's swimming very, very well. He's going to come in and record a time of 31.46. 31.46. And ladies and gentlemen, that does bring us to the end of session 1, day 2 of the New South Wales Combined High Schools 2023 Swimming Championships. We thank you for your patronage this morning and hope you'll return in approximately 20 minutes for the start of session 2, day 3, or session 4, which will contain a number of finals. Thank you and enjoy your break.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen and officials. That concludes this morning's session. The afternoon session will commence at 2 p.m.
Jaden Van Strellen, Liam Toga and Robbie Tandibell. Crystal Jensen, Nicole Taylor, and giving answer to presentation.
Gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the boys 12 to 15 years, 50 metre backstroke multi-class. Our bronze medalists representing Wellington, Western, Ronnie Tangy Bell. Our silver medalist from Skies, Sydney North, Liam Toga. And our gold medal winner from Picton, Sydney Southwest, Jacob Backstroke. Presentation area, we have the medal winners for the girls 12 to 15, 50 metre backstroke multi-class. Our silver medalist was the Hunter Sports by Hunter, Emily Pratt. Oh, sorry, that's the bronze medalist.
As the vulture line going down.
Silver medalist from Tormina High Gold Coast, Lily Bright Taylor. And our gold medalist from the Hill Girls Sydney North, Gemma Selleck. Presentation area, we had the medal winners for the girls 16 to 19 metre backstroke multi-class. Our bronze medalist was Evans River, North Coast, McKinley Anderson. Our silver medalist from Murrumbidgee, Riverina, Nicole Taylor. And our gold medal winner from Auckland Hills High, Sydney West, Crystal Jessup. Our silver medalist from Endeavour Sports in the East, Darren Sisman. And our gold medal winner from Davidson City North, Declan Budd.
In for a pie.
That's what I'm doing.
There's plenty.
Yeah, I want to actually want to see
A bit of the, I don't know about that. Oh, there's Jane Dana, Charlotte Jane Dana.
you go for a smile. Teamwork.
position in the mastering area now.
All right, welcome back after the mid session, day 2, a lunch break. We're back for the afternoon session of swimming with predominantly finals to be contested in the afternoon. At the moment, we've got event 87 in the water. It's kicking us off after lunch, and it is the girls 12 to 14 years, 200 metres individual medley. We've got in lane 3, Mackenzie Victory from Williama, West Darling sub-region. She's swimming in lane 3. And we have Mary Arundale from Glen Innes, Northwestern region. She's in lane 4. And Cassandra Christensen from Picnic Point. She's hauling the mail at the moment out front in the backstroke leg of the girls 12 to 14 years, 200 metres individual medley. Cassandra Christensen is going to touch and turn, come up and commence the breaststroke leg. Both girls now in the breaststroke leg. Cassandra Christensen, Mary Arundale and Mackenzie Victory is swimming in lane 3. And they make up the competitors in heat 1 of the individual medley for 12 to 14-year-old girls. It's our first event after the lunch break on day 2. Welcome to the championships and the live streaming. If you are joining us for the first time, you might have some students that you swimmers that you're keen to watch and you're tuning in for the first time. Welcome to you. It's a great spectacle. It's nice to be able to bring you the championships from Olympic Park near Homebush. And we've had some great swimming over the last day and a half. If you've been tuning in, welcome back. You'd be able to agree, I think, that there's been some excellent swimming so far. We're basically at the halfway point of the championships, although tomorrow, day 3, is a large day because we're going to have a lot of relay events tomorrow, and that will bring a lot more swimmers and a lot more supporters and spectators to the pool. Well, here we are, though, in the middle of day 2, and we're just after lunch, and we've got Mary Arundale, who has come over the top there from lane 4. Mary's from Glen Innes. I'm sure the Glen Innes folks are going to be very happy with Mary's swim there. Mary Arundale. Cassandra Christensen is in. Cassandra from Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest, and we will have Mackenzie Victory completing the individual medley soon. She's just come into the picture there. Mackenzie from Williama, the West Darling region, and she touches and she is in. Welcome back, Neil. After lunch, we got finals this afternoon, and we've had once again, some pretty impressive swimming in the morning session.
That's right, Matt. We have. In fact, we've had, I think, may have had a record broken. I'm not 100% sure. We'll need to check that for you this afternoon. We are now in the 200 IM for the 12 and 14 girls, and I remind all viewers these are actually time finals, so the girls are not only swimming against the competitors, they're swimming very much against the clock, so they have to post a good time. So our first heat came through in 2:57.35. So the girls, as we go through each of these heats, will be trying to better the previous time of the previous races time.
Absolutely. We've had some examples even this morning, of, even in the qualifying heats, where the fastest time for qualifying has not been set in what you would imagine to be the quicker assembly of swimmers in the, say, heat 4 or heat 3, but in some of those earlier heats. So it's possible, to do the work and medal coming from not necessarily what is considered to be the quickest heat on paper. We've got heat 2 here, Neil, of the 12 to 14 years girls.
Yeah, and we should give them a list, shouldn't we?
Absolutely.
Lane 0, we have Eloise Hines-Salter from Jerembombera on the south coast. I'm not sure of the Jerombora. in lane 1, Sky Williams from Fig Tree. Lane 2, Lily Andraltos from Oxley. Lane 3, Jacqueline Button from Richmond River, the Richmond River Senior College. Then lane 4, we've got Brooklyn Whalen from Denison College. In lane 5, Lila O'Connell from Albury. Lane 6, Regan Edwards from Wagga Wagga. Lane 8, Sienna Bevan, Williama. Lane 9, Annalise Potter from Tenterfield. And they're coming down the breaststroke leg, so we've got a line of 4 swimmers who are very much in this event. And they are lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. So Lily Andraltis, Jacqueline Button, Brooklyn Whalen and Lila O'Connell are putting in some great swims.
Yeah, they're all in the mix. That school, that location, Neil, Jerrabombra.
Thank you.
Just on the fringe outside the ACT.
Oh, okay.
And interesting little location in the South Coast region, because you'd think South Coast is on the coast.
Yeah.
That region actually extends inland quite a bit and includes some schools up around, well, it includes schools in places like Goulburn,
Yes.
Bowral, Carrabar. So it comes in from the coast up onto the tablelands as well. It's a pretty broad region, I guess.
It is. We have young Jacqueline Button in lane 3 showing the other swimmers the way to the wall. And she's going to come through in a time with 2:46.06, 2:46.06. And she's been followed into second by Lila O'Connell, Brooklyn Whalen in third, Lily Andraltis in fourth, Sienna Bevan fifth, Regan Edwards sixth, Sky Williams seventh, Annalise Potter eighth, and Eloise Hines Salter in ninth place.
All right, that's heat 2 out of the way, and we've got 2 more heats to try and post those quick times to secure a medal. The record, 2:24, Tyler Crabtree, she's from Lismore, was set in 2019. Heat 3, no swimmer in lane 0, Kiana Philippe from Evans High School out near Blacktown, the western suburbs of Sydney. And Kiana is going to swim in lane 1. Ivy White is from Picton. She's swimming in lane 2. Canberra Yamasaki is in lane 3 from Endeavour Sports High School. In lane 4 is Ella Dixon, Crestwood High School. Sydney West up there on the little plateau of Winston Hills, Balcombe Hills, Crestwood High School. And she's got one of her schoolmates right beside her in lane 5. What an interesting draw. Caitlin Keating is swimming in lane 5, also from Crestwood. Kate McCarthy's lane 6, Mount Annan. Michaela Peterson, Barron Joey on the Northern Beaches, Sydney North. Freya Mead from Maclean on the North Coast is in lane 8. And up that way as well, Coffs Harbour, North Coast region, Lacey Teal is swimming in lane 9. That's our complete lineup for the girls. In fact, I'm looking for a swimmer in lane 9 and I cannot see them. So Lacey Teal may not have presented for I'm just trying to check lane 9 there, Neil, and I can't see a swimmer there.
Kate McCarthy's done extremely well. She's led the backstroke leg and now has got a sizable lead in the breaststroke, although the swimmer in lane 8 is starting to make inroads. So it's going to come down to the freestyle again. And Kate McCarthy is swimming above her entry time,
yeah,
I'd say.
She's going to get, if she can lead into the wall, she's going to get that nice little advantage of her commencing a faster stroke while other girls are finishing a slower stroke. And I mean, part of your philosophy of swimming is that, you know, it can be won and lost with the breaststroke. It's a pretty demanding discipline stroke, you know, and it's not all pure power, I don't think, the breaststroke. Anyway, we've got in lane 8 Freya Mead making. She appeared to be making some ground. She's holding it now. Yeah. We've got lane 2 going quite nicely. It's
and that's
Ivy
Ivy
White.
from
Yep.
Sydney Southwest also.
But it looks like Kate McCarthy,
think
doesn't
yes,
it?
it
Lane
does.
6. She's going to come down here.
She's in 2:36.06, so that's a faster
Yeah,
time.
she's taken a chunk off that, hasn't she? Off the 2:46.
Yep. We have Kate McCarthy, Ivy White, Canberra Yamasaki are the first three place getters. Freya Mead was fourth. Ella Dixon fifth. Kayana Philippe sixth. Michaela Pedersen seventh. And in eighth place was Caitlin Keating, I think.
All right, Neil, here we go. An attempt now to set an even faster time and qualify for medal. It's timed final. So Valerie Boll will swim in lane 0 in the final heat, fourth heat from Cherrybrook, Sydney North. Valerie Boll, Sophie McEnany, Dubbo College, lane 1. Susanna Kang, Cheltenham Girls, lane 2. Sophie Hamilton, Warners Bay, lane 3. Sienna Tui, Albury, lane 4. In lane 5, Lara Morgan, Whitebridge, Hunter Region. Jamie Jeffrey is swimming in lane 6 from Port Hacking, Sydney East. Scarlett Malloy, Williama, West Darling, lane 7. Hannah Mounter, Lambton, Hunter Region. And Alice Simsek is swimming in lane 9. And Alice is from Endeavour Sports High School as they make their way down the pool for the second time, and they are in the backstroke leg. We have two girls here backstroking very nicely. It's Sophie Hamilton and Sienna Tui leading it out. And then our next in contention are probably on the near side of the pool and the far side of the pool.
Yeah.
So we've got, I think, Sophie McEnany. No, I've got Valerie Boll. She's contending for third spot here, and she does go around third. Hannah Mounter and Lara Morgan, they're the girls that are in the mix.
Okay, Sophie Hamilton had a very good backstroke leg there, but now Sienna Tui is asserting her authority on this event with an extremely strong breaststroke leg where she's pulled away to at least 2 body lengths.
Yeah, she's put in 3 or 4 metres there very quickly.
The record in this event is 2:24.41 set by Tyler Cabtree in 2019, and she was from Lismore. Now Sienna is swimming into the freestyle leg.
Yes.
She's gone through in 1:51.07.
Is the record under threat here?
I think it may be if she can keep up her pace. But Sienna's had a huge program in the last 2 days. So it'll be a mighty swim. But she's got 25 to go.
And we're in the middle of day 2. There's a bit of fatigue and body soreness involved here. But she's
in the last.
She's in the picture here at 2:16. She's got... all right, she's got 6 seconds to bring this home. We might be seeing a record
close.
here. Just outside.
Just outside 2:25.81.
Pretty impressive swim in a timed final. It's hard to get over the top of that. She's going to be our gold medalist. Everything good with the officials. Unofficially, we can say that. Sienna Tui looks like medalists may be waiting for official confirmation. Sienna Tui, Sophie Hamilton, Lara Morgan for junior girls 200 metres individual medley. That was pretty entertaining, good entertainment to watch.
Sienna actually has already established a record in the early event. We have an amendment now. We've collapsed these. This is heat 2 of 3, so we've gone down to 2 heats. And I'll try and find out. Heat 2 will feature Dylan Ford from the Henry Lawson High School in lane 0. Riley Malloy from Dubbo College in lane 1. Jack Millard in lane 2 from Williama. Nicholas Tukanui from Albury in lane 3. Paxton Anderson from Canahuka in lane 4. Oliver Walsh in lane 5 from Broken Hill. Lane 6, Matthew Willis, Albury. Lane 7, Fletcher Pascoe, Williama. Lane 8, Lachlan Simonides from Denison College. And lane 9, Darcy Williams from Farrow Memorial Agricultural High School.
That is the lineup in the redraw of heats for the boys 12 to 14 years, 200 metres individual medley. 4 heats being reduced into 3. They've managed to get all those boys that were in a reduced first heat into
the main fields to see them swimming alongside 7 or 8 other boys.
Matthew Willis in lane 6 is leading the way in his backstroke, and he'll go into the breaststroke leg
Thanks.
with a body length lead at the moment. The record in this event is set by Ryan Leonard again from Toronto High School in 2010. He set this record, and it's 2:17.71. So we have the lead that Matthew held has been dragged back, and now we have lane 4, Paxton Anderson, Kanahooka.
Neil, I've got the results that we were just casting out. Yeah, we were discussing it. We were casting our unofficial eyes over about 5 minutes ago, and I'm talking about the results from the 12 to 14 years girls individual medley over 200 metres, and pleased to say we were correct. In first place from Albury in the River Arena, swimming a time of 2:25.81, and the gold medalist is Sienna Tui. Sophie Hamilton is the silver medalist from Warners Bay in the Hunter region in a time of 2:34.05, and Lara Morgan was became the bronze medalist from Whitebridge in the Hunter region, 2:34.81. Congratulations to Sienna as the champion and all those girls as the medalists for the girls 12 to 14 years 200 metres individual medley.
And Paxton Anderson has held on to take this heat out in 2:38.34 from Oliver Walsh and Nicholas Tukanui in 2:44.69. So Paxton Anderson in 2:38.34. Our second heat, and there's only 3 heats now, will feature in lane 0 Patrick Richards from Menai, Jacob Fennick in lane 1 from East Hills, Cooper Wade in lane 2 from Elderslie, in lane 3 Xavier Miles, Maruya, in lane 4 Constantinos Siausis from Lambton, in lane 4, lane 5 Hayden White, McLean, lane 6 Lachlan Lee, Lucas Heights, lane 7 Ian Burgess, McLean, lane 8 Bengt Schweiter, South Sydney, lane 9 Ryland Burns, and I think I gave you all of them.
Got them all there, Neil. Heat 3 about to go. The time posted at the moment, 2:38.34 by Paxton Anderson from Kanahooka. They are on their marks. And they are racing 12 to 14 years boys, 200 metres, individual medley, butterfly, beautiful stroke that it is. And looks even better when it's done by guys like this at the elite level that practice it. And they've got the very efficient and strong actions, the big hip action, you know, the elaborate and powerful shoulder movements, as we've got lane 2 going to come down and touch in front just outside. Cooper Wade just misses the touch from Lachlan Lee. Lachlan Lee took them round in lane 6, and all of those boys will head down the second leg, which is backstroke.
Young Wade Cooper in lane 2 is doing quite on the backstroke, but in lane 5 is going through very nicely, and that's Hayden White from McLean.
All right, yeah, Cooper Wade, Elderslie was our man in lane 2. We have lane 5 gunning away out front. Hayden White takes them around at the end of 100 metres, and he moves into the breaststroke leg. He's gone around in 1:09. He's got about 2.5 second lead there with 100 metres to swim, and you would imagine that would be some sort of much valued advantage. But he has company, Hayden White, and the company is coming in the form of Cooper Wade. Yes, who had a very strong opening leg. So Cooper Wade enjoys an individual medley. He's got a couple of strings to his bow, and breaststroke is one of them. And he has established
a lead, and he has a couple of body lengths here.
Yeah.
Cooper Wade, so he's going to turn, get the slingshot advantage here of going from a slow to a fast stroke, and he powers into freestyle. Now, does he have a strong enough freestyle leg to maintain this advantage? Because they're going to come at him now if he doesn't. But it appears that he has it, and he looks strong. Beautiful leg action. He's churning through the water here. He's Cooper Wade. Cooper is from Elderslie, Sydney Southwest. His qualifying time was 2:38. He's going to come in well under that. And bang, there he goes. He posts the time.
So that's the fastest time of the two heats.
Cooper Wade says, all right, there's a time to beat. And he's thrown down the challenge to
Heat 4.
Heat 4. And the gold medal is going to have to be swum for here in Heat 4, because at the moment it is in the hands of Cooper Wade, unofficially. Heat 4, Charlie Potts. Now, Charlie Potts has set some very nice qualifying times yesterday and today. He doesn't mind where he swims. He's done it from the middle of the pool, a little bit wider out. And there he is, lurking out in lane 0. Charlie Potts, watch out for him. Maitland. Omar Kaliki, lane 1. Rouse Hill. Lincoln Catchpole. Merriweather, lane 2. Marvin Wu, Carlingford, lane 3. Riley Marcelino, he's a speed merchant. He's had some nice swims earlier in the championships. He's in lane 4, James Roos Agricultural School. Terence Kang is in there as well, lane 5. Jacob Witten, the Ponds. Joshua Park in lane 7 from Epping Boys. Thomas Velasquez, Picnic Point, lane 8. Sam Manwaring, Murrumbara. As we like to say, the usual suspects are coming to the fore. And who has gone through here? It is Riley Marcelino. He swam earlier today. He's a quick operator. And I was looking for Charlie Potts in lane 0, but at the moment Riley Marcelino has him covered, as do a couple of others.
I think Riley has a lot of the field covered.
Yeah, he's going into breaststroke, the nice technical leg where ground can be made up or ground can be lost depending on how efficient you are.
I think he may get a challenge in lane 5, which is Terence Kang, who seems to be taking a little bit of space away, but that's
you're right.
in the breaststroke.
You're right. Terence Kang is I guess his strategy is to try and peg back some ground in the breaststroke and see if he can come over the top in the freestyle. It is Riley Marcelino from James Roos Agricultural School that has the slight advantage, and he takes it into the freestyle leg.
147.8.
Terence Kang is with him.
It's now going to be a sprint in 50 metres.
Well, this is the race for the gold medal now. You would think, and worthy of a race, of the gold medal here.
Terence Kang has taken some.
Terence Kang comes up on his shoulder, and unless Riley Marcelino, a speed merchant from earlier in the day and yesterday, can find something, then Terence Kang is going to pull off the come from behind victory. Trust your race plan. Bang, he goes in.
At
2:22.
23.
That's a really impressive swim and just a great couple of swims to watch. All the boys are coming in now. Lincoln Catchpole, Marvin Wu, Charlie Potts is there, Josh Park, Omar Kaliki, Thomas Velasquez and Sam Manwaring are all in. That was an entertaining race.
It was very entertaining. I suggest they may be our 3 medalists in that order. We now move to the
We've got some girls coming
15, 16, 200 metres individual IM. That's what the I stands for, Neil. So it's an IM, individual medley. In Heat 1 we have Dakota Kerr in lane 0, Glen Innes. In lane 1, Violet Henson, Denison College. Lane 2, Michaela Hughes, the Henry Lawson High School. Lane 3, Abby Clay, Georges River College, Pecos. Lane 4, Lily Eden, Katara. Lane 5, Jalonda Hess, Armadale College. Lane 6, Callie McLeod, Picton. Lane 7, Lily McCraw, Hunter Sports. And lane 8, Molly Sultana. And at the moment we have in lane 2, Michaela Hughes from the Henry Lawson High School, who leads them into the backstroke. The record here is 2:21.11, set by Charlotte Brown from McKellar Girls in 2018.
Charlotte Brown, Les Trist, selector and manager of some of these representative teams, tells us that Charlotte Brown is now involved in swimming overseas in the United States. She's done some great work and a worthy record holder, 2:21. They're coming down here to turn at the 100 mark of backstroke, and we've got that interesting situation where it's not lane 4, 5 and 6. It is, I'm saying it's
lane 2.
Michaela Hughes has taken them around.
She's now starting to get a bit of a challenge from lane 5, which will be Yolanda Hess from the Armadale College.
Yeah, she's got a nice breaststroke action, and the breaststroke, basically the sorting out period, isn't it, that we've talked about. A lot can be lost and gained. I don't know what it is, whether it's because it's such a technical stroke, and you can are these other strokes, of course they're technical, there is a lot of detail to their actions, but there's also a lot of grunt and just pure effort in those other strokes. You can have a lot of effort in the breaststroke, but if your technique is not streamlined and pure, you're going to be wasting energy, and therefore the person with the good technique can make some good ground and set up a lead going into the final leg. We've got Michaela Hughes. She's going to come down and do it. The others are coming at her, but I think Michaela's got enough here.
Yes, I think so. And she's come through,
and she
does
it
2:44.81.
Okay, so she posts the time. Nice swim.
Followed by Yolanda Hess, Lily Egan, Abby Clay, Molly Sultana, Dakota Kerr, Violet Henson, and Callie McLeod.
Yeah, the girls are coming in there in what must be a grueling event just after lunch, because they've already got a fair bit of swimming under their belt halfway through day 2. No pies and donuts for those girls at lunch, I wouldn't think. Neil?
I didn't leave them any.
No, exactly. Yeah, we didn't. We did enjoy the donuts, and there was a bit of discussion about who was going to have the pink, who was going to have the chocolate. But we sorted it out.
So we ended up with a nice lunch, and now we're into heat 2 of the girls 15 to 16. In lane 0, Abby Urol from Evans River K-12 school. Lane 1, Jocelyn Donald, Cheltenham Girls High School. Lane 2, Felicity Shannon, Yass High School. Lane 3, Tully Pittock from Dubbo College, Western. Lane 4, Elise Coates, McKellar Girls, Sydney North. Lane 5, Hayley Green from Henry Kendall High School, Sydney North. Lane 5, Charlotte Bowmer from Cronulla, Sydney East. Lane 7, Georgia Sanino from Camden, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Zoe Brackenridge, Woonona. Lane 9, Liza Griffiths from Oxley. Started in heat 2. 15 to 16. It's event 89.
You'll be pleased to know also, Neil, that Nick, our assistant here, helping us with the live stream, he was also able to snare a bit of lunch today as well, but we're not telling anybody about that. And he said he enjoyed it as well. A pie and a, what was it? Donut, pink or chocolate? Chocolate. Yeah, good on you, Nick. Well done.
Starting to worry about that. He's quite concerned about the colour, and
so I saw those pink ones a mile away when I was very tempted. Right, let's get back to this.
Tully Pittock has gone through in 31.90 ahead of Elise Coates and Georgia Sanino as they go into the backstroke leg. but already she's been challenged by lane 1 out here. So we've got at least 4 swimmers in with a chance at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got lane 3, 4, and 7 well and truly in this second heat. Neil, I've got some results from the 12 to 14 years boys 200 metres individual medley, and here we go. From Fort Street, Sydney North, the gold medalist and champion is Terence Kang, and he swam the medley in a time of 2:22:23. Gee, close. Would have been a nice 2:22:22 there, but anyway. Nice work, Terence. You are the gold medalist. Congratulations. Riley Marcelino, second place, silver medal, James Roos Agricultural High School, and Riley swims in a time of 2:23:46. And the bronze medalist is Lincoln Catchpole from Merriweather in the Hunter region, 2:26:05. I'm sure all their supporters back in their schools are very happy for those fellows. And we pass our congratulations on to all of them as the medalists, and Terence Kang as the champion. Well done, boys.
And we have lane 3 still leading the way. Lane 3 is Tully Piddock, so she led from start to the current position. Lane 2 has gone in second, that's Felicity Shannon, and lane 7, Georgia Zanino. So they're into the freestyle leg, and they'll try and chase down young Tully
Piddock, who's come in from Dubbo College, the Western region. She's going in the pink cap. The arms are ticking over. The power's going in. She's got some strength here after lunch, and Tully Piddock is going to bring this down.
Very good
and
swim.
She will most likely post a significant time. In she comes. Bang. There it is. 2:36. 83. There it is. Tully, Georgia, Felicity, Charlotte, Bowman joining her now at the wall. Haley, Elise, Jocelyn Donald, Abby Urell, and Eliza Griffiths have all completed, and they round out Heat 2 of the individual medley for 15 to 16-year-olds. We're going to roll into Heat 3. I think Neil's got the swimmers for us now.
In lane 0, we have Keely Lay. Keely's from Bosley Park in Sydney Southwest. Lane 1, Selene Doon from Model Farms. Lane 2, Tilly Vickers from Smiths Hill. Lane 3, Evie Bullock from Winmalee. Lane 4, Ella Mounter from Lambton. Lane 5, Manaz Kaliki, Rouse Hill. Lane 6, Isabel Ray, Albury. Lane 7, Niam Higley, Rose Bay Secondary College. Lane 8, Lucy Hall from Wagga Wagga. And lane 9, Andrea Thompson from South Grafton.
Best reaction there, Neil, was Ella Mounter, 0.46 of a second to respond to the starter's signal. Pretty snappy.
A half a body length lead at present.
Yeah.
But there's lane 5's not going to go away, nor lane 3.
There's the turn, Ella Mounter.
And Manaz Kaliki and Evie Bullock. So 30.87 as they enter the backstroke leg.
That's a pretty snappy 50-metre swim, you know, knowing you've got 150 still to go, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's very gutsy, and obviously a lot of training gone into that. So Ella Mounter, she's holding them in backstroke, but she has Manaz Kaliki from Rouse Hill moving up to her now. Just having a chat earlier about Rouse Hill and the magpie that lives out there earlier, you know. Goodness me.
And there she goes. That's Manaz Kaliki going around in 39.07. Just marginally ahead of Ella Mounter and Evie Bullock.
Yeah.
So it's down to the business end, breaststroke.
Yep.
Leading into the freestyle.
We've had Manaz Kaliki move up. And now the fight back from Ella Mounter. This is a battle. Gee, I mean, it's great to watch. Gee, it must be hard in the pool trying to swim this at the moment, because it's, you know, as I said, great to watch. Imagine trying to race this at the moment. They're side by side, and they're going to come into the wall and turn, and Ella Mounter has regained the lead. She goes round in 1:52.64 with Manaz Kaliki about to take her on in the freestyle, but there's the changeover. She gained probably a metre by going into that wall just ahead of Manaz. And is it enough? Has she established the lead, and can she hold it? She looks like she can. She's out to a body length and more now. Strong leg action.
from Ella Mounter. She's from Lambton High School in the Hunter region. She's going to bring this down to 27.24.
227.24 to 229.53.
That's going to make the gold medalist provisional. Nothing official there, Ella Mounter.
I think we can go as far as to say that they may fill the top 3 places like they did in the previous with the boys.
Manas, Kaliki, Isabel Ray.
Great swims from those girls. All
Yeah,
three.
it was good to watch, wasn't it?
We now move on to the boys, 15 and 16 years, 200 individual medley. And we've got some usual suspects in this race. Oscar Shoebridge from Williama in lane 0. Logan Fuller, lane 1, Farah Memorial Agricultural High School. Tristan C. at Woolgoolga, North Coast, lane 2. Lucas Traveski in lane 3 from Willa. Lincoln Cooper from Endeavour Sports Eyes had a great meet so far.
He has.
Lane 5, Duke Garnsey from Cronulla. Lane 6, Thomas Bowker from Alstonville. Lane 7, Axel Fairfall from Cobar. Lane 8, Daniel Smith from Narrabri. Lane 9, Samuel Lewis, Kiewit.
The record setting 2011, Sho Nishimoto. He was from Chatswood, and the time that he set was 2:11:46. If someone is going to contest that today, they are going to swim, I'd imagine, a PB. Because one of their best times, because our fastest qualifier, Neil, is at 2:13. He'll be coming at us in Heat 3, William Brownlee from Sydney Technical School. And maybe a young man like William Brownlee has that in his sights. But it will be a mighty swim down to the end of the backstroke leg, turning into breaststroke.
And it's Lincoln Cooper and Duke Garnsey. Duke Garnsey took the difference out.
Yeah, I think Duke Garnsey had a really good turn there. He's drawn up alongside, so is he capless? Is he just swimming in the...
I think he is.
Yep. Oh, or has he just got a nice black cap? Anyway, he's got the lead.
Cronulla, I think he's swimming.
He's got the lead. It is Duke Garnsey. I've got an odd angle here, but I think Duke Garnsey might just have him at the moment, and that will allow him to... well, let's see what happens. Yeah. Will the theory of the turn work? Well, we had Samuel Lewis come up swimming earlier there. He got up and started freestyling, and Darcy Duke Garnsey was still gliding, but Duke Garnsey is moving into his work now, and the challenge to him is coming from Lucas Kritevsky in lane 3, and now hang on a sec. We've almost forgotten poor old Sam Lewis out there in lane 9, and he's done the Kieran Perkins, come out of nowhere. Well, he didn't come out of nowhere. I was just I wasn't paying enough attention, and my apologies to the viewers and Sam Lewis's supporters, who are obviously going off at the moment because Sam's just had a great swim in lane 9. That was magical.
So that's a great swim from Samuel Lewis.
My apologies to the Sam Lewis camp. I'm going to need to lift my game, or I'll be getting someone else in here, I'd say.
While you're beating yourself up there, I might give the results of the girls 15-16 to 200-metre individual medley. And in first place from Lambton High School was Ella Mounter. Lane 2, in second place, Manaz Kaliki, Rouse Hill. And in third place, Isabel Ray from Albury. So congratulations to those 3 girls.
Yeah, very good.
And we have our next heat in the water, which features Thomas Cartman from Blaxland in lane 0, Cooper Peary from Holsworthy, lane 1, lane 2, Tyler McManus, Lithgow, lane 3, Brady Cashman, Denison College, lane 4, Kieran Knight, Tumut, lane 5, Si Hao Fiang, Kellyville, lane 6, Aidan Anderson, Evans River. And I'll just watch the turn, and we've got Tyler McManus in lane 2 in front. at the turn. Brody Smith in lane 7, he's from Picton. Archie Tui, lane 8, he's from Albury. And in lane 9, Noah Price from Bulleye.
Well, I'm going to be watching lane 9 probably
yes.
for the rest of my commentating career now, Neil, because we did have Noah Price go around in 3rd place there, but now we've got swimmers in lane 3 and 4.
Yeah.
We've got Brody Cashman and Kean Knight taking command of the race, and particularly Kean Knight. He's going to turn and go into the breaststroke leg. Pink cap that he has, and he's up, and the 1 stroke under the water by the looks, and he's up and breaststroking. So it is Brody Cashman.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brody Cashman, lane 3. Kean Knight and Z Hao Fang that is chasing. Those boys are chasing Brody Cashman.
I think we might even have lane
Yeah, we've got
2
Kean Knight
and lane
in
2
there.
has come up. We haven't got a swimmer in lane 7. They've obviously withdrew.
All right,
It's
around
Brody
they go.
Cashman.
Yep, Brody Cashman, Kean Knight. They're going to fight it out now. Cashman's had the opportunity to come up and freestyle a little earlier. He went round just ahead, and he's going to have the very close attention, the good company of Kean Knight right on his shoulder.
Kean Knight's going for it.
He certainly is. He's certainly nothing to lose here. It's a time final.
Great finish.
And he's going to come over the top here. Wow. Gutsy swim because he went into the turn behind Kean Knight. It is 2:26.85.
2:26.85.
No guarantees there, though, Neil, because that's they've still got 1
heat to come.
heat to swim. But you got to hand it to them. They're certainly going at it. And Kean Knight there is just trying to recover because he gave it his all.
So we come into our last heat in this event, and we've got Alessandro Elemento from Blackdown Boys in lane 0. Alexander Walker in lane 1, Newcastle. Lane 2, Jordan Gelati from Warners Bay, lane 2. Malik Amin, lane 3, Carlingford. William Brownlee, Sydney Technical High School, lane 4. Matthew Kim, lane 5 from Marsden High School. We don't have lane 6 at the moment. Edward Kang in lane 7, Epping Boys. And lane 8, Anton Jovanovic from Hoxton Park.
Jordan Gelatly best away, 0.46 of a second to get away, not that far ahead, but it is him. No, it is Malik Amin, lane 4. No, it is lane 2, Alexander Walker, who will take them through the first 50.
Alexander Walker. 27.35, that's pretty solid.
That's a significant swim, isn't it?
Oh. But the backstrokers are coming at him now.
Yes, and now we have
Malik
Amin and William Brownlee in the mix. However, Alexander Walker is maintaining his rhythm, maintaining his effort, and he is with them as they go into the breaststroke leg. They turn now. Malik Amin had a very good backstroke leg, and he turned in front. Alexander Walker is still with them, and William Brownlee as well. 80 metres to swim. Well, this is nice work from Alexander Walker going in lane 1. We have Malik Amin and William Brownlee. They're going to come down. It's going to be very close, Neil. They're going to change almost together. A bobbing finish, and look at that. They all go in the 142s.
Yep.
All right, game on. And this is for a swim for the gold medal. 142 through there, and they have to come in under 2:26.
Alex Walker's making them work.
He certainly is.
Lane 2.
He's having a nice old time out in lane 2. I wonder which side he breathes on. Can he get a look at them in the middle of the pool? These guys are very good. They can normally have a bit of a peek. And here he comes, lane 2. Alex Walker, 2:13. That will be enough That will be enough if the judges, the referees, are happy with his technique throughout the event, with all of those technical aspects to the strokes.
And he's coming 2:30, 13:89.
Guys are just hanging off the lane ropes, trying to get some oxygen in after that. Why wouldn't you? Goodness me.
That was, wow.
Great
That
to
was a
watch.
Great swim, great swim. So we move on to the girls' 17-19 heats. Is the 200 metres individual medley and a time final. Looks like we have 3 heats here. In lane 0, Hannah Percival, Barradine, Northwest. Lane 3, Talia Roaming, Denison College. In lane 4, Bridie McCauley, Orange. Lane 5, Phoebe Shea from the Ponds. And lane 6, Michaela Palmer, Heath Coach.
Heading down the pool for the first time. Butterfly leg, strong leg. Technique important. Lane 4 will take them in.
Lane 4, that's Bridie McCauley.
He makes the turn.
Followed by Talia Rooming, Michaela Palmer, Shay Phoebe.
Mountain, Ella Mountain. We need you in the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like she's maintained this.
Yes, she
Now
has. She's
coming
got a
into the
comfortable-
backstroke leg. See, it looks
Again,
a bit
that
like
nice
a Cecil B. DeMille movie there, doesn't it? But it's they probably a little bit more relaxed, I'd say, and they get to retake it if it doesn't quite work out. But these girls have just got beautiful backstroke techniques as she brings it down, and she's increased her lead. She goes around Bridie McCauley, and she is from Orange. She's come all the way from Orange. Lake Canopolis out there at Orange. Is that an Orange? Yeah.
I think so. I think it's out that way.
Pretty cold lake, you know.
Oh.
Have a swim in Lake Canopolis. I reckon it must be pretty deep.
Only the
I wonder
height
if
of
Bridie
winter.
does a bit of swimming.
Height
Swimming
of
out
winter.
there.
Height of summer would be the only time you'd be venturing to
Beautiful.
toe in that.
Lake Canopolis, yeah. There's a Canopolis High School too,
Yes.
isn't it? Yeah, that's right. All right, well, Bridie is powering ahead here, and she's going to, well, she has the responsibility and I guess the pressure of trying to post a time in Heat 1 that will be competitive throughout the rest of the heats for the senior girls. She turns and comes down the pool, going around in 2:07 at the 150 metre mark, and now she gets to enjoy some freestyle. If you can enjoy freestyle in an individual medley. She's lapping nicely, taking breaths. She comes down 25 metres to swim in the Olympic pool at Olympic Park, Sydney, all the way from Orange. And she will bring it in now into the red section under the flags. Here she comes. Bang, there it is. Bridie McCauley posts the time. Hopefully the kids in the classroom and her supporters are having a look at that swim on the live feed. Bridie McCauley it is, 2:46.94.
And we can announce the official placings in the boys 15 to 16 200 metres individual medley. Alexander Walker from Newcastle, Hunter, first. William Brownlee, Sydney Technical High School, second. And Malik Amin from Carlingford, Sydney North, in third place. So that was a tremendous race.
Yeah, good race it was,
before.
wasn't it, Neil?
And we move into the girls, the second heat of the girls.
Yeah, we will. We've just got a couple of girls finishing
have we?
their medley. So Phoebe Say is in, Michaela Palmer's in, Talia Rooming is in.
And
of course,
this is-
Bridie McCauley led them all in. And we've got the conclusion of Heat 1 round about now, because we will have Hannah Percival from Barradine making her way to the wall, and nice swim.
Well done.
Good work, Hannah.
I'll read you the competitors in Heat 2 on the girls 17 to 19 IM. And we'll start with Samantha Thompson out of lane 0. I think she's from Wellington. Lane 1 we see Piper Stewart from Murrumbidgee swimming. Also from Murrumbidgee is Batiste Silvestro in lane 2. Lane 3, Indigo Keeney from Eden. Lane 4, Alvaro Salter from Ulladulla. Lane 5, Emma McCarthy from Mount Annan. Lane 6, Gemma King, the Hill Sports. Lane 7, Tegan Myers, Wollongong. Lane 8, Emma Reid, Asquith Girls. And I'll hand you over to Mr. Parker and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, nice work, Neil. Good commentating. Thank you very much. Grant's going to join us now, give us some of his thoughts and insightful views into the swimming and school sport. And we've got the girls in Heat 2 heading back down the pool. And it is, I'd say that's Avara Salter heading down the pool. She's from Ulladulla. A lot of good swimmers come from down that way. And she's got some others right beside her. And Emma McCarthy from Mount Annan, Sydney Southwest, has pulled up alongside her and has the lead. She will touch, turn and go into the breaststroke leg. Emma McCarthy, Avara Salter, turn and lead this second heat into the final 100 metres. Technical, detailed little stroke now of breaststroke. So sheer force and effort is important, but the technique is just as important here. And we've got Emma McCarthy, lane 5, Mount Annan, starting to reap the benefits and exert her influence here to try and, well, she will take a lead into the final leg. So she'll be up and freestyling pretty smartly, and Avara Salter will have to try and reel her in. She touches, Emma touches, turns and comes up to freestyle. And there it is, once again, that extension of the lead coming from breaststroke to freestyle. The swimmer coming out of the turn first has the opportunity to commence a faster, stronger stroke before the following swimmer makes it to the wall to complete the turn. But Emma McCarthy, very strong freestyler. She's pulling it away. She's going to swim down to the wall and touch and post 2:35.36 to go in front of Bridie McCauley and the Heat 1 girls. Emma McCarthy has she's set the standard for Heat 3 to follow. And Heat 3 will be comprised of, I'll give you those swimmers in a moment. We've got Emma McCarthy and Avara Salter, Samantha Thompson, Indigo Keeney, Matisse Silvestro, Gemma King and Piper Stewart is in. Well done, all of those girls. Heat 3, they're going to chase the time of Emma McCarthy. Sky Phillips will swim in lane 0 from Pennant Hills, Sydney North. Stella Lorvinovich Cake from Willoughby Girls is in lane 1. Angela Hall, Wagga Wagga, lane 2. Kelsey Van Eldick is in lane 3 from Merriweather up in the Hunter region. Una Nagai, Blackwattle Bay, lane 4. Ava Jankovic, Merriweather, Hunter region. Georgia Christian Mill is swimming in lane 6 from Cardiff and Hunter. Kira Hetherington is in lane 7, Camden Haven, North Coast. Shah Merchant, lane 8, Tweed River, North Coast. And Eve Porter will, she completes the lineup. Eve is from Mullumbimby and she is swimming in whiteout in lane 9, and she comes up to the wall now to turn into backstroke. There she is. Ava Jankovic has been swimming well across a day and a half now, Grant, and she has a couple of her excellent swimming friends around her that she probably knows quite well. Angela Hall, Kelsey Van Eldick, Una Nagai, Georgia Christian Mill. I'm sure they're used to this scenario where they're having to chase and race Anna Jankovic.
And we possibly might have a non-swimmer in lane 2, Matt.
All right, we've got we'll just check that. That would have been Stella Lovrinovich-Kajik. And thanks, Grant. Yeah, you're right. So no Stella, but all other girls present.
No, it's 0, 1, 2.
Stella is there. So, Grant, I think the girl we're missing there is Angela Hall.
Yes, could possibly be, Matt, but we'll stay with the leaders.
Ava Jankovic goes around at the end of backstroke. 151, she takes them through in lane 5. Kelsey Van Eldik, Una Nagai is with them as well. And we've got Kelsey Van Eldik as the main competition for Anna Jankovic at the moment. Anna is, Ava Jankovic. Ava's from Merriweather, up Newcastle Way, Hunter region. She's down to the wall. She swims 2:25 and she posts unofficially the quickest time for that age group over the individual medley, and unofficially she is our gold medalist. Kelsey Van Eldik.
I think you'll find, Matt, that those 3 swimmers will possibly take out the gold, silver and bronze for this event.
Yeah, faster heat.
Yeah.
Kelsey Van Eldik, Una Nagai, and then we've got Kira Hetherington, Georgia Christian Milne, Stella Lovrinovich-Kajik, Eve Porter, Sky Phillips and Shah Merchant making up that excellent race in Heat 3 for the senior girls.
So moving on now to the boys 17 to 19 years, 200 metres medley. In lane 1, Jacob Roth, Denison College. Lane 2, James Ang, Sefton. Lane 3, Jack Cox, Canahuka. Lane 4, Declan Carriage, Canahuka. Lane 5, Caleb Marvin, Melville. And in lane 7, Nicholas Waradi, Lithgow.
All right, they're underway here, Grant, in Heat 1. As we've got, it looks like Caleb Maven taking them down the pool from Melville in lane 5. Will he take them through? Yes, he does. 28-28, pretty snappy. First 50 there, under butterfly, and Caleb Melville drags them back down the pool. And he's a nice backstroker. He's got the big long arms going, a little body rock, and he's probably not enjoying it, but he's making it look pretty easy at the moment. He's out in front. Caleb Maven, Melville, North Coast. So our other boys are all in there. Jacob Roth, James Ang, Jack Cox, Declan Carriage, Caleb Maven and Nicholas Waradi. Nicholas is from Lithgow, heading over the mountains from Sydney and out towards the Bathurst Plains, I think. Here it is, Caleb Maven, Melville. He's in the breaststroke leg, and he has 6 to 7 metres here on.
That'll be in lane 3.
Yeah, is that Jack Cox? Jack Cox. So he's got that lead. It is a huge advantage when you come out of the breaststroke leg into freestyle. Comes in 5 metres to swim, breaststroke, double-handed touch, flips it over and commences freestyling. He's up and going.
So Jack Cox will turn in second, and that's a good lead, Matt, to...
Yeah, he's extending it. He's nice and high in the water.
Caleb.
Melville. On the coast, I'm not familiar.
Kempsey.
Kempsey, okay. Kempsey inland.
No, it's on the... It's on the Pacific Highway, or very close to Kempsey.
All right, well, there he goes. He posts the time from Heat 1. Caleb Maven, 2:35.6. Strong swim. All right, we're going to have Heat 2 coming up here for the senior boys. No swimmer in lane 0. Ewan Kalmeyer is going in lane 1 from Heathcote. Riley Gibbs from Yass is going to swim in lane 2. There'll be no swimmer in lane 3. Caleb Dakin from Coffs Harbour is swimming in lane 4. Noah Brown is lane 5. Warners Bay. Harry Bamford, Lambton, Hunter, lane 6. Lachlan Street is from Kingswood out near Penrith in lane 7. Mackenzie Barnes, lane 8. Woolaware. And Jack Leeson from Grafton is swimming in lane 9. We are away. Butterfly. No lane 3. And according to my observations, no lane 8. Lane 9 is going to take them around. It's Jack Leeson. He's doing it from out wide. Lane 9. But now we see the resurgence of the swimmers in what are considered to be the fast lanes. Doesn't always ring true. We have seen some good performances from lanes wide out, but it is lane 7, 6, 6, 5 and 4. Harry Bamford, Noah Brown and Caleb Dakin have taken them down to the wall to touch, spin and come out breaststroking. And I'm sure they all realise the importance of making up ground in this leg because they don't want to give away a lead to their fellow competitor going into the freestyle leg. We've got lane 4, Noah Brown from Warners Bay that has assumed a slight lead, half a body length with 60 metres to swim. He is the swimmer that may be able to take advantage of this slow into fast stroke. There he goes. It's Caleb Dakin takes them around. My apologies. And Caleb Dakin enjoys the advantage of starting freestyle a little earlier. He looks good. He looks very strong. He's maintaining the lead. He has a body length. Very strong kicking action. The arms are churning, and now it is very difficult final 20 metres. But he is lifting, and he's nice and high here. He's going to smashing into the water, into the wall, and there it goes. There he goes. Caleb Dakin sets a time of 2:21.37 to be the fastest qualifier, the fastest, I guess, qualifier for the medals. And puts himself at the moment in the gold medal position with 1 heat to swim. Ji Yong Fang from Kellyville will swim in lane 0. Peter Karajov from Crestwood is going in lane 1. Maximilian Vandermeer.
I think we have
Tempe.
I think we have a couple of withdrawals there.
All right.
Matt in lanes 1 and 2. And
All right.
possibly lane 6, yes.
All right. Thanks, Grant. Ziyong Fang, lane 0. He's still there, Kellyville, and he's going quite nicely. Brody Peacock in lane 3 makes the turn now. Albury, Riverina, Remy Lennon is in lane 4. Camaragal, Sydney North. Tyler Johnson, lane 5. The Forest, Sydney North. Lane 6 we believe is vacant for this heat. Mitchell Skipworth, there he is again from Picton, lane 7, keeping everybody honest. Matthew Allen, lane 8. Elizabeth MacArthur School is in lane 8. And Kobe Hall, lane 9. He's from Warners Bay. The turn is made by Remy Lennon. He will take them through and come up breaststroking just ahead of Tyler Johnson.
And just moving back to our previous timed final, which was the girls 17 to 19 years 200 metres medley. Our gold medalist in that event was Ava Jenkovic from Merriweather High School, and her time was 2:28.78. In second place was Kelsey Van Eldick, also from Merriweather, in a time of 2:29.28. And in third place was Una Nagai from Blackwattle Bay campus, and her time was 2:27.86. So congratulations to those girls, the gold, silver and bronze medalists in the girls' 17 years 200 metres individual medley.
Excellent. Grant, we've got Remy Lennon leading them down into what looks like maybe a gold medal here. 2:10, comfortably in front of Heat 2. And our medalists look like they may be Remy Lennon, Tyler Johnson and Mitchell Skipworth. He's in there once again. Potential medalists based on official affirmation. Then we've got Brody Peacock, Kobe Hall, Ziyong Fang, Matthew Allen that make up the field there for Heat 3.
Unofficially, Matt, they will be our medal winners in the boys 17 to 9 years 200 metres individual.
It's an interesting one though, Grant. You know, that's pretty much how it's going to look each time, isn't it? But because the medley involves some technical strokes, you're never quite sure, because the referees have to rule on the performance of all of those strokes throughout the race, don't they? We haven't seen a disqualification yet, though, in comparison to us seeing it unofficially on the screen.
Yeah, no, that's right, Matt. And that'll probably go straight through from the referee to the recorders, or what were the recorders, but obviously now it's all on computer.
Right, we're going into butterfly, and this is 100 metres of butterfly finals, I'd suggest. Natalie Chung, lane 0 from Crestwood. Elise Green, we're looking at the 12 years girls here, they're about to go. Elise Green, Balmain, Mika Harbour, Randwick girls. In lane 2, Regan Edwards, lane 3, Wagga Wagga, Delinda Thompson, lane 4, Mitchell. Catherine Jordan, lane 5, Sydney girls, Sian Dart. Lane 6, Rouse Hill, Gemma Cashman, Denison College is in lane 7. Lee Richard is lane 8 from Kula. And rounding out the final, in lane 9, Susanna Boss, Riverside girls. Only 2 laps of the pool here, Grant. Fair bit of energy going in butterfly. It's a strong, powerful stroke. And they're turning. Catherine Jordan has the lead at the halfway point, and she's going to see if she can hang on from Delinda Thompson and Chand Dart. The work is going in now. There's going to be some fatigue starting to kick in, because the girls have done a fair bit of swimming last day and a half, and they're in the final quarter of 100 metres of butterfly. We've got someone coming over the top here. We've got Delinda Thompson trying to finish slightly better, but look at this. It's going to be like a bobbing kind of finish. I'll get there. Oh, that's a great lift from, wow. She came back there, Catherine Jordan, because Delinda Thompson was starting to do some nice work, starting to get a little advantage there. Catherine Jordan, in a time of 1:14, she looks like she will be the gold medalist there, and well earned. Also at 1:14 for Delinda Thompson.
So just confirming those placings: Catherine Jordan in first, Delinda Thompson in second, and Chan Dat in third place. So well done to those girls, our medalists.
Right,
girls
Grant,
12 years.
we've got the boys 12 years here. Anthony Walzak, Fort Street, lane 0. Full lineup: Lorenzo Peonessa, Inner Sydney, lane 1. Byron Gilbert, Baron Joey, lane 2. Wyatt Stevens, Tormina, lane 3. Zui Ratazak, Caringbar, lane 4. Fast qualifier, 1:14. Xavier Miles, Maruya, lane 5. Josh Gillette, Oak Flats, lane 6. Andy Porter, lane 7. He's from Newcastle. Harrison Stevens, Springwood, lane 8. And Thomas Sanderson from Trundle Western Regions, lane 9. They are called to their blocks for the 12 years boys final of the butterfly, 100 metres. Starter gets them away. Gareth Pereira, he sends them on their way. And wow, someone has come out fighting there. That is lane 4, Zwi Ratazak. He's just punched out a very impressive first 25. And he has more than a body length.
So, Matt, if we go back to our previous 400 metre race, which was the boys, 200 metres individual medley race, which was the boys 17 to 19 years. In first place was Remy Lennon from Camaragal in a time of 2:10.67. Second place was Tyler Johnson from the Forest High School in a time of 2:15.14. And in third place was Mitchell Skipworth from Picton High School in a time of 2:18.23. Congratulations to those boys and medalists in the 200 Open IM.
Absolutely. While you're announcing that, Grant, Zwi Ratazak has just put on a clinic of butterfly here of 107.50, and he has won by over 10 metres. So there's some very, very strong and efficient butterflying going on there for Zwi. Medalists, Zwi Ratazak looks like the gold medalist. Xavier Miles looks like he'll take silver unofficially, and Wyatt Stevens make up the top 3 there. We're going into the 13 years butterfly for girls. The lineup is for the final: Freya Mead, McLean, North Coast; Michaela Want from Corrimal, South Coast; Emily Ruff, and then Michaela will swim lane 1. Emily Ruff will swim lane 2. Kalani Heights, Sydney North. Chloe McCormack, Endeavour Sports, swimming lane 3. Caitlin Keating, lane 4, Crestwood High School. Sophie Hamilton, lane 5, Warners Bay, Hunter Region. Ava Hepburn, Tuggerah Lakes College. She swam 1:10 in qualifying. She's in lane 6. Hannah Mounter, Lambton, Hunter, lane 7. Naomi Carty is in lane 8, Fort Street. And Scarlett Malloy, Williama, lane 9. The girls are being, they received the whistle. They're taking their marks. Ooh, that'll be interesting. Let's see what transpires there. But the race is well and truly on, and it is lane 4, Caitlin Keating from Crestwood High School, that has established a half-body lead 30 metres into this race, in this final, and she's increasing it as she comes down with 50 metres to swim. She's going to duck under, flip, turn and push off. And here she goes, second half of butterfly. She's a strong butterfly swimmer, good action, very high. She has the lead. Body length it is to Sophie Hamilton on her right side. Sophie Hamilton, I'm going to suggest, is making slight ground. Here comes Sophie Hamilton, but has Caitlin Keating got enough here to hang on? It looks like she's found something. And away she goes, and in, and it is Caitlin Keating, 107.41. Other place getters, Sophie Hamilton, Chloe McCormack make up the top 3. Then coming in to Emily Ruff, Ava Hepburn, Hannah Mounter, Aobi Carty, Michaela Want. Boys 13 years, butterfly, 100 metres, final. Edward Wairia, Lambton, lane 0. Marcus Winning, Cronulla, lane 1. Jaden Bang, lane 2. Epping Boys, Thomas Valassis, lane 3. Picnic Point. Luke Chen from Manly, swimming middle lane, fast lane. Lane 4 for from Maitland in the Hunter region. Charlie Potts, there he is. He's got himself one of the inside lanes for the final, and he's always a contender. Charlie Potts, lane 5. Hudson Hegarty, Baron Joey, lane 6. Omar Kaliki from Rouse Hill, lane 7. Lawson King, lane 8. Byron Bay, Zane Pankhurst, Endeavour Sports, lane 9. They take their marks for the final of the 100 metres butterfly. It is the 13 years boys. They make the dive, they complete the underwater section and up and butterflying, and lane 6 has come up. Hudson Hegarty, he is putting in some work here. I dare say lane 0, Edward Warrior, has also expressed some interest here, but it's going to be lane 6, I think. Hudson Hegarty, handy lead, making the turn. Back down the pool. 30 metres to swim. Hudson Hegarty has it sort of glaring out in front of him if he can hang on, but the contest is now coming from lanes 4 and 5. So we've got Luke Chen, and there he is, Charlie Potts, the eternal not favourite, but he's always there with his quick swims. Lane 4 is going to have come through there. Luke Chen with a very, very strong second half. Luke Chen, unofficial gold medalist. Hudson Hegarty, second place. And Charlie Potts make up the top 3. Thomas Lassis, Jaden Bang, Omar Kaliki, Edwin Warrior, Lawson King, Marcus Winning, Zane Pankhurst, all in now. It's a good race. Going to calling these girls. April Maloney is swimming lane 0. Toronto. Iris Bokenek. Sydney Girls, lane 1. Marley Broughton, East Hills Girls, lane 2. Sienna Tui, Aubrey, lane 3. Kate McCarthy will swim in lane 4. Kate is from Mount Annan, Sydney Southwest. Susanna Kang, Cheltenham Girls, lane 5. Bridget Bass is swimming in lane 6, and Bridget swimming representing Endeavour Sports, and also from Endeavour Sports, right beside her in the final, is Sienna Marzik. Alice Spadari will swim in lane 8 from Merriweather, and Ella Dixon from Crestwood is swimming in lane 9. The girls have started, and let's see how they look when they come up. We've got lane 2. Marley Broughton that's made some initial inroads into the lead here. But now the girls from the middle lanes will start to come at her. She's holding them though. Marley Broughton. But lane 4 is going to go around. It is Kate McCarthy. Marley Broughton's in the mix. She's held on there in lane 2. Sienna Tui make up the top 3 at the turn. Got to be pretty taxing on them, Grant, after a day and a half of swimming and then having to knock out 100 butterfly after lunch. Gee, the bodies will need some rest this evening, I'd say, coming into day 3.
Yeah, no, they've had a good meet, these girls, and certainly the girl in lane 4, Kate McCarthy, she will go to the line in first, possibly Sienna Tui in second. Yes, it is Sienna. And Bridget Bass in third. So our placings in that event were Kate McCarthy in 1:09.01, Sienna Tui second in 1:10.02, and Bridget Bass in third place.
It was a good race. We're going to the 14 years boys butterfly 100 metres. Ian Burgess will swim in lane 0. Ian is from Maclean on the north coast. Billy Hall is going to go from lane 1. He's from Warners Bay, Hunter region. Jake Boyle from Cronulla, lane 2. Kobe Sims, Warilla, lane 3. Riley Marcelino swims a pretty quick race most of the time. James Roos Agricultural School Riley Marcelino will swim in lane 4. Cohen Clavel, lane 5, Williama. Terence Kang, lane 6, Fort Street. Marvin Wu is in lane 7. He's from Carlingford. Cooper Wade, Eldersley, will swim in lane 8. Lincoln Stanislas, Elizabeth MacArthur will swim in lane 9. They are in. It's with Riley Marcelino in lane 4. Eyes will be upon him, and rightly so, because he leads them 30 metres into this race. This is the race for the medals. This is the final. Ricky Marcelino is going to take them down to the wall for the first time. He will touch and turn, and he'll drag Cohen, Clavel and Kobe Sims with him. And we've got on the far side Marvin Wu, who is butterflying beautifully. So is the challenge going to come from out wide here? Lane 7, Marvin Wu. Marvin's holding down about 3rd spot at the moment. It is Riley Marcelino who has the advantage with 5 metres to swim. And he's done it quite nicely. A couple of body lengths in there. There he goes, 1:02.32. Riley Marcelino, Cohen Clavel, Kobe Sims, and Marvin Wu, who put in a nice swim there out wide, finished in 4th place, lane 7. Righto, we're going to come into 15 years girls.
Okay, the 15 years girls heat 1 of the 100 metres butterfly final. In lane 0, Elise Coates from the Killer Girls. Lane 1, Anastasia Dearden from Cherrybrook Technology High School. Lane 2, Renoa Lee from Greystones. Lane 3, Niam Higley from Rose Bay Secondary College. Lane 4, Tilly Fickers from Smiths Hill. Lane 5, Jade Main from Glenwood. Lane 6, Bella Richardson from Port Hackney. Lane 7, Liana Deary from Yass. Lane 8, Grace O'Shanassy from Lambton. And in lane 9, Kaylin Tweedy from Seven Hills.
There's the lineup, Grant. The record 1:02.53. And fastest qualifier, Tilly Fickers. Tilly Fickers is the fastest qualifier, 1:06.15. Girls are away. Up they come, butterflying. Tilly Fickers, I would imagine, in the middle, lane 4. That has an arm's length on girls beside her, Jade Main, and I think that's a Neve. That might be a Neve. That's that beautifully spelt name. I think we pronounce it Neve. Higley from Rose Bay. Anyway, she's going round in 3rd spot, and Tilly Fickers has the lead, just with 30 metres to swim. There's some pressure being brought to bear on Tilly Fickers because Jade Main has moved up to her shoulder on her right-hand side, and Jade Main is putting in some serious work. But Tilly Fickers is handling the pressure at the moment. She's maintaining the lead. Looks like she's used to swimming in this sort of situation. She's got the resilience. She's tough, and she goes down to the wall. Tilly Fickers, 1:05.62. And the medalists look like it will be Jade Main and Neve Higley, if I've got that correct. Then we've got Bella Richardson, Liana Deary, Anastasia Dearden, Renoa Lee, Kaylin Tweedy, Elise Coates, Grace O'Shanassy make up the final.
We go on now to the boys' 15 years 100 metres butterfly final. In lane 0, William Brownlee from Sydney Technical High School. Lane 1, Aidan Barnes from Elizabeth MacArthur. Lane 2, Bailey Edwards from Wagga Wagga. Lane 3, Keane Knight from Tumut. Lane 4, Jet Burke from Maclean. Lane 5, Daniel Patiga from Bulgala Boys. Lane 6, Nicholas Gavin from Warners Bay. Lane 7, Daniel London from Pennant Hills. Lane 8, Zi Hao Feng from Kellyville. And in lane 9, Cooper Peary from Holsworthy. So they're often swimming in the boys 15 years 100 butterfly. You'll see the reaction times there. By the looks of it, it was Nicholas Gavin in lane 6 with a reaction time of 0.49. So well done to Nicholas. So going past with 15 metres to go, the swimmer in lane 4 has established a considerable lead, and that'll be Jet Burke from McLean. So Jet leads them out going down to the finish. However, it's a good battle for second and third, and you could count any number of swimmers across the pool fighting for that position. But at the moment, it might be the swimmer in lane 5, Daniel Patiga from Balgara Boys, who might just be edging into second place. This will be a great finish. And Daniel Patiga from Balgara Boys has won this event from Jet Burke and Nicholas Gavin. So just confirming those placings. Daniel Patiga in a time of 1:02.51 in first, Jet Burke in second.
Introducing the finalists in the girls' 16
The screen went blank on us, unfortunately.
Lane 0,
That's all right.
Sydney North. Lane 1, Tully Pittick, Western. Lane 2, Leah Pickvance, North
So we're just awaiting the start list for the girls 16 years 100 metres butterfly. In lane 0, Abby Hamilton from the Keller Girls. Lane 1, Tully Pittock from Dubbo College. Lane 2, Leah Pickvance from Maxville. Lane 3, Ebony Nix from Tomaree. Lane 4, Millie Edwards from Maxville. Lane 5, Ella Mounter from Lambton. Lane 6, Evie Bullock from Winmalee. Lane 7, Madison Jones from Winona. Lane 8, Zoe Breckenbridge from Winona. And in lane 9, Asher Pickering from Penrith. So the reaction times are up there from the starter, and Leah Pickvance with a 0.29. That's pretty good. That's been the best nearly by far today. So well done to Leah. So coming up to the completion of the 50, it's a race in 3 at the moment, with Millie Edwards, Ebony Nix and Leah Pickvance making up the top 3 places.
If I can draw your attention to the presentation area for the Sydney Southwest Regional Iron Encouragement Awards. From Elderslie High School, Cooper Wade, and from Picton High School, Ivy White.
So with 15 metres to go, it's a swimmer in lane 3, Ebony Nix, and the swimmer in lane 4, Millie Edwards, who will fight it out to the finish, and that'll be a win to Millie Edwards in a time of 1:03.23. Second, Ebony Nix in a time of 1:03.24. And third, Leah Pickvance in a time of 1:05.22. So congratulations to those medal winners in the girls 16 years 200 100 metres butterfly. Moving on to the boys 16 years 100 metres butterfly. In lane 0, Jazz Tunema from Thomas Riddell. Lane 1, Cameron Gorn from Toronto. Lane 2, Anton Jovanovic from Hoxton Park. Lane 3, Malik Amin from Carlingford. Lane 4, Alexander Walker from Newcastle. Lane 5, Daniel Lawrence from St Ives. Lane 6, Hamish Taylor from Kincumber. Lane 7, Kirana Agung Anom from Lucas Heights. Lane 8, Jordan Galatly from Warners Bay. And in lane 9, Xavier Jacks from Newtown High School of the Performing Arts. off and swimming, and good reaction time there from Anton Jakovic. He got 0.52 along with Hamish Taylor. So well done to those two boys off the box very, very quickly after the hoot has sounded. This is a terrific race, and we've got 5 swimmers that can easily grace the podium at the end of this event. But at the moment it's Daniel Lawrence just in front of Hamish Taylor, with Alexander Walker in 3rd place. So coming up to the 15-metre mark, it's the swimmer in lane 4, Alexander Walker, who's just nosed ahead from the swimmer in lane 5, Daniel Lawrence. The other placings will be tight, so that's a win to Alexander Walker in a time of 57.81. Second was Daniel Lawrence in a time of 58.50, and 3rd place Hamish Taylor from Kincumber in a time of 58.70. And Daniel is from St Ives. Moving on now to the girls 17 to 19 years 100 metres butterfly final. In lane 0, Shannon Lewis from Engadine. Lane 1, Una Nagai from Blackwater Bay Campus. Lane 2, Imogen Fickers from Smiths Hill. Lane 3, Courtney Clark from Maxfield. Lane 4, Ava Jankovic from Merriweather. Lane 5, Kira Hetherington from Camden Haven. Lane 6, Kelsey Van Eldick from Merriweather. Lane 7, Georgia Christian Milne from Cardiff. Lane 8, Gemma King from the Hills Sports High School. And in Lane 9, Emma McCarthy from Mount Annan. The girls are off in this, the butterfly event, and the best reaction time there, 0.59 for Kira Hetherington. So well done to Kira getting off the box first. I think it could have been a 0.58 as well. So well done to those two girls. So with 15 metres to go, it's a swimmer in lane 4, Ava Yankovic from Merriweather High. Now, Ava's had a terrific meet, and from memory this could be her 6th race, so well done to Ava. So whilst Ava's leading out, the battle for the minor placings is very, very close, but it could be the swimmer in lane 6, and that's Kelsey Van Eldick. Could be striving for second, and also a great challenge to the swimmer in lane 3, Courtney Clark. So it will be Ava Jankovic in 1st place in a time of 1:03.48. Second place Kelsey Van Eldick in a time of 1:06.14. And in 3rd place Kira Hetherington in a time of 1:06.27. Moving on now to the final of the boys 17 to 19 years 100 metres butterfly. In lane 0, Edward Dodds from Tumut. Lane 1, Callum Dakin from Coffs Harbour. Lane 2, Kobe Hall from Warners Bay. Lane 3, Isaac Rees from Lambton. Lane 4, Barley Whitten from Camden Haven. Lane 5, Kobe Bujak Upton from Barrenjoey. Lane 6, Petar Karajevic from Crestwood. Lane 7, Jack Gleeson from Grafton. Lane 8, Braden Lee from Great Lakes College. And Lane 9, Declan Carriage from Canahuga.
Yeah, we're going into the senior boys here, Grant. So should be good contest. The record, Jamin Stack, set in 2010, quite a while ago, 56.21. Fastest qualifier, Bailey Whitten, 57.85. And he'll go out of famous lane 4, Bailey Whitten. And they're away. Under for the push and glide, and they come up, and here we have some exemplary butterfly swimming from the senior boys. Fine example of what it is to perform this stroke as they come down to the 50-metre mark, and it is lane 4 and 5. Bailey Whitten joined by Kobe, Bujak, Upton. They go around in 26s, and the others are chasing them at the moment. So Kobe, Bujak, Upton is putting in the work here in the third 25 metres, but now Bailey Whitten is going to lift and come at him again. This is just a great race. These two fellows out in front. The arrowheads there, the faster lanes, 4 and 5. This is going to be a bobbing finish. Who's going to get this? I think, yeah, he came at him again. Kobe, Bujak, Upton. Kobe from Barrenjoey up on the northern beaches, Sydney North. And that was just an amazing race, a seesawing lead. Kobe and Bailey going at it. Isaac Rees looks like he'll pick up the bronze medal there if the referees are happy. So that was the conclusion of the senior boys butterfly. We're now going to get some backstroke multi-class. A great lineup here, Grant, right across the pool. Georgia Duggan is going to swim the backstroke in lane 0. Lily Bright Taylor, lane 1. Georgie's from Glenwood. Lily's from Tormina. Elizabeth Cockburn will go in lane 2. She's from Young. Raider Bumisri Balmain is in lane 3. Gemma Selick, McKellar Girls, lane 4. Emily Pratt, lane 5 from Hunter Sports High School. Alyssa Gillespie, lane 6, Narrabeen Sports. From Evans River, K-12 school, Paige Dolby will swim in lane 7. Rose Anna Hurden from Tormina is going in lane 8. And Claire Graham is going to round out this field in the final. She'll swim. Claire will swim in lane 9. And Claire has come from Young in the Riverina. Good luck to all of the girls. They're about to contest 100 metres of backstroke multi-class. Just getting organised. Excellent butterfly swimming there. Capped off with the senior boys. That was just we didn't know until the last stroke really who was going to secure that victory. Just great entertainment, great to watch. Nice to be sitting in the stands today watching some of this, or if you can't, watching the live feed back in your schools or at home. Here we go. Complete lineup right across the pool. Multi-class, girls 12 to 15 years. Backstroke. They're with the starter. And they get the signal. They are away. They head off on their first lap, their first length of the pool.
Now, just also to remind our viewers that the final determination of results in the multi-class events is based on the students' classification, the time they have swum, and the comparison of that time and classification to the world record. So these will be provisional places, and then the final determination will be made once the results are subjected to the computer analysis.
Yeah. So at face value, we've got Rosanna Hurden taking them around in lane 8, followed by Lily Bright Taylor. No classifications taken into consideration there. That's just the raw score, just the time straight up the pool. And now they come back for this second 50 metres of backstroke that must be pretty grueling at this stage of the day, because the multi-class swimmers have had heavy programs as well. But we've got this nice swim out in lane 8 at the moment, Grant, by Rose Anna Hurden, and Rosanna's from Tormina. So the contest is in either side of the pool. They may have difficulty seeing each other. They're that far across the pool. Rosanna's first one in. Gemma Selick and Lily Bright Taylor. Alyssa's in. Alyssa Gillespie, Emily Pratt. And Elizabeth Cockburn's in. Raider, Misri, Paige Dolby has finished. and Georgie Duggan in lane 0 is in. Here we go. A nice touch. Claire's in, Claire Graham. And now they will put themselves in the hands of the recorders and specialists to calculate their results. Six swimmers, Grant, about to set off on their 100-metre journey of backstroke. They are about to be called to their starting positions in the water. Not a lot of mucking around in the start from the backstroke these days. Backstrokers used to be able to jump in and have a little glide out along the pool and then come back to start, but I think the officials have tightened all that up, and they want the races to get underway, and I don't think that just applies to CHS level. I think that's across most organisations of swimming. All right, here we go. Jordan, fastest away there, 0.75 off the block, pulling out from the block. 4 of them swimming. We are without Lachlan Daly Monk, I believe. And I think we may be without Ronnie Tandy Bell in lane 3, which gives us... No, we've got Ronnie Tandy Bell. I'm just trying to reconfigure who I haven't got here. I've got 3, 4, 5... Yeah, it looks like Max might be our swimmer that's not taking part. So
In the presentation area, we have the medalist for event 61, the girls 15 years, 100 metres butterfly. In the bronze medal position, we have Bernie Hinkley from Rose Bay Secondary College. Silver medalist, Jade Maynard from Glenwood. And the gold medalist, Tilly Vickers from Smithfield, South Coast. Congratulations, Susan.
we do. Let's just check it, Grant. We do have 7 swimmers. So coming off here, looking at lane 3, Kelly Ryan swimming in lane 3. And The others are as per program.
Silver medalist from McLean
Tanea
North
Familo,
Coast,
Sarah
Jen
Bergen,
Bergen.
Crystal Jessen, Nicole Taylor,
And the gold
Amelia
medalist from
Moore,
South Island Boys,
and
Stephen
Sarah
Lee.
Sparks.
Congratulations, swimmers. Could we please have these other swimmers to presentations? Hamish Taylor, Kira Hetherington, Kelsey Daneldi, Ava Kennedy, Isaac Rees and Kobe.
Now swimmer in lane 5, that'll be Nicole Taylor. And Nicole's opened up quite a handy lead here, heading towards the finish.
Yeah, she's doing it nicely. Nice technique from both girls. Grant, I'm thinking tomorrow's relay day. There's going to be a lot of people coming into the Olympic precinct, and general advice is if you are travelling in, to give yourself time to make all those parking arrangements and to allow for any hold-ups coming in towards Homebush, because Sydney, if you're coming into that, you know, the traffic of Sydney
Can be
it can slow you down. So buy yourself some time, maybe leave a little bit earlier and take a bit of the pressure off coming into the town. Yeah.
Now we have up on the screen the provisional placings for this event. So we have Nicole Taylor, Crystal Jessen, Amelia Moore, Sarah Bergen, Sarah Sparks, and we have two swimmers having a terrific finish here, and that's our swimmer in lane 1, and that's Tania Familo from Aladar. Well done to Talia. And our swimmer in lane 3 is Kelly Ryan.
Yes, a couple of nice swims there. 100 metres backstrokes, pretty hard work any time, but this time of the day, more so.
So
nice
well done to those girls, and again we'll await the determination of the final results.
All right, Grant, we've got the 16 to 19 year olds. These are the big guys, the boys. Michael Richter will go in lane 0, and he is, I think he may be from Jindabyne. Matty Price is going to swim in lane 2. He's from Parks. Christian Miller is going to go in lane, Matty will go in lane 1. Christian Miller will go in lane 2. And he is from Cootamundra. From Ashfield Boys, Jack Carey swimming in lane 3. From Davidson High School, Declan Budd, lane 4, has been swimming well alongside this young man. Darren Sisman, lane 5, Endeavour Sports. Blake Price is in lane 6, Parks. Josh Graham is in lane 7, and he is from Young. And from Taree in the Hunter region, Ryan Shakesharp will go in lane 8 to make up the complete field for the 16 to 19 years boys backstroke multi-class. We did have a ding-dong battle between Declan Budd and Darren Sisman a little earlier in the day. Maybe those two guys and this entire field are going to provide some great entertainment again right now in the backstroke. They're on their marks and they're pushing away off the blocks under the water, coming up and backstroking. And I'm thinking Declan Budd got away better there with the push and glide and up and stroking. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4. Declan Budd has the lead. Declan is a 16-year-old swimming alongside a 17-year-old Darren Sisman. The age group is 16 to 19 years old. Declan will turn. He'll come in, make the turn and the flop and go around. Declan Budd, Darren Sisman, Jack Carey have the medal positions at the moment. Darren Sisman is trying to make an impression on Declan Budd. Declan Budd is holding strong. He has been swimming very, very well. Set a couple of records as the championships have unfolded. And he's going to lap it down to the wall. Full stroke in, and Declan Budd is the gold medalist by the looks. 1:08.74, just outside the record set by Aidan Urell in 2016. Declan Budd. Likely gold medalist, unofficial from Darren Sisman and Jack Carey. Other swimmers, Josh Graham, Blake Price, Christian Miller, Maddie Price, are all in for the 100 metres backstroke. Gee, I tell you what, it's just a great exhibition of, it's a great exhibition across 1.5 days so far. But those multi guys, nice piece of work there, really, really great to watch. We have our swimmer. I think this is going, well, Maddie Price is in. And that's going to be Michael, I think that's Michael Richter that's just finished, and it is. Well done, Michael.
We'll move on now to the final of the girls' 12 years 100 metres backstroke. In lane 0, Sophia Neo from Carabar. Lane 1, Tilly Cooper from Tempe. Lane 2, Carolyn Yu from Caringbah. Lane 3, Micah Harbour from Randwick Girls. Lane 4, Gemma Cashman from Denison College. Lane 5, Delinda Thompson from Mitchell. Lane 6, Chand Dat from Rouse Hill. Lane 7, Regan Edwards from Wagga Wagga. Lane 8, Talia Dewberry from Glenmore Park. And in lane 9, Charlotte Davis from Eldersley.
Strong looking lineup all the way across the pool. Grant, you've got 12 years, 100 metre backstroke.
So we're just awaiting the swimmers to come onto into the water for the commencement of the 100 metres backstroke final.
Grant, here they go. We are away with the last set of finals of day 2, which will be the backstroke. And young, I'm saying that's Gemma Cashman from Denison College taking them out. Gee, she's made an impression in that first 30 metres of backstroke. She's obviously got something left in this second half of the day, and she's feeling okay. In the pink cap, she comes down to the wall. 3, 2, 1 metres and touches and flips and heads into the second 50, and she's got a nice lead. We've got some nice swimming going on as well around her though. We've got lane 4, Gemma Cashman, sorry, was that Gemma Cashman went around or Delinda Thompson?
You've got lane, so Gemma Cashman first, we have Mia Harbour.
Mika Harbour
in
and
second.
we did have some nice work going on the outside lanes as well, but Mika Harbour looks like her main competition at the moment. She hasn't got far to go. She's going to go 1, 2, 3, a couple of strokes now, glide in, and it goes to Gemma Cashman, unofficial gold medalist in the 12 years 100 metres backstroke. And Gemma from Denison College, Western Region. Nice swim, Gemma.
So second place will be Micah Harbour in a time of 1:18.61. In third place, Delinda Thompson in a time of 1:20.50. So well done to those girls at the medalists in the girls 12 years 100 metres backstroke.
We're going to go to the 12 years boys 100 metres backstroke now, Grant, and the lineup for the final is as follows. Marco Nadovsky from East Hills Boys, with their rich traditions of swimming, he's going to swim in lane 0. Anthony Walczak from Fort Street, Sydney North, is going to swim in lane 1. Tio Bendinelli from Merriweather, lane 2. Kai Clinton, Warners Bay, Hunter Region, lane 3. Xavier Miles, Maruya on the south coast, going in the middle of the pool, lane 4. Joining him in the middle, Justin Sangrang in lane 5, Sydney Technical High School. Zui Ratakzak, Caringbah, lane 6. Josh Gillette
Oak Flats will swim in lane 7. Liam Vickman, Kingscliff, North Coast, lane 8. And rounding it out, Benjamin Agnew from Fig Tree. They are away in the 12 years boys 100 metres backstroke. And I'm saying that looks like Justin Sangren, who's come up swimming alongside Xavier Miles in lanes 4 and 5. And I think Xavier Miles may just now be starting to get a little advantage coming in. There's the sun shining in from outside, and Xavier Miles will touch and turn in 35.78. But Justin Sangren right with him, and Kai Clinton's very interested as they make their way into the final 30 metres. We've got Xavier Miles all the way from beautiful Maruya coming up here to swim in Sydney, and looks like he's having a nice time in Sydney this afternoon. He's extending his lead. He's feeling probably pretty tired, but finding some strength here in the last 5 metres. He comes under the backstroke, flags, and hits the wall, and 1:11.08. Nice swim, Xavier Miles.
So second will be Justin Sangren in a time of 1:15.49. And in third place, Kai Clinton in a time of 1:16.54. So they're our top 3 medalists, and the rest of the field you can see listed as below. So we'll move on now to the final of the girls, 13 years, 100 metres backstroke.
$13 years, 100 metres backstroke, Grant. We're going for the boys. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we'll go with, so the girls' start list will be Freya Mead from McLean, Scarlett Malloy from Williama in lane 1. Lane 2, Lucy Nam from North City Girls. Lane 3, Felicity Wells, the Hills Sports High School. Lane 4, Sophie Hamilton from Warners Bay. Lane 5, Frankie Roberts from Callahan College. Lane 6, Leilani Spalding from Erina. Lane 7, Aobi Carty from Fort Street. Lane 8, Chloe McCormack from Endeavour Sports High. And in lane 9, Tiana Amona from The Hills Sports High School.
Long-standing record here, Grant. Anna Campbell from Ballina, 1:07.19. It was set in 1999. Quite a swim. And 1999 would have been swum at this venue, I would think.
Yes, it would have been, Matt. We moved from North Sydney Pool in 1996 after having the championships there since the early 1930s, except for a couple of years where we used Drummoyne Pool when North Sydney was undergoing refurbishment.
Yeah, gee, Drummoyne must have been an interesting experience. A bit different for a lot of those swimmers, I'd imagine.
Well, for those of you that know Drummoyne Pool, it's a sensational pool with a view of the Iron Cove and one of the best outdoor grandstands in Sydney. A great pool, have a swimming carnival at.
All right, we've got lane 4, Sophie Hamilton bringing it down the pool here. And the closest to her is Frankie Roberts, I think, in lane 5. It's Sophie Hamilton coming into the wall, and there she goes, 1:08.45. She is the unofficial gold medalist.
So
in
just
13 years.
Yeah, just to confirm those placings, second place Frankie Roberts in a time of 1:11.50, and in third place Leilani Spalding in a time of 1:14.50. So they're the medalists in the girls' 13 years 100 metres backstroke.
Grant, we're going into 13 years boys 100 metres backstroke now. Lawson King from Byron Bay is going to swim in lane 0. William Munro is in lane 1 from Lambton at the Hunter region. Matteo Cole, Pennant Hills, lane 2. Luke Chen, Manly, Sydney North, going in lane 3. Charlie Potts, Maitland in the Hunter region. He'll go in lane 4. Jaden Ship, lane 5, Holsworthy, Jude Bourne. Lane 6, Hunters Hill, Marcus Winning, Cronulla. He's in lane 7. Justin Wan, Guo, Borkham Hills. Lane 8, Jack Millard. Lane 9, Willie Armour. The boys are on their marks. Fastest qualifier, that man, Charlie Potts.
Could you please have Sarah Sparks' presentation immediately for the girls 16 to 19's presentation. Also the boys for event 96, Declan, Darren and Jack, please, down the
Charlie
presentation.
Potts has the
Also
slight
have
lead
Ross
at the
Mitchell,
25-30 metre mark.
Gemma, Mika and Belinda if they can come to presentations, please.
Back down the pool. Charlie Potts in lane 4 has the lead. He is the fastest qualifier in 107.38. And let's see what he has to say about that time. The record, Jacob Sansom, 104.82, set in 2012. Charlie Potts, lane 4, has half a body length. A slight extension of that. In he goes. Charlie Potts, 106.21. Jaden Ship, second. And Luke Chen in third place.
In the presentation area, we have the medalists for event 95, girls 16 to 19.
Likely medalists, unofficial results there. Nice swim, Charlie Potts and friends in the 13s. We're going to the 14 years girls now. Backstroke, Talia Green from Westfield Sports High School. Keely Sutton, Maxville. Talia to swim lane 0. Keely to swim lane 1. Kate McCarthy from Mount Annan will swim in lane 3. Madison Wood from Wollongong High School, lane 3. Michaela Pedersen, Baron Joey, lane 4. Sahara O'Keefe, Tuggerah Lakes College, Sydney North. Lara Morgan is in lane 6. She's from Whitebridge, Hunter region. Kaylee Blundell, Irwin, Hunter. She'll go in lane 7. Bridget Bass will swim in lane 8 from Endeavour Sports. Valerie Bowl from Cherrybrook will swim in lane 9. That is the field for the 14 years girls 100 metres backstroke.
Lane 7, Kaylee Blundell, Hunter. Lane 8, Bridget Bass, Sydney East. Lane 9, Valerie Bowl, Sydney North.
Girls are about to be under the starters' instructions. 14 years girls it is. They push out, glide, come under the ropes, complete their underwater work and come up backstroking. Best away. A 0.5 in there, it's a pretty quick reaction. We've got lane 5 here, leading this out, Sahara O'Keefe. She's in good company. She has Madison Wood in lane 3 going with her, and not far off the pace, Kate McCarthy and Michaela Pedersen. Now, Michaela Pedersen's the fastest qualifier, so I'm thinking Michaela Pedersen is going to have a pretty quick back end to this race, but it is Sahara O'Keefe in lane 5 that is she almost has a body length. Now, you would think that Michaela Pedersen may have something to say about this, and she does. She's responding. She's brought it back to half a body length. Michaela Pedersen from Baron Joey. If you're watching, you'll be enjoying this because she is starting to peg it back and show why she is the fastest qualifier. She's coming over the top. It's a very calm, gutsy swim. Michaela Pedersen, first place, 1:10.10. Sahara O'Keefe, a very courageous swim. Lara Morgan make up unofficially the top 3 places for the 14 years girls. Imagine Michaela Pedersen, a swimmer like that. You've got to have faith in the plan. Try not to panic. She had to be content with Sahara leading her out for a great majority of that race, and she stayed true to her plan, I think, and managed to finish over the top, justifying her fastest qualification. 14 years boys, Lachlan Lee is in lane 0, Lucas Heights, Cameron Lawrence, St Ives, lane 1, Hayden White, lane 2, McLean, Billy Hall, Warners Bay, and Hunter Region is in lane 3, Jake Boyle, Cronulla, lane 4, right in the middle of the pool, and beside him, lane 5, Jake McCready, Wollongong High School, Terence Kang is in lane 6, Terence is from Fort Street, Riley Marcelino, James Roos Agricultural High School, Sydney West, is in lane 7, Joshua Park, lane 8, Jacob Witten, lane 9, the Ponds. This is an assembly of very well accomplished young swimmers in the 14 years. I'm suggesting this is going to be very good to watch as it unfolds. And it is. It's quite even down this first 25 metres with 4, 5 and 6 lanes trying to get a small advantage. The qualifying times are quite close. Quickest qualifier is Jake Boyle in lane 4, and he's going to take them around. Jake Boyle in 31.67 leads them around just, but he will have work to do in the second half because Jake McCready and Billy Hall are there. They are in touch, and we've got Jake McCready in lane 5 who is on his hip. So we've got Jake Boyle who took them around in first place and is slowly trying to, and he's going to do it now. He puts his head back and really backstrokes into the wall, hits it, and 104.71. Our medalists are Jake Boyle, Jake McCready and Billy Hall unofficially, with Jake Boyle looking like the champion. They didn't let anybody down. It proved it had the potential to be a great race, and it certainly was. We've got the girls 15 years now. Backstroke final, Indiana Aikman from Albion Park down Wollongong Way, the Illawarra. Indiana Aikman. She's going to swim in lane 0. Tara Stewart, Hunter School, the Performing Arts, Hunter Region. Tara Stewart, lane 1. Neve Higley, Rose Bay, Secondary College, lane 2. Zian Spalding, Erina, lane 3. Haley Childs, Leica, lane 4. Jade Main, Glenwood, lane 5. From Greystanes, Renoa Lee will swim in lane 6. Bianca Grieve from the Shoalhaven High School, she's going to swim lane 7. Liana Deary is from Yass up on the Southern Tablelands. She will swim in lane 8. And from Young in the Riverina, Caitlin Williams makes up the field and they are away. Caitlin swimming lane 9. 15 years girls, 100 metres backstroke. It's getting quicker as the afternoon goes on, and I'd say a bit of fatigue in the arms after a fair bit of swimming over what is now developing into getting to the end of the second day. But we've got lane 3 leading this out. Sian Spalding, Erina. It's a strong swim because she's not the fastest qualifier, so she's just putting it to them and seeing if they can go after her. Sian Spalding, Jade May and Healy Childs take them around.
Swimmer in lane 5's done a terrific turn.
Yeah, she's had a very big between 40 and 60 metres, hasn't she, Graham?
That's Jade Main, and she's taken a body length out of the other swimmers. So Jade will lead us into the box at the moment.
Yeah, interesting sort of race plan maybe to, really start going at 40 metres, and she's just powering away here. What a swim that was. Wow, Jade Main from Healy Childs and Sian Spalding. It looks like Jade Main is our champion and gold medalist there unofficially for the 15 years girls 100 metres backstroke, and just watching how these swimmers plan their race or the race evolves, it's quite interesting because a lot of time that they'll find themselves swimming a little bit behind or level with, and have to have faith in their race plan and hope they've got the energy to carry it out.
We'll move on now to the boys 15 years 100 metres backstroke final. In lane 0, Alex Fulton from Wadalba. Lane 1, Samuel Lewis from Kira. Lane 2, Joshua Hand from Quakers Hill. Lane 3, Angus Wilson from Cherrybrook Technology High School. Lane 4, Lachlan Davies from Balgala Boys High School. Lane 5, William Brownlee from Sydney Technical High School. Lane 6, Nicholas Gavin from Warners Bay. Lane 7, Cameron Waite from Cardiff. Lane 8, Brodie Smith from Picton. And in lane 9, Tristan Shee from Woolgoolga.
Woolgoolga, nice little town up on the north coast there. And record, Daniel Arnhem-Nart from, would that be Asquith Boys?
Asquith Boys, yeah. Daniel Arnhem-Nart holds a number of the backstroke records. Was an absolutely terrific swimmer.
All right, he set that record in 2004, 59.47. We've got lane 4, driving Lachlan Davies, Balgala Boys. He has established a strong lead over only 40 metres into the wall, turns and comes out. Lachlan Davies from William Brownlee and Josh Hand. Lachlan Davies has 30 metres to swim, and he's got it to almost a body length. Lachlan Davies from Balgala Boys. Hopefully the boys are getting a chance to watch this on the screen this afternoon. Maybe a couple of staff might be enjoying it as well. It is Lachlan Davies will bring it down now into touch, and 1, 0, 0, 4, 1. That's a pretty good attempt at that record, actually, because Daniel's time was 59.47, half a second off it, but a very good swim nonetheless. Lachlan Davies, William Brownlee, Cameron Waite are the medalists, most likely unofficial for the 15 years boys.
So we move on to the 16 years girls 100 metres backstroke final. In lane 0, Madison Jones from Woonona. Lane 1, Emily Simmons from Pittwater. Lane 2, Felicity Shannon from Yass. Lane 3, Jade Downs from Terrigal. Lane 4, Bree Spalding from Erina. Lane 5, Millie Edwards from Maxfield. Lane 6, Ebony Nix from Tomaree. Lane 7, Georgia Zanino from Camden. Lane 8, Keely Lay from Bosley Park. And in lane 9, Maya Baileys from St Mary's Senior High School.
St Mary's Senior High School became the Senior High School. I think we're going back to the late 1980s there, maybe 90s. St Mary's Senior High School out towards Penrith. The record here, 2009. Kirsty Mertens, Model Farms High School in Winston Hills. And Kirsty set the record at 1:04.83. They're coming down the pool here. They're being led by Bree Spalding in lane 4. Bree is from Erina. And with a little luck, Bree's going to have some of her supporters watching on the screen, probably giving her a little cheer along here. And I'm sure she's enjoying it because she'll come into the wall and head into the final 50 metres with the lead. She is the fastest qualifier, and therefore, with the lead coming in at halfway, I'd imagine she's got a pretty strong back half to her 100 metres of backstroking. It appears she has. She's just holding them here at the moment, and she has the best part of the body length over Millie Edwards. And Bree Spalding it is, 1:06.43 from Ebony Nix and then Millie Edwards. So Ebony Nix had a very nice finish there, making up the top 3 in unofficial places for the 16 years girls. Bree Spalding
So we'll move,
unofficial gold medalist.
we'll move on now to the boys 16 years 100 metres backstroke final. In lane 0, Rory Garnett from Whitebridge. Lane 1, Jordan Gallatley from Warners Bay. Lane 2, James Brown from the Forest. Lane 3, Cameron Gawn from Toronto. Lane 4, Jacob Falconer from Brisbane Water College. Lane 5, Aidan Anderson from Evans River K-12. Lane 6, Edward Kang from Epping Boys. Lane 7, Jazz Tamina from Thomas Riddell. Lane 8, Caleb Miles from Maruya. And in lane 9, Elijah Witten from the Poles.
James Brown, there's a famous name. This guy is from the Forest. I think the Forest is French's Forest. Would that be
Yeah,
that neck of the woods?
Near the new Northern Beaches Hospital at the top of Forest Way.
Okay, yeah.
School's
Right,
been there a long while, long-standing.
We've got a nice looking lineup here. The record, that man again, Grant, Daniel, Arnhem Nart, Asquith Boys. You were right, he was a backstroker, 58.24, and he set the record in 2005. And just on your suggestion, Grant, I've flicked forward to the senior boys record, and there he is again. So he holds them all the way through the program. He must have been a very good exponent of that stroke, the backstroke. Here we go. Boys are on their marks. Garth Pereira has them, the starter. John Williams, the referee. And underwater and up and backstroking now. All right, middle of the pool, pretty even. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 all in the mix. Cameron Gawn, Jacob Faulkner, Aidan Arneson. We'll battle this out to see who can turn first and create the slight advantage. I can't see, maybe lane 5. 4 it is, Jacob Faulkner. 29.73. He touches first and turns, and is this enough of an advantage for him? He is the fastest qualifier just, and I think the man might come at him is Aidan Arneson, just on his side in lane 5. And Aidan Arneson is right with him with 20 metres to swim. But Cameron Gawn's got a say in this as well. Here it is. Big time performer Jacob Faulkner comes in. 101.47.
Cameron Gawn will finish in second in 102.07. In third place, Aidan Arneson with a time of 102.21. So great swim by those three boys.
Yeah. You'll be pleased to know, Grant, that Daniel Arnhem Nart's record remains intact at 58.24.
That's a pretty hot record.
It is. It must have been something to watch. All right.
So we'll move on now to the girls' 17 years 100 metres backstroke final. In lane 0, Stella Marinovich Cake from Willoughby Girls. Lane 1, Emma McCarthy from Mount Annan. Lane 2, Avara Salter from Ulladulla. Lane 3, Heidi Schneider from Newcastle. Lane 4, Lily Taylor from Kirrawee. Lane 5, Kira Hetherington from Camden Haven. Lane 6, Kelsey Van Eldick from Merriweather. Lane 7, Antoinette Hewish from Manly. Lane 8, Alison Malone from Lucas Heights. And in lane 9, Courtney Clark from Maxville.
Record Fiona Connell, The Hills Sports, 2008, 103.52. Girls pushing out from the blocks, under the water. Butterfly type kick, I guess, and coming up and swimming in lane 4 and 5 and 6, and let's throw 7 in there as well. So Lily Taylor, Kiera Hetherington,
Kelsey Van Eldick and Antoinette Hewish are all in the mix here. I'm going to say lane 3 has the slight advantage coming into the wall, and it is Heidi Schneider. But right with her is you've got Lily Taylor and Kiera Hetherington. It's pretty even here with 30 metres to swim.
I think your top 3 there, Matt, is lane 3, which is...
Yeah, it's that Heidi Schneider.
Heidi Schneider, lane 4, Lily Taylor, and lane 5, Kiera Hetherington, but it could be.
This is just going to come down to the luck of who hits first, and I think lane 4's over the top.
Yes.
Lily Taylor, very gutsy, strong finish, stayed cool and calm, but great swim also from Heidi Schneider, Kiera Hetherington, and all of those girls coming into the end of the program on day 2. Lily Taylor's the gold medalist, Heidi Schneider and Kiera Hetherington, the likely medalists, unofficial result.
Okay, moving on to our final event for day 2 of the 2023 Combined High Schools Swimming Championships in lane 0. Caleb Davkin from Coffs Harbour Senior College. Lane 1, Harry Bamford from Lambton. Lane 2, Noah Brown from Warners Bay. Lane 3, Arnie Chandra from Epping Boys. Lane 4, Alexander Foreman from Lisarow. Lane 5, Silas Phillips from the Hills Sports High School. Lane 6, Kobe Hall from Warners Bay. Lane 7, Edward Dodds from Tumut. Lane 8, Maximilian Vanderveer from Tempe. And in lane 9, Jack Hendry from Mossman.
Daniel Arnhem holds the record, 56.58. He set it in 2007. And these boys will swim, maybe chasing the record. That might be a hill too far this afternoon, but let's see. They are certainly chasing the gold medal and medal positions. They're up and away. The big kick, the big push, the glide, the surface, and now the stroking starts. Backstroke, leaning it back, and lane 4, Alexander Foreman from Lisarow.
Alexander was the fastest qualifier by quite a considerable margin.
The only man to go under the imaginable minute there, Grant.
Under a minute, yes.
And bang, he's turning. I think he's going to mean business here in this second half. There he is, he comes up, he has a body length, he had a really strong turn. And it looks like he's got gold secure here. He's just going to need to bring this home. Can he relax and enjoy it? I don't know if that's possible in this sort of event at the end of the day swimming. But he's got some pressure off if he had time to sit up and look around. It doesn't look like he's doing that. He's going to power down to the line, hit it. And 58.48. He goes under a minute again, and he is the only swimmer to do it. So Arnie Chandra in second place, Silas Phillips in third to make up the unofficial medals for the senior boys backstroke there. Alexander Foreman, congratulations, great swim, gold medalist, unofficial.
So that brings to a conclusion day 2 of the Combined High School Swimming Championships. Thank you to Matt and Neil, our fellow commentators.
Thanks,
I thank all the viewers, all the parents and supporters that have attended the championships to help the students compete at this event. I also thank the New South Wales Swimming, SOPAC officials, and Nick, our terrific video operator. I also thank the CHS officials and the convener of the championships, Jean Duma. And finally, thank the principals who have supported their students and have released staff so the championships can be conducted in such a proficient and professional way. Now, some housekeeping matters for tomorrow, relay day. The gates will open at 7:15 a.m. The warm-up will be from 7:30 a.m. However, the first event will start at 8 a.m. So if you can make a note of that, we are starting 30 minutes earlier. So thank you very much for your viewing today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Thank you.